No, there's a second one. There's one towards the edge. I just didn't bother to do that because you need to get out anyways. Yeah. I just only bothered with the one because you need to get out. Well, I don't think that'll be a real problem. They already have 10. Yeah. Yeah. I know what the next two teams are. I know what they are. Retirement home, but they're now known as Down for Good. Hertz, Noah, Fazera. Oh, Fazera's a Seamage. Fluffy, Nepa, GBW, J, Rage, Mentees. Pretty simple. No, they lost. Against Sweatstack. Against Sweatstack, yeah. By the way, I put it right back under, so just keep going. Yeah. I will say, I think they can't put that in like another 5 pounds. Fuck. Yo, fucking hell, dude. No, I'm kidding.
Making me look rotund and shit.
I know. God, I gotta go back to the gym. Well, LA Fitness is right there. Let's see. Huh? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It took a while. Sorry for the technical issues, but we are back. We have another BO3 to you, brought to you by Lacey Cup 2, courtesy of Hellcase and Generation Nostalgia. I am joined with Goober for the co-cast here as we start off on this BO3. We start off on Mirage, courtesy of Jackpot Pick. So that said, DM for Sluggy will get to select which side they want to start on. They go for the defense as expected, but what are you looking forward to from this matchup here?
Well, Jackpot, unfortunately, coming off a 2-0 loss against the last team they played. I believe that was against Sweat Squad. And so now, hopefully, what we see is a little bit more of a competitive game. They actually already played Mirage, and that was a 13-5 scoreline for them. So hopefully what we can see is towards the end of the game, we saw a little bit of maybe the emotion starting to get to them a bit, and they started running it down and maybe weren't finding quite the impact they were looking for. But really, really fantastic pistol round here coming in from the T side. JVW, the last player alive on the T side, going down, and that first round will go to DM for Sluggy.
That's not going to be a good start for the side of Jackpot. I mean, like you said, they were getting flustered, and I would imagine that you need to build a lot of that momentum when you're getting into your next matchup. And I mean, DM for Sluggy have yet to play a match, so this is their first matchup of the day, and already getting yourself started with the early pistol is a great positive note for your squad looking to continue forward. And so with that, you're going to be seeing the guns come out for DM for Sluggy, and Jackpot look to just buy Deagles and hope for the best. And let's see if that happens. We've been seeing a couple Deagle clips, but this time it looks like what's expected will be done here. It looks like all the weapons just running it down, getting their kills. Won't know to the bomb yet, but considering it's just pistols, it should be a sweep under the rug for the side of DM for Sluggy. It looks like eventually it will be just that.
Ventake is good to get one here, bringing it down to a 1v4, but it looks like it will be all for nothing here potentially. He does have that deagle. We have seen some really nice shots with the deagle today, but I think this round is going to DM for Sluggy. They played it super well, sending both those rifles towards mid to sort of thwart any early aggression, and it worked out super well for them, and Jay cleaning it up on the CT side.
Yeah, so surely we should be seeing the guns come out. Everyone pretty much within distance of being able to buy those weapons and armor. So we should be good to see ourselves into a gun round for this one. It's going to come a little bit frivolous, though, especially in the util department for the T side. So it's going to have to be a cutthroat, dry exec into a site. Otherwise, they're just going to be seeing themselves on the back of a no man's land where CTs are just going to have a field day aiming at these weapons here. And it looks like mid is going to be the route to go for this starting gun round for Jackpot. They're going to aggress into there. There is smokes blown as well, so aggression back and forth. Flash is being thrown into mid as well. Util's great, and the kills are even better coming in from Toasty. A double kill already on the board. And able to find one R the T's. They're able to find two actually. So a bit of a positive note, but I think all the positives are starting to wither here as Ventake all alone in the 1v3. He was able to sneak out of Palace, but he's not going to know if the A main player is sneaking through. Lect able to finish it off. DM for Sluggy 3 in a row.
Yeah, unfortunately for Jackpot, like you had mentioned earlier in that round, they did not really have the util to go for anything super crazy. So a lot of disadvantaged fights were taken there, and Toasty was able to capitalize on that lack of util, finding 3 there in mid, and the CTs just really clean it up well, and they leave just that one remaining T player who was lurking in Palace on A site to defend for himself. Unfortunately, not able to get that done, but Jackpot looking to try and find some impact here as they get some upgraded pistols and actually put a MAC-10 onto Jay. And we will see what they can get done here. Some engagements happening in mid, actually getting some damage out onto Noah, and he's going to try and flash off as these players start rushing up Cat, but they will finally get found out. Jay and Toasty are going to find one for each of them. Noah chiming in as well. Only 2 players remain, and they are both on pitifully low health on the T side.
Yeah, this should be a done deal. And JVW, the one with the bomb and the 9 HP, should be taken down with just 1 AK bullet. Will stay around for the time being. However, Jenny, I'm saying, will find Rage towards that lower underpass position and leaves it all up to the 9 HP JVW, which can only hope for the best. He does have an M4, but you could only imagine so much can be done with such low health. So eventually DM for Sluggy will likely get the 4th here. It's only a matter of time until that occurs. But so far, so good. I think one thing I wanted to really prioritize was the util being used by the CT side in terms of re-engaging on the early aggression. And so if we keep seeing that, I mean, Mirage is kind of that push and pull kind of thing where it's like we mentioned when we watched that first game, Rain Above taking on taking on, remind me.
Oh, goodness. In for blood?
In for blood. There you go. And we saw a lot of the pace changing, right? But if you could take away the pace from the T side, then, man, it becomes a field day for the CTs. And that should really be it, honestly, if you do that.
Yeah, and other than just some early mid-aggression here, it looks like Jackpot has been taking it pretty slow everywhere else on B and A. And so 1v3 here for JVW, obviously only a few seconds left in the round. He actually gets past the truck player. This is getting a little awkward. Is he going to get the knife?
Yeah! Let's go! Get one on the board, indeed. Finally, the first knife we see at Lacey Cup 2. Beautiful stuff. Even though it was expected that they were going to win the round, it's just better with the flair of the knife, so able to catch that. We finally get one on the board. Unfortunately, I am not donating for knives. But, like they said, that was pretty much an expected round, considering there was no economy put into this round for Jackpot. So now the guns start to come out. Better utility on this one, so should be a better outcome here.
Terps, too, actually. Going to get our first op in this game. Did he spot that player?
Yeah, he did. But he doesn't know that he already crept through to the underpass.
I don't think so, yeah.
Able to escape, though. But, oh, wow. Noah peeking wide on the blown smoke.
But Ventake.
Yes, Ventake indeed. Able to punish 2. So, first advantage for Jackpot in this game so far. Will it amount to anything? Look at Rage. Rage all the way out on A site. So, he's fighting a full 360
Ventake
battle.
finds a third.
Yeah, indeed. And so it's pretty much this mid space being completely taken over by Jackpot. But now you got to be able to calm yourself down, be able to find an avenue into the site. Whichever site they want to go for, go together. Ventake is just going to be a bit of this pin in the defense. Make sure to hold off any rotations, as Gert's pretty much having a scout mission. Try to see what kind of info he can grab, but there's not going to be anything. And surely enough, Jackpot might be heading themselves into their first round.
I was going to say, it looks like they have selected correct here as they start slowly moving towards an empty B site. And the position on Ventake here is really excellent to try and cut off any rotations. I don't know if he's going to catch this player going through murder hole.
Does he go for a knife, though?
Oh, the timing. No way. Gertz finds that. That should not happen there. That was Ventake's kill for the taking. The bomb will end up going down, and this is now a 2v2 situation. Still, on the side of the T's here, they do have the advantage, at least with health, for the time being. Aggressive plays coming in from JVW. And now it's low health on one CT player, 1v2, and they will find Jay. What an insane retake coming in from DM for Sluggy there. You really, really, especially after the impact that Ventake finds in mid there, you really hope that they can just walk away with that one. But man, these players on DM for Sluggy are really showing us that they're here to play today.
Absolutely. I mean, but the thing is, Jackpot pretty much gave that round completely. It was in the palm of their hand, and honestly, Ventake didn't even need to do much. He could have played his cards right, just play passive, and from there, he would have had a big opening behind the back, and he would have caught a couple easier kills, but instead goes on this timing that he can catch one off guard. But great flick coming in from Gertz, and Gertz cleans it up with the other 2 as well.
He sure does, yeah. Gertz having one stellar round, finding 3 there.
Oh!
And Noah gets a collat mid. Incredible.
Oh my
JVW
gosh.
does well to find 1 onto Jenny, but this round is already looking really desperate.
Oh my god, Noah, he's cleaning house, 3K on the op. He finds it with only 2 bullets needed. And if this isn't a sign of what things are to come here, oh man, well let it be known now. DM for Sluggy, they're DMing here against this Jackpot squad, and they're making it look easy right now.
I mean, you really can't ask for anything more out of an op play like that, right? You get 2 for 1, and then your teammate finds a third. You are already up 3 lives on the round, and it's barely been 15 seconds. I mean, just really fantastic for the CTs here. And yeah, Jackpot really struggling to find that first round. It looks like they will, again, continue to try and put some pressure towards this mid area, as you do expect on Mirage, but hopefully they can try and capitalize. We have seen some success on these opening picks, but we have yet to see him turn it into a round.
Now, to be honest, there's so much benefit of the doubt that I really want to give, but this is just the issues of not having any sort of experience, and you can kind of tell that it is that case because they're kind of taking these engagements expecting that nothing is going to come in response, but the response is there every single time. There's these engagements coming in, secondaries of the CT side with these rotations in the right spot that they just seem like, oh, you know what, I'm just going to take this one engagement and then we're good. But there comes 2, or there comes a second smoke bloom, and from there you just see that that is what's been their bread and butter. And looking to continue this pace further, Gertz suspecting of a ladder player and might walk himself into the window player and does so accordingly. So kills come into the way of the CT side. Toasty now noted up in the A main position, and oh, Toasty is going to completely clean house. The bomb will be planted, so Jackpot will have a bit of a cash injection, but DM for Sluggy, 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and if you look back towards that round, you'll actually see Jackpot kind of similar to what we were talking about with FA in the first game, Rain Above, not
Yes.
FA, my apologies. With Rain Above, they sort of had that same sort of line that you're talking about where they had a lot of those players kind of cutting mid and B apart,
yeah.
but they were really focused towards A and mid. That's at a 5-4 deficit on their end. So they definitely had the space they needed there. Just really great for DM for Sluggy that they're able to capitalize on their positions and really close in on that site, despite the fact that they did give up quite a bit of space in mid.
No, yeah, I agree. Like, right now, the defense has been able to handle any sort of pressure that's been coming towards them, especially Noah, who's been killing on the ops so far, finding the opening onto Rage.
10-2 right now.
Yeah, 10-2. He's killing it on the server overall, best player on the server. And right now, they're just continuing this pressure, this relentless pressure. However, Ventake seems like to be the only answer for this Jackpot squad as he keeps finding kills, but unfortunately, just not enough impact to swing rounds. However, Jay was able to sneak into that ladder position and an advantage game for Jackpot, but the last time we saw an advantage on their side, they ended up losing the round.
That player was heard from the fall down, so
Oh.
Perps will get the kill onto Lect, and now it's a 2v4, and this is finally, I think, one of the best advantages we've seen for the Jackpot side.
Now, here's the worrying part, too. If you're going to keep this bomb here, like let's say you're simulating a attack, you really want to be careful here, especially since there's still a defender towards that cap position. If you make noise and you start pushing forward, then who knows? There's a big possibility of a clutch. Gert's able to take out one, but unsuspecting of the B take, but will finally spot it. Yeah, however, JVW make sure to close it out, and Brazilians look away because it's 7-1.
Oh, man, that is a good pull.
Yep.
That is a really good pull.
Thank you.
But, yeah, no, really fantastic. Jackpot does find their first off the back of Ventake and Jay. They're getting those opening picks, just helping open up the map. And, yeah, even in those disadvantaged situations, still DM for Sluggy, you can see they're not overextending. They're playing very, very well. Gertz is good to find one there in that 1v4 situation. And so entering the 9th round of play, Noah's still just being an absolute demon on the op, now 11-3. And
This
Jay,
stop going to mid, please. Everything is just not working out, except when Ventake is starting to take control of that mid space. And right now, able to find kills on the board for this Jackpot squad. On the flip side, Rage is still yet to find one on the board. Perps, though, able to open it up on the A side. And there is a route to go to A. Perps is pushed all the way towards CT spawn. But once again, this is that question. Do you want to go back to where your teammate is, or do you want to gamble on the idea they rotated? And right now, sticking true, because Gertz understands that there was that potential last time, and he wants to not bite at the bullet just yet. But Perps puts himself in a perfect position, and if Noah rotates, however, Noah's going to get caught from the back, actually. So that's already the clearance of the A site. Chances are that B player is still existing at B. And so Jackpot stringing themselves a second back-to-back.
yeah, that was actually sort of a really clinical round where they really just kind of pick apart the defense piece by piece. Really well done by Perps to take that really forward position into the CT spawn, holding market window and also myrtle hole simultaneously. The player in jungle, it does well to stay out of that line of sight, but does get caught off, unfortunately, in that one-on-one, one player A, one player B setup. And so now Gertz is left alone trying to lurk through T-spawn, probably driving for exits. I don't see any real way into this round for him, and so he does well there to save. But look at the economy on their side. He has 8,500 to his name. He's going to be more than able to buy a couple of rifles for his teammates.
I was about to say, buy me dinner, please, with that money. Jesus
Absolutely.
Christ.
But you do already see kind of the discrepancy that happens on CT side a lot with some of the economies. Jenny actually at only $2,300. He will be able to get a buy this round, but things like that make it really awkward, especially if Jackpot starts to string together some rounds here.
Yeah, Jenny looking at Gertz with angel eyes saying, hey, can I get a piece of that pie real quick? And we'll grab it. So Gertz, you can see that the economy is not going to hurt on his end as we take a bit of a tech pause here to settle some things out. Bit of issues, but no problem at all. We will be getting back into the match in just a bit. But right now, you can see Jackpot starting to feel themselves. Hello, guys. Welcome to the Lacey Cup. Yeah, looking nice and spiffy. But so far, so good. Pretty solid game to start off. I feel like For the most part, DM for Sluggy not even falling off at the bits. Their warm-up obviously worked out really well. So for the most part, for their first game, they look pretty solid to start. And I mean, like we said, the questions was if Jackpot was going to fall under pressure of their emotions, especially from what we saw against Sweatstack. And we really want to see them to get a grip of the situation. Right now, finding themselves on a back-to-back seems like good.
For sure, and I think definitely right now we are seeing a little bit of a better mental situation for them. They are getting a couple of rounds, even though they were at a 7-round deficit so far, and I really just kind of hope they can at least keep this momentum going forward into the CT half, even if this, ends up being a wash for them. At no point are they going to be able to gain that advantage back during this half. So I think right now they need to look ahead on how they're going to play their defense while they still continue to play attacking. And it looks like we are going for a very basic default. This is something that you normally see on the Jackpot side so far. It feels like they've really done sight leans, especially towards A and B, just really making sure that pressure is applied. But here it looks like a little bit more of a fan out to try and find some effect. But Gertz, he's going to keep it locked down on the B balcony.
Yeah, clean stuff there. Had even some util help as well from Jenny, able to set that up and makes clean work of it. So 5v4 found for DM for Sluggy. Should be in.
And there is a CT player in T-spawn right now.
Oh
they have gotten so far.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you're right. That's Jenny already making it through the back line. And I would imagine, especially with Gertz's position through Apps, this is going to make it more obvious as to where the T side's going to go. And kills coming the way of the CT side with ease. Noah able to find the multi-kill here, leaving Jay alone on this lurk towards ladder with no impact here. Can only hope to cause some damage to the economy of DM for Sluggy, but I mean, unless you have some sort of miraculous moment at this very moment, and what better to do it at the Lacey Cup too, right? On land, pissing off the other side, making sure to get them off their mojo. Ooh, it would be a big clutch indeed.
Absolutely. It's a little bit different when you get to look your opponent in the eyes after you beat them in a game, right? And so right now these players are doing their best to show off what they have to offer. And yeah, Jay in an unfortunate situation here at 1v5. But he does do well to find one. Only a few seconds remaining on the clock, and Noah will shut him down with that op. He is at a 14-4 scoreline right now, having an absolutely insane game.
Let's not forget, Gerd's being very efficient right now. 8 with only 1 death. Really rocking the board in terms of KD department and really just being efficient with it. All the kills that he's getting just deters Jackpot and pushes them back further from what their mission is to get the round win. And Jackpot just having a really hard time being able to close up. We mentioned that Rage wasn't able to find a kill on the board, but finally finds the first. But right now, it's looking a little too late, and it's looking just as bad as what In for Blood looked like against Rain Above. DM for Sluggy could find themselves at 10 right now. However, very ambitious peak right there, playing with the utility, but finally watching over it, taking their time, not pushing things yet. Now, like I mentioned, there was going to be that re-aggro of the util, and now they punish it, they watch for it, and it actually gets them the advantage.
A little bit of an awkward situation there for Noah. I'm not quite sure why he gets caught out there. I feel like at that point he should know that there's going to be some T's trying to close on that A site, but very well played from Toasty here. He does get 2, doesn't find the 3rd, and it's now just down to Gertz for 1v2, and he'll get shut down by Perps. That could have been an incredible play coming in from Toasty. He does insane to find the 2 on A site. Yeah. And yeah, unfortunately, just that 1-player CT fast on the draw to turn around and make sure that he closes that out.
Wow. Lineup clean, but just not able to flick back in time, and the reaction comes better from Rage, at least to salvage the round. And so 3 found for Jackpot in the last round of the first half. They need any sort of momentum to get into that CT side, especially on their map pick. I mean, obviously the defense is going to be a lot more favored here on Mirage, but whatever you can get on this attack is heavily detrimental to how you're going to win this game. And right now, it's been coming the way of the CTs every single time. Another kill found for Noah. It seems like every single time we start a round, Noah's name is being spewed in a positive way.
Yeah, and I think a lot of what we're talking about right now is sort of the individual performances on DM for Sluggy's side, but I think it's important to note that these players aren't just having individual games. We can see them that they're using utility together, they're swinging together, they're trying to play timings together. So clearly there's some really fantastic team chemistry that's happening, and I think that's what's actually allowing them to be as successful as they've been so far. Noah being that mid player pretty heavily throughout this first half, he's finding a lot of success based off the flashes of his teammates and the smokes that are are being played around him. And so I think that DM for Sluggy is just showing their prowess, especially as a team.
3 people here looking to defend this site, making sure to close things out for this half on a good note, and already the bomb being planted. But now starting to stick out is going to be Jenny, but Perps able to start it off with the op kill, evening the advantage. Bomb will be planted. JVW, got to be careful about this position. You don't want to play this aggressively while you're in a great spot so far. Perps went through the smoke found, but will get naded out in response. And Noah creeping over the top of Ticket, however, spammed through the smoke, able to find JVW, leaves it to Ventic on the 1v3, but not able to hold it down. What a clean and efficient retake from DM for Sluggy. They find themselves a 9 in this first half, and as you can tell by the scoreboard, it's the Noah show, 18-5. Rocking the board with style. Toasty right behind with a 13-7 score line as we see the highlights for this half. But let's just be honest, even though we do see a highlight from DM for Sluggy, it feels like Jackpot have just had a bad game today.
Yeah, and there have been a few rounds, definitely. I look back to when they had bought themselves that advantage and got the bomb down on B. I think that was one of the first rounds we saw on their T side. We had some aggression from some of the players, even in that 2v2, where, maybe they had the opportunity to find some kills, but it ultimately just feels like kind of a mistake to go into that peak because you just give your life away and then you lose the round off the back of that, right? So I think we've been seeing a few of those mistakes come out from Jackpot, but ultimately, just a lot of really fantastic chemistry for DM for Sluggy, obviously, coming to this A site very, very fast and getting that bomb down, or at least attempting to, as the CTs start to trickle into the A site for this retake. They do well to find one in CT, but actually it does look like, oh my goodness, the trade's going back and forth. It is now just down to Toasty on the T side, and he's going to be holding from CT. He finds Rage. Swap to the CT's USP, and he finds the second on JVW. Toasty cleaning up, finding the 10th round for DM for Sluggy, and they are going to be absolutely thrilled with that T-side pistol.
Now that's a Toasty highlight if I've ever seen one. Came with a little bit of misfortune from the team kill, but doesn't matter. Toasty says, let me toast this up, butter it up, and serve it with a nice good side of round win on that one. Double digits now for DM for Sluggy. Killing it so far, really leading on their opponent's map pick. Let it be known that next we will go to Overpass, which is the pick for DM for Sluggy. A bit of more technical map compared to this, but right now, Mirage is their playground, and they're currently swinging for the fence.
Absolutely. The T is going for the second round conversion after the pistol, just clean it up really easy with their AKs and MAC-10s against some unupgraded pistols. And so we are now looking at a 3-11 scoreline, and it is all for Jackpot to try and take back these rounds here. They will finally get some guns up, but they will be lacking in the utility department. Jay actually electing to go with an op in no armor, it looks like. So a little bit of a glass cannon, but can you really blame him? I mean, you're at 3-11 right now. You really need something to happen in order to get some rounds on the board.
Yeah, and what we talked about as well with Jackpot when they were playing against Sweatstack, a lot of their plays came incredibly desperate and really just trying to swing for the fences themselves and end up missing by a mile. And right now just doing exactly that. But look at the response coming in from DM for Sluggy. Even though this aggression comes in from mid, there's the attack coming in from A, but it doesn't matter because Gertz is still getting the damage up, getting the impact necessary. Spam comes in from response. Ventic able to get a kill onto Lect, and that's the bomb down as well, which is going to make it harder. But guess what? You got jumping MAC-10s in front of you trying to shoot your face off, and they do so successfully. DM for Sluggy on match point, and Jackpot don't know what hit him.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at that round, it's really incredible. I believe that round took 32 seconds. I think the clock said 123 at the end of that round, and so
and yet the
somehow
from
in
the
that
lurk.
time, yeah, the T's are all over the map here. They somehow get behind the CTs in the middle, despite the fact that they have that early on aggression, and then they're in their spawn behind those players who are holding from jungle. I mean, you just have to be talking in confusion on the side of Jackpot right now without knowing where these players are coming from. But they do seriously super well in order to find that space and find those trades for the side of DM for Sluggy, and they will just continue to keep tearing these people down as they move towards the A site.
Jackpot for DM for Sluggy. There is no jackpot for Jackpot. They find themselves bankrupt in this game. They have not found any sort of answer, no solution, no positive. They're just looking for a team kill.
And Jay just is
I don't think it
taking
matters at
Toasty
this
out of
point.
the equation.
Only Jay left on the last, and Lek cleaning house. 3K foul from Lek, and does a great job doing so. That scoreboard says the pretty much the moral of the story is that everyone hit on all marks for DM for Sluggy. They went 13-3 on that Mirage, and there was just no shot for Jackpot to even get started.
Yeah, no, I mean, just one heck of a game coming out there from Noah. Obviously, we talked about him a lot, especially at the beginning of those rounds when DM for Sluggy was on their CT side. So definitely Noah's show on this first map of Mirage. But let's keep in mind that they do have another opportunity to try and get some rounds back on Overpass. Not their map pick, but it is a chance.
Yeah, but they got to make some miracle happen, because if this is what they look like right now, there is no shot that map 3 is coming. It might be a bigger stomp, just like the Rain Above game, pretty much just wash them out of the park. And especially in the lower bracket, this is the last thing that you want to expect when you're trying to keep yourself alive. So we'll see if that is going to be the case. But in the meantime, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk, and from there, we're just going to have them chat it up. But coming up next will be Overpass.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on here at the analyst desk. Get ready after we witnessed a very strong map number 1. That was a stomp, 13-5, if I'm not mistaken myself there. What a scoreline. Very well done coming out from the side of DM for Sluggy. I mean, and on Mirage's Jackpot's pick, I mean,
yeah,
that's a strong showing if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, something I find interesting with the earlier matchup as well with Jackpot is in that one they were also upset. I mean, this one's not as much of an upset, but yeah, it was unfortunately a rough map.
Yeah, this was, I feel like overall, I mean, DM for Sluggy definitely came out the gate swinging. I mean, Lacked and Toasty definitely delivered in a pretty big way and just kind of hit the shots that they all needed to. The CT side looked fantastic from them throughout, but I think, you know, I mean, when they started things out 7-0, you're kind of starting to see some of the cracks form there if you're Jackpot, and that is just kind of how things really did go throughout most of Mirage. It didn't really feel like DM for Sluggy lost a ton of control.
Yeah, I agree, and I think personally I was kind of surprised to see that they willingly picked into Mirage. It seemed... yeah, kind of crazy with how the first one went, but I respect it, I guess.
It's a tough one. You know, Mirage is like the all-time classic, right? Especially from Global Offensive. You all know Mirage. It's Mirage. You're always going to know Mirage. You're never going to forget Mirage. And so that's just kind of how it goes. I think realistically, though, for Jackpot, they've kind of gotten themselves in a weird spot, especially if they're trying to force this to a 3-map series. Because next up we got Overpass. And Overpass is, well, it's Overpass. It's kind of a tough map to really get through, especially if you're already getting beat on maps like Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about Overpass that's lucky is you can start to steamroll on that map for sure.
That is true.
All it takes is a good CT hold. Ooh, maybe we'll get to see the triple boost.
CT side is going to be a good one. And given the fact that this is DM for Sluggy's map pick, Jackpot will get selection side here for the first half. So if they can get to CT side, if they can get that ball rolling, Perps is going to be a big piece to watch out for. Overpass is an op-heavy map. The Oppers have a lot of control, especially playing from long, playing from heaven. So, you know, for the side of Jackpot, they really need to hone in on getting these key players into the right positions and just winning out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be exciting. I hope we see some fun shenanigans, some fun boosts.
Yes. But I think we might throw things to a bit of a short break while we do kind of wait for this to get back underway with that map number 2. But anyways, we'll see y'all after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have Overpass for you as we are on our second map of this series. DM for Sluggy made quick work of Jackpot's map picks, so now they're on their home map looking to close things out in 2-0 fashion. Already starting it off is Noah on the kill feed, but the fight goes back towards them. The CT is able to find 2 kills in favor, and already a man advantage here as Gertz was able to leak towards that B site, but is not going to expect a rage from the side. So Jenny is all alone in the 1v3. Actually, that's DM for Sluggy, I believe. So
I'm
DM
going
for
to
Sluggy
say, I
currently
think
down.
our team names are swapped here a little bit. I think actually Jackpot is about to win this pistol round.
Yes, they are, and unless Jenny could come up with something huge here, some heroics necessary to get this pistol round. No bomb is going to be on the hands of DM for Sluggy because it's currently being bodyguarded by 2 CTs here in Perps and JVW, so going to have to fight from the front. A little bit of Iron Man action if possible, but it's a devious crossfire. That's one noted, though. That's info. The only thing is, where's the second person? You would expect that, yep, very diligent about that potential, but they're just going to play off each other. It's going to need a very hard flick to be able to land this. And here we go. The fight coming in.
Double
The dual
swing.
peek, and okay. The last bullet able to land. JVW on 7 HP. Just needed one from Jenny, but Jackpot get away with a big one.
Absolutely. Interesting pistol round strat, might I add, too. They sent 3 of their 5 CT players into con. Not something you see very often, at least on Overpass in my experience. But they do well to make sure that first pistol round goes their way, and we will see a few players upgrading their rifles. And actually, Perps will be on that MP9, so they're definitely expecting a little bit of a force buy here, it looks like. But they will be just facing off some upgraded pistols.
Can't be missing the monster smoke, guys. Come on, that's a classic, if you will, especially on land at the most part. But doesn't matter really much. It's just pistols for the side of DM for Sluggy. So surely the weapons for the job will be this MP9. However, missing the shot, but it's info. So we'll back up, play it passive, play with numbers, and it should make it a lot more known that they are towards long, as they are pretty much loud stomping this. So all eyes trained towards long, looking to take the fight. I'm surprised that Perps wanted to take that fight, and they'll be gifted with a big opening there. Noah with the easy deagle headshot there. And Gertz, thought he had a chance to sneak through the connector, but Rage makes him catch a bullet to the brain, and Rage continuing that reign of terror with the M4A1S, and surely should find more. Okay, I thought Jenny was going to peek on that, but instead, bomb will be noted of. Kills going the way of the CT side. Jackpot should be getting their second here.
Yeah, thankfully not getting caught off guard there. I think right now, Jackpot, they just need to kind of take a breath, you know? I think they're still maybe a little high-strung from that last game coming off a loss on their map pick, but you start off with a pistol round win, this could easily transform into a 3-round lead at the very beginning of the game, which for them right now is absolutely critical because they need to fight for everything in order to keep this series going. But yeah, it is just down to Toasty now with that upgraded pistol and some armor, and he seems to be at least like he is at least suspected, and now he is for sure known about. Vent Lake will run him down, and that second round will go to Jackpot.
Yeah, ran out of bullets there on the Deagle, and so easy swing there. Guns will come out for the T side to try to combat here. I mean, after all, we're talking about Overpass, arguably one of the most CT-sided maps in all of CS's history. Of course, there is Nuke, so unfortunately I cannot really say factually that this is the most CT-sided map. But if anything, as many T-side rounds that you could string here on Overpass, and you can call yourself a winner already. So let's see if they could be able to do so. It looks like that they're setting up this 3-1-1 setup on their default here. A lot of presence, especially with the utility, and they do take care of short.
I was going to say, Jackpot actually missed their short molly there, and so that player has absolutely no resistance getting into short there, but they will be backing off for the side of the M for Sluggy. And no trades coming out yet. A little bit of damage traded here with some util and some bullets through smoke, but it looks like right now the side for DM for Sluggy is just trying to take as much space as they can. A long is actually looking empty, and so these players now are starting to back up, and it's getting tighter.
Jenny already limping. 16 HP, took a lot of fight from Rage in that connected position. Herb's getting aggressive and will get punished by Gertz. So already a very early find for the T side, and it continues to go forward with Toasty finding another with the MAC-10. Trade back and forth onto J, now leaves it a 4v2 for the T side. And at this point, you just kind of get numbers together, get them all jumbled up, and set yourself onto a goal, which is A site, they will be able to do so with very little to no resistance from the CT side. Surely this should be a first for DM for Sluggy.
Absolutely. I think if you're Jackpot right now, you don't even go for this. Looks like they are. I think at this point you just try and save these guns, because your economy, if you don't win this, is going to be terrible, and you're going to give DM for Sluggy the opportunity to get that round lead on you, which you do not want at this point. I'd say just take the round loss and save those guns, and it looks like they will be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, the economy is not really the worst in for where. I mean, Vente could potentially have enough to buy someone, but JVW definitely with 35. But, you know, these guns are incredibly pivotal, at least, so that way you can make another round out of this, and especially put that DM for Sluggy economy now down in the dumps. Saving for that will probably be the best investment. So DM for Sluggy will finally get their first round on the board. Comes at the third round here of this first half. But right now, pretty solid start to Overpass. Nothing too crazy, I would say. A little bit aggressive on both parts, but keep in mind both teams haven't really played land, so obviously these teams are going to have these very wacky moments that come a little bit unorthodox to the viewing eyes. So that's something that we expect, but you know, that's the beauty of North American Counter-Strike.
Absolutely. If North American Counter-Strike is anything, it is exciting. You never know what's going to happen next. And as these teams get out their default utility, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a fight there in the short. Rage finding Toasty. Really well done by the CT side in order to get that utility out and flash off to make sure that was an advantage fight from the take. But you will see this T side start to stomp up short and take space towards that A site. And it looks like they are not planning to slow down here.
Fast.
They sure are. Perps.
Insane bolting right now into the site, going incredibly aggressive, taking it with conviction here, taking the entirety of it, and even getting themselves an early entry. Gertz continuing forward with a double, and Jenny doubles up on their own as well. Vente last alive in the 1v4, and just like that, DM for Sluggy have a response to this defense, and it pays off here, and they're looking for the throat. They're looking to finish it. However,
That's a bit awkward.
yeah, how much do you want to play with it? Oh, okay, just says, you know what, that's a little too risky. Let me just take my AK and take my leave. However, Noah on the chase
I don't
should
think he expects him here.
eventually... yeah, he will find that. So Noah able to get the last kill, and it ties it up for DM for Sluggy. And now Jackpot's economy is a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, I did think they did really well saving those weapons into that round there. Obviously, it's going to put them into a slightly better position. But, yeah, just such a funny situation to be in. And, yeah, like we were saying, NA Counter-Strike. You know, I definitely am one who believes in trigger discipline. I think that, you know, a long time ago in the pro scene, that was kind of a big deal, especially getting, you know, some of the maps we had in the pool at the time. I think of maps like Cash. You think of Shroud's Play and, like, the namesake of that position, right? Like, the definition of trigger control.
Oh.
So, quick trades happening. Toasty finds Vent Lake, but Rage quickly trades him out, and Jenny does find the trade on Jay. As these players do start to go back and forth on this B side, it's actually down to a 2v2. JVW versus Jenny and Noah. Two of the higher fraggers on the side of DM for Sluggy, absolutely through these last couple of maps here, and it looks like they might be trying to get away with just some of these AKs, but they are slowly creeping up through that con position.
Yeah, I would imagine that saving those AKs would be much better for their potential into the next round, especially on the CT side where you can't get AKs for free. But
and they will get hurt out.
Yeah, still going for it. And Noah watching this position. Ooh, the crossover bridge. Noah, though, able to find out to capitalize to that kill. And Jenny from long range able to catch out Jay. So no weapon's going to be saved for Jackpot. DM for Sluggy take the lead here.
Yeah, I think if you're a Jackpot, you absolutely really need to just try and lock in. You need to figure out what is going wrong, and you need to figure out how to prevent that from happening. And right now, it just looks like the trades are going the way of DM for Sluggy, but there have been a few situations where we have some players getting caught out just in, you know, no man's land, essentially, just because of either bad utility or just a lack of positioning. And I think that if Jackpot can really kind of clean that up, this is going to be a more competitive game. But so far, Perps is making this interesting, finding that early op kill on the last connector. And JVW does well to find Noah there as well. This is some really great early round aggression, I think, coming in from Jackpot.
Good response there. Not able to get themselves on an advantage, which is something that they need, especially with a 3-round swing coming in from Sluggy. And especially since we mentioned that on Mirage, there was no composure from the side of Jackpot. Now we start to see a little bit of a different tone coming in from this side after losing their map pick. A little bit more of a positive note. However, the end for Sluggy, they have Jenny lurking out all the way out. However, as he tries to watch the boost, it gets taken out from Ventake, and Ventake will double up on that peak, and Gertz alone in the 1v5, and surely enough, they know of his position. They're encroaching on it, and this should be a done deal eventually. I would imagine that they're just going to Y-twing them together or maybe just play a passive, but you know what? They'll let him walk out. Rage will take his kill, and it will be that tie game again.
Yeah, that's a great round from Jackpot there. They exit with all 5 of their players still alive. And yeah, some really fantastic early round aggression, doing well to find that early op pick and then finding that kill over at Fountain. And something to maybe mention is, compared to Mirage at least, I think having a disadvantage on your T side on Overpass is going to put you in a much, much worse position. And I think you can kind of tell from the experience from DM for Sluggy that they kind of know how to react in those situations.
Yeah.
You can already tell that even when they were at that deficit, they had 2 of their players really deep up in the B site, and Rage doesn't find the second one. Pulling out a nade seems like a little bit of a misclick there maybe, but it did seem pretty intentional, and Lek does find 2.
Like with the double punish, but Perps wants to even back that advantage, and he's finding a lot of info here.
I really like this aggression.
Yeah, I do as well, but how much can he get away with, though? Make sure to not miss your chance. Finds one from the back, and that's going to be info for the side of DM for Sluggy. How did they respond to this op that just whittled itself to the back line? But it looks like Perps might just make his escape unless Toasty closes the door on him, even picks up the bomb as well. I think that's info noted, and they're just going to haul ass over to this A site where Ventake playing a very passive position, especially with Jay barely clearing Monster. You would imagine that Ventake either he does some sort of heroics or he just has to give up this round.
And that bomb will get called out, so that rotation is going to start speeding up from his teammate coming in from connector side, but it looks like this will be watched by Noah, someone who we expect a lot out of, but he does get found out by Jay. Jenny does find Vent Lake in that main position, and it's now just down to Jay in a 1v2 situation, and he has 20 HP left. He does not look long for this world.
Yeah, shadow position as well. Shadow advantage from Toasty will give a free kill for him, but Jay thinks the better and just decides to save that AK, a very vital AK to have on the CT side. But DM for Sluggy getting themselves around back. It's back and forth. Even upgrades to the op is Jay. Maybe a bit of a positive note from the losing round. Got to be very careful, though, as they are chasing him. They might be able to catch him. However, Jay finds the kill, but backs up a little too far, and Jenny catches him off. So no weapons saved from the side of Jackpot. They're going to have to hope to look at their wallet and see if they can make something out of it. There's a lot of economy on the side of the CT side, but that would have been a very, very great saved op.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to hurt just a little bit to not have that op going into this round. Perps maybe opting to go for a glass cannon, though he will end up going for the A1S. But yeah, they will look to get one more at least half-decent full buy out on this half before they go to an eco. So this is a critical round for them to win here.
One thing to note, no remorse on both sides. They're pretty much getting in engagements within the first 10 to 15 seconds of the round.
Absolutely.
Which is something that you don't expect from Overpass. Overpass, you're pretty much playing it passively, playing your position and try to get your areas of focus. But right now, it's just, these guys are brawling right now. Just punches, uppercuts, jabs, hooks everywhere, all over the map. There's kills on all parts of the map. And right now, leading the way is DM for Sluggy with only 30 seconds elapsed from this round.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, kills all over the map in this early on aggression, a real brawl between these two teams. I think actually a much more competitive game here on Overpass than we were anticipating so far with this back and forth. And JVW will find Noah, maybe a little bit of an overextension from him, showing his head to connector, and Perps finding Lek.
Down.
I think that last person on the T side, Gertz, is hurt out. And both of these players are on V. Oh, maybe he's not.
Wait.
Do they know he's there?
I think he knows that he has to go for this, so the 1v2 clutch is up on the cards. Gertz, though, looked very amazing on that Mirage. Can he continue to do the exact same thing, but brutal crossfire
such a
here?
good crossfire
yeah,
here.
should be done, and JVW says, forget the crossfire, I want my kill. He'll get the multi along with Perps, double-double for both. Call it an In-N-Out burger. and Jackpot get 4.
Yeah, Jackpot not backing down in the slightest here. They do keep it even, at least for now. Maybe on the CT side you'd expect a little bit more, but compared to Mirage, I think they are putting up a much better fight than we had expected. And so right now they got to be feeling pretty good about that. They do save an AK into this next round. They are capable of getting some guns up on their players as well. Maybe a little lacking in the utility, but you're going against upgraded pistols, and it's going fast.
You want to fight? Come at me right front and center. Back and forth, and it goes, and already the T side comes on top. Jenny able to get that last laugh, and they're just going to accelerate over to that A side with both B players now having to rotate all towards that connector position, taking a lot of this space. At this point, you might as well just plant towards that bank side, and it looks like they will do so accordingly. Gertz providing overwatch of this mid smoke. Jay, got to be very careful. You got the Undertaker waiting to take your throat, and he will do so accordingly. Already a kill found for Gertz. Tries to pop the smoke, but Ventic. Oh, okay,
goodness.
Ventic. What is up, man? He sees through smokes, apparently.
This is actually a very ownable round.
Absolutely.
There's no head armor on
if he
Noah.
can find these kills, 2 now found. Last one up is Noah, but Noah just decides to play it passive, play it safe. However, Ventic sticking on the bomb, and Ventic with the 1v3 clutch. Insane work from Ventic, able to take control. 5 rounds now found for Jackpot. They take back the lead.
Yeah, hearing some high fives coming from the players back there. That is one heck of a clutch to get for Ventic. Obviously, a little bit disadvantaged for the G's starting off with some pistols there, but obviously that early on aggression, killing those 3 CT players and upgrading into those rifles really early on, it looked very scary. So Jackpot does well to bring that one back. And yeah, absolutely fantastic call from Ventic just to stick that defuse.
Bit of a desperate move right now, as it's just a full man setup, sending themselves over towards B. But look at the con pitch. The con pitch is also coming. They gotta find these kills quick because the CT side is now here to fight back, and 4 kills go back the way of the CT side. This pistol trying to find something, but Jackpot have hit the jackpot. They find themselves 6.
Super well played there. The pinch coming in from Khan on the short push was just such an excellent read. Those players were ready for that, and they both swung out. They got the flash off, and just, I mean, it's excellent. Rage does well to find 2. JVW finds the other, and then he cleans up with the 3rd. What an excellent round. It was on a save, so you will see some rifles coming up for DM for Sluggy now. 1 Galil on Gertz, actually, and not a lot of util. And so this is actually somewhat of an advantageous situation for Jackpot. We talk about how this is a CT-sided map, but I think when you have a utility advantage like this, that's really going to start showing.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, it's just been, I think now you're starting to see a little bit more of the reads coming in from Jackpot. A lot of it has been a lot of these calls that have to be made by the IGL. If anything, they're really ballsy calls, because you're sending a full boatload of defense players just onto one position, pretty much leaving the entirety of the map just vulnerable to any take. They could have gone 5 long, and they pretty much have A-side all there. So it's really important that these calls are really paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the interesting thing with Overpass is it's a slower map in general, right? Like the rotations, you think they're generally a lot longer because you're normally going through a spawn. Now on the CT side, right, you're thinking like, okay, I go up through heaven to bank, right? And that's not too long, but that gives the T's a lot of time to set up on that A site. And so even there, it's a long rotate. And I think we can kind of see how that affects the read in these rounds, because if you have a lot more players lean towards one side, it's definitely more of a tell on this map than on maps like Mirage, where you can very quickly change up what that round looks like, and you can hit B while you have maybe a centric lean. And so I think here Jackpot does very well reading the side of DM for Sluggy.
Yeah, heavily necessary, especially when you pretty much lost your map in brutal fashion. You need some sort of saving grace to really get yourself back in the series. And I mean, credit to where it's due. DM for Sluggy getting 4 is not the worst thing in the world, but it's not the best. So, you know, any of these rounds that you can get towards the last 2 rounds of this half are vital. And right now, Noah continuing to put the pressure here on the A site. Both players taken out. Only one here to try to provide coverage, and that's Perps. But Perps playing it passively with the op, holding the line, making sure to hold off any sort of hardcore aggressors on this Sluggy side. Jay taking the peek, but 2 rifles pointed towards them. They'll take him out on the head, and just like that, DM for Sluggy find a response, and they might have found themselves a 5. However,
JVW finds 2 on the retake here, and there's one really low player towards long, and he runs into the molly.
No way.
This is insane. There's no way. Smoke down on the bomb. This gets really tense from
no
the side
to
of
blow
DM
it up
for
either.
Sluggy. And he just holds it. Perps holding it.
No way! How in the world How do you keep getting away with this? And the quick scope is insanity. Jackpot have just found an answer when the going gets tough. They find the 7th.
Jackpot, in the most unlikely of situations, finding these defusals. One just held, one through smoke. They are absolutely stone cold right now. They are not wavering even in the slightest against a maybe more scary opponent like DM for Sluggy. And so, yeah, just really incredible stuff coming in there from Perps, finding that bomb defuse through the smoke. Just absolutely insane.
Every single time I count them out, I make the wrong decision. And like it keeps coming at these advantages gained for DM for Sluggy, but Jackpot finding answers, and I mean that's what's necessary at this very point. This time though, surely this is the answer for
well,
DM.
Let's not forget, we just saw the same situation.
I don't want to jump on the. I don't want to jump to a conclusion, but this looks like the best opportunity they could. Noah is low.
He might get a good peek out of the smoke here.
Yeah, finds it actually. So Rage able to get one back. So, but it's still an advantage for DM for Sluggy, and they're gonna aim towards this B site.
That bomb is spotted.
Yes, indeed. Oh, almost a lineup. Holy, Noah would have been raging at his desk if he would have died to that, but instead gets away with it. Bomb planted, but like I said, 2 players decently low. So this is doable still. Noah missing the shot on a potential round winner, I would say, on that one. But that said, that's going to give a lot more chance for Jackpot to win another ballsy round here. And so Rage looking to try to get himself into position, but gets taken out by the op, and it leaves it to Ventake in the 1v3. Able to find Toasty. The bomb is still in the smoke, so a chance, but Gertz just puts it away for good this time. 4 rounds in a row from Jackpot, but Toasty are able to get one more for the road as we switch over to that second half. JVW leading the way 17-6. And man, right, that last bit of that first half was just absolute cinema.
Oh, absolutely, especially with the back and forth we had going on there. Just some really intense fights happening, some very exciting Counter-Strike to watch for sure. And I think, at least for me, I am very surprised at the turnout of this first half. I'm surprised that Jackpot has walked away not only with more rounds than they did in Mirage, but they've actually walked away with the advantage here. At least what you can call an advantage on Overpass, right? Like we talk about how brutal this T-side can be. And so really on that CT side, at least when you're in a situation like Jackpot is here where you're anticipating your other team to be maybe a slightly better opponent, you're really just trying to buy yourself as many chances as possible for lifelines on this T side here. And I think they've done well to do that. And so it's just going to be interesting to see how they handle it on this T side moving forward.
Yeah, needed to call a timeout for it though, just to make sure that they dot their I's and cross their T's here in this CT side, and make sure that Jackpot don't feel that momentum coming back to them after losing such a brutal Mirage. Keep in mind, the last map will be Ancient if needed here, if we need to take it there. But right now, DM for Sluggy on their map pick, on the preferred side here on Overpass. Let's see if they can finally close things out, or if we need that third. Lect able to spot a lot of info. It's just a con play, but 3 CTs playing there. But they find the opening on B. They find the one sole defender on B, so that's an open B site to plant for. Rotations will come in quick and fast. There is Vente covering off the connector position, and he might have most of the aggression. Here comes his contact here, surely, but he's got support as well from short to help. And a attack from the back. Vente now activates, and just like that, a 5v2 for this Jackpot side. They might just find this pistol. Jenny looking at the back of Perps and should find a kill, wants to play discipline, and gets close enough to then engage on the second.
It's a bit awkward.
Oh, no! Jenny, no! You cannot be whipping like that. Either way, though, Jackpot will take the pistol here. A great start to get this T-side started.
Well, I think it's only appropriate. I mean, who was it on the Mirage game there? Was it Ventake that we saw on window have that awkward spray control where he got killed? I think it was by Gertz. So maybe a little bit of that karma finally coming back for the side of Jackpot. And yeah, just a really stellar pistol round from them, and they are wasting no time upgrading to those AKs, even though they are going up against a full team of CT-sided pistols right now.
Yeah, just get yourself started whenever you can. Get that little warm-up in. Just get your kills. Get these ecos out of the way. And right now, these Ecos are about to head themselves into A with a pop flash coming in from Noah. It's all a matter of time before that does come. Info there, flash goes out, pop flash in, and you would imagine that Perps understands it now. He understands that he's got a boatload of CTs aimed towards him, and he's just going to take
closing
his
in on him.
leave. Got to be very careful. But there goes an AK. However, that's all the info necessary to just say, hey, guess what? I think B might be for free.
Yeah, and just now Jackpot does finally start taking some of that space out of Monster. They do have one player in short and another in con that will get hurt out by the CTs. At this point, I'm sure they expect them to be on this B site as they slowly start to trickle towards that direction. And a lot of these players still on pistols. Toasty, the only one with that AK, stolen from that one pick they got onto Perps early on. And I think they're going to do what they can in order to save that and then send some of these other pistol players ahead.
Taking the leave and damage control for the pistols, trying to see if they can make this economy a little more expensive for the T side. They jump out hoping for the best. They're able to take out the low HP in J, but JVW cleaning house here, making the inevitable happen here. We'll upgrade to the AK as he was on the Galil first. So
let's talk about JVW for a second. Definitely stepping it up from the last game. We were talking about how Ventake seemed to be kind of the only solution on that Jackpot side, and he's definitely stepped up on this second map here. 21-6, currently the highest fragger on the server, and Rage will find Toasty, and that's just going to add some insult to injury here. Now a 5-9 scoreline, and Jackpot with the advantage on the T side. They only need to win 4 rounds to take this map.
This is getting likely to that third map here, and I mean, like I said, it will be a very, very positive emotional build-up into that final round. So it would be a huge morale boost to get yourselves over to that third map, especially when things have not been going well, not only in this series, but just in the previous series that they played against Sweatstack. Trust me, that camp looked very morbid in the way that they played. But right now, looking to finish off this game. However, Gertz is not allowing it. Multi-kills on the Monster. Ventake, though, takes one back. But the damage has been done, a 4v3 in favor of the CT side. Will this be the footing that they need, or is it all just for temporary?
Yeah, Gertz having a quiet game so far, does well to find the multi-kill on this round, bringing it down to a 4v3. That now turns into a 3v3, and it gets awkward. A lot of these players, though, are all towards the B site for the CTs and for the Ts, and so I think we're going to see more of these clashes happening as they start to trickle in. More of those utility pieces goes out. Heaven smoked. There's already one player, Rage, up on the site, and he does finally find Noah. And these two last players from Graffiti, one's creeping up the walkway.
Oh, Lek could have gotten away with that kill on the bomb planter, but instead has no support as it was taken down earlier, and Lek just takes himself down with him. And so Lek not able to clutch that out, and it's double digits now found for Jackpot.
Against all odds, it seems no matter what advantage DM for Sluggy is finding, it is just being shut down by Jackpot right now, showing absolutely no restraint in winning these disadvantaged positions. I mean, we saw on CT side they were down 1 or 2 players, and they were still coming out on top with these round wins, especially during retakes. You have to think the T's are holding the site, right? Like, this is the worst position you could be in as a CT, and now we're seeing that on T as well. And some of these CT players on pistols, one upgraded SMG on the Toasty. It is not looking too great right now for the side of DM for Sluggy.
No siree, Bob, and at this point you're running out of time on your map pick. You cannot allow for Jackpot to have this much aggression. However, the Eco's actually finding kills back, a 5v3 on the CT side. And this is like something that we saw for Inferblood, was that the Ecos somehow find answers. Ventake, though, with a quick flick on the Gertz, puts him down on the ground. And now it looks like the B take will come in. Jay's going to make sure to take care of that short position, and nothing will come towards him. So now he becomes the pin over on that short side. Bomb will be planted. Once again, a 4v3 retake for DM for Sluggy to try to get things back into winning ways. A bit of a boost here to try to see if they can catch out any of the players holding these positions. Toasty spamming smoke, but not able to find any damage here. And at some point, they got to go hit the button because there's no kit. There's no kit for the CT side. You can't be wasting this much time on a lost round, essentially. But they're going at it very late.
Yeah, and even though they have the advantage here, the T's are still doing their best to fight. Now it's just down to Jay, and they are sticking it. But Jay, he is...
Was it enough time? This is close.
It's going to be very close.
Oh, my God.
I think he just gets it.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Okay. I was a little worried there, especially with it coming a little bit late, but still just in time to get the round win there, and just a bit of bodyguard work courtesy of Toasty on the 4K on that one. Really had to step up for
critical
that
shot for him to hit there.
Yeah, he really had to step up for DM for Sluggy. When they needed somebody most, Toasty was there to save the day, getting closer and closer to that net zero scoreline on his end individualistically. The only person really putting out right now for the side of DM for Sluggy is Noah at 13-12, the opper.
I was going to say, I think this is the first round that we actually see the op on him. Is that right?
Yes, I think that is correct. I don't think we've seen the op on him on the T side, and
we have yet to see it on
it's come out
CT.
pretty rarely, I would say, on all accounts, really. So, okay, wait, okay. Yeah. Okay, that was expected. Noah able to open up early onto the A side, so great advantage for DM for Sluggy. Are they going to start cooking here is the question. Shadow advantage, but it doesn't matter because Noah's now starting to activate, and we saw what he was able to do on Inferno or on Mirage CT side. Kenny did the exact same.
That player.
Yeah, I think he spotted it. No, they don't know yet because he's sneaking out little by little, but it doesn't matter because Jenny is up for the task, a double of its own. And Ventake in the 1v5, and I think info spotted? Oh, yeah, surely now you know about it. So, and with the bomb currently in no man's land, Jenny's likely going to spot it as he's pushing all the way past towards that CT spawn, and boom, now knows of it. So surely it should be noted that Ventake is towards this position. I think he heard him running.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah, it should be a done deal. Yeah, it will be. So Jenny will clean it up, 19 HP, no problem. DM for Sluggy then now find a 7.
I think this is actually where it starts to get scary because this is really the first full buy round we see coming in for DM for Sluggy. Obviously, they've had rifles, but now that you put that op on the Noah, who we know can be an absolute menace with it, like we saw on that Mirage match, I think that they definitely have a chance to really close this game out. And so Jackpot, they need to do everything in their power to find these last 3 rounds to close out this match if they want to try and take it to that 3rd map of Ancient.
Some may say we know a Noah that can op. And we'll see if he can continue to be in this form. He now finds himself on a more positive note as well, while the teammates are still trying to get their grip here. But early attack, Gertz with a double blind kill, finds the opening here. It is just pistols. Let's not be a little too ahead of ourselves. But that said, great double there is going to start to build up a little bit of that warm up for your CT side, especially when you were pretty much out for the count. I felt like it was going to be a runaway into the end, but Noah, once again, do you really want to let this op warm up right now? Because that's the last thing you need, especially with the way Mirage went, and they're just going to keep feeding him. A double found for Noah, double found for Gertz. DM getting much, much closer.
Absolutely. DM, they are looking very, very strong right now on their CT side, finally finding some form. And like you were saying, yeah, you definitely don't want to give them any more confidence than they already have going into this match. Obviously not off to a great start being at this deficit right now, but they are on the up and up as they get some of these rounds. And Gertz, just ridiculous finding 2 kills.
Just tell me you're lucky without telling me you're lucky.
Yeah, well, I've seen a lot of crazy plays from that Toxic Barrels position, so I guess it's just
falling yesterday.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, we had some insane plays from that game as well.
Man, overpass.
Oh, it's one of the best, I think.
Yeah.
So happy that we finally have this one back. Not super thrilled that we got rid of Anubis personally. I was a big fan.
I am not happy. I feel like everyone. I just hate how people think that having a T-sided map is awful, which is so stupid. I think having one of those is really useful, especially when you have Nuke. You have a heavily CT-sided map. Why not just give the opposite and try that out? But I digress. Here we go. Early aggression into the bathroom position. 1-for-1 together. So 4v4 now on the cards. Jenny and Perps out for the count. But Noah, once again, we just keep saying his name, and it's always in the kill feed in favor of DM for Sluggy. And another kill came their way as well, courtesy of, I believe that was Toasty before going down. A 3v2 here for DM for Sluggy, as they're starting to get a little bit more of a grip of this defense here.
Absolutely, and these last 2 remaining T players do start their creep up towards bathrooms, trying to maybe find some space towards A as they regroup. And yeah, just Noah absolutely holding it down, finding those aggressive positions. He's not playing in one spot, which as an opper, that's kind of your role, right? You want to be moving around the map so they don't really know where you're going to be at, so you can kind of catch them off guard. And And these two players, yeah,
20
they don't have a lot of
seconds.
time. I don't even think they can make it to the
No.
bomb site unless they start running.
Yeah, they have to, because they still gotta potentially fight one person on a site, and that's Noah. And at least he's gonna be smoked
Yeah,
out, but
good
their
smoke.
chances are they're gonna plant close, and they
don't have
walk into
time.
Noah.
It's
no
it.
time
That's the
indeed.
round.
The clock has already passed 4 seconds, and DM for Sluggy getting away with a big one. I mean, Navi looks good on occasion, but there's those moments where a Navi-esque round looks trash, and that was it.
Absolutely. They're doing their best impression of Jam here as they run down that clock, and unfortunately it just doesn't work out for him because of that one player and Noah just holding it down. And so because you have to deal with that, you just suddenly find yourself out of a round. You can't do anything else just because that one player remained on the site.
Yeah.
And so like you were saying, yeah, because that engagement, that's going to end up selling the round essentially to the way of DM for Sluggy. And now we have a very interesting buy. Ventic going for an op, and the rest of his teammates are on an SMG and 3 Tech 9s.
Oh, but the Gertz, man.
But Gertz
the Gertz
finding
rifle.
2 again.
Gertz continuing to let him know that he is the monster in this monster position, and he wants more. He wants more indeed. Perps down for the count, and Toasty able to get on the board as well. We have tied it up at 10.
Yes, Gertz is making it hurts for the side of Jackpot, finding 3 there. That's his 3rd multi-kill from the monster position. He is just absolutely tearing apart Jackpot, getting
And I
all
thought
that
Noah
impact.
was getting fed.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, just look at his scoreline now. He's even. He was at a deficit on his KD, and now that he's going to be at a solid 1.0, he's going to be feeling good. The entire side of DM for Sluggy now doing much better than we saw earlier in this half, and Noah at a 20-kill scoreline.
Double off setup here for Noah and Toasty. This is how you know they're building themselves. But got to be very careful with how much you're looking to put your cards in. And JW punishes already early on the early aggression and short. And a 4v3 now, I would say a 3.1 v3, right? Because JVW is currently at 13 HP, so not really in the best states, but a man plus is already a positive note for this T side. Makes it a little bit worrisome for the CTs as to whether they want to aggress or such. I mean, you could see Noah very confused as to where he should be looking in this position, but still sticking around.
Yeah, I think
And-
this gets a bit awkward for the CTs because of that double op. It's just you want to make sure that those 2 guns stay protected, right? But you also want to be making sure that they're put into a position where they can be viable.
Surely
And
this
so-
Mac 10 rips him apart, though. Well, however, Ventake activating towards that A site, but the panty's going to drop. Oh my god, a jumping kill there. But either way, that's not the goal. The goal is B site. And Gertz, though, puts down JVW. And just like that, they don't know about Noah. They might think that Noah is that A player, but guess what? The op is now known, and he's towards short. Noah, though, not knowing the other op, both miss. And this is a big pick up
gets
here,
awkward.
no scope. And they know over the last. He rotated from A, and that's Vente trying to save things up here. Tries to find the kill, but the stick is in. DM for Sluggy take the lead.
Wow, what an insane series of events, not only for that operator coming from the back line, but to have that misshot come out from Perps that essentially allows Noah to get into that site and make that defuse happen. I mean, if you're Perps right now, that's got to feel at least a little heavy on your mind, and that's going to be the 11th round for DM for Sluggy, and that's going to be the advantage gone for Jackpot. They were up, I think it was, what, 10-5, 10-6?
Rod,
And so...
can we get a look at that round timeline to just really quickly see how many rounds in a row this was? Because that's some insane comeback from DM for Sluggy. They put themselves now in a winning position, but guess what? This is overpass. Should we expect anything different? No, because the CT side is so brutal. It's so one-sided. And right now, DM for Sluggy is proving it accordingly. There's a 1-for-1 trade now from both sides, but Lect now puts it in favor of the CT side. 4v3 here within the first 30 seconds of the round, and the boost coming in.
Oh my goodness.
That's info, not a kill, but info. Okay, toasted. All right, gotta be a little too much, but that's okay.
We're just
Still,
going for whatever at this point, I
Yeah,
guess.
pretty
Jumping
much.
over, shooting bullets, just trying to find whatever we can. And yeah, the side of DM for Sluggy right now with the player advantage. And these last few T players are going to regroup and try and maybe
Noah,
stack
though.
up towards one of these sites.
Who else? Who else? Who else would it be but other than Noah? This Opera has been hitting and is online 23 and 13. And Toasty lining up, couldn't finish the second, but he'll go for seconds. And guess what? What we thought was Jackpot taking over this map, DM for Sluggy come back home.
Yes, DM for Sluggy on their map pick starting off with that deficit early on is not always the best feeling, but when you see that scoreline now at 12 and 10, you think, what happened? What happened to Jackpot? Like, where did those rounds go? I mean, unfortunately, once you put that op into the hands of Noah, I think that's where we really start seeing the tide sort of shift to the way of DM for Sluggy. He is just such a rock for their CT side right now, and you have players like Gertz finally being able to step up and find their impact. And Jenny now in the connector position, finds 2, almost gets the 3rd. Finally gets traded out by Jay, and now down to a 4v3, and Noah not.
A rock, but a moving rock. You cannot stop this man, because this man is here to take over. DM for Sluggy, 1 kill away from putting this Jackpot squad out for good, and it will be Noah again. 3K found from the Opper. He cleans house, 26-13. He finds himself on 2.0, and an amazing comeback from DM for Sluggy. They put Jackpot down for good, but wow, what a comeback from DM for Sluggy, courtesy of Noah and Gertz, who pretty much just came back online on that defense.
Absolutely. You know, that CT side from DM for Sluggy was just absolutely stellar. Obviously, they didn't get the pistol or the conversion after that, but they very quickly locked back in and figured out where those weaknesses were, I think, and they really started capitalizing on having that op in the hands of Noah. Just moving him around the map and being able to find different impact in different locations when he needed to, absolutely perfect from the side of DM for Sluggy.
I mean, someone said it in the venue, and I think it's really important to note that you know how hard it is to win when you lose pistol. That kind of says how hard it is during this format, MR12, where if you lose the pistol, you really shouldn't be winning the game, especially when you're down on a deficit. So to come back like this with so many gun rounds in favor, but again, they just kept feeding Noah. And when you feed Noah, this man eats. This man eats for days. I mean, with that op, he cleans house. He was... Honestly, I kind of want to say he kind of looked like a Nitro op, like back in 2019 when he was killing it. That's what I felt. Every single time he was going for these peaks with conviction and just getting his openings when necessary. So overall, it was just solid stuff from the Opper. He really cleaned house. And so, I mean, credit where it's due. DM for Sluggy, they came back on that one. They made great work. They don't need a map 3 because they take this series 2-0. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk so that way we can get a post-match interview. But congratulations to DM for Sluggy for winning that series.
Over now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have got ourselves a victor here from the side of DM for Sluggy after a bit of a longer one, but it eventually went to that 2-0 here. Joined here by Noah of the DM for Sluggy squad. Welcome onto the analyst desk. This was a bit of an interesting 2-0, of course. Mirage overpassed the maps that we did see here tonight. Ancient, of course, that third map decided that we did not get to see. Were you looking at this veto any other way, or was this kind of your desired outcome on the veto?
This is pretty much exactly what we wanted. Initially, like, we just wanted to check out. We just wanted to look at their bans from the map. We just want to look at their bans from the map before, just see what they were liking, see what they weren't liking. We're just kind of like a straight-up pug team, so it's whatever we really want to play in the moment is kind of what we're feeling.
Yeah, and I mean, I think overall, very good selection of kind of the sort of puggier maps. I mean, Mirage, Overpass, Ancient, kind of a lot of that down to basics Counter-Strike overall. And how do you think that's kind of, how do you think that benefited you guys in terms of how the maps went tonight?
We just kind of really didn't want to play Dust 2 versus people who, aren't, I don't want to be mean, but they're not quite, if they worked on it, they could probably get like to a point where they're pretty good. Their T-sides are just like a little bit easy to read. Easy to find 5v4s, but they did really good. So yeah.
I'm kind of curious. What was the banter like? The energy? It seemed like from sitting by the teams, you guys were getting very energetic, very hyped up.
Yeah, we really wanted to get really loud. It kind of sucks that we're kind of sectioned off. I understand for competitive integrity reasons that you kind of have to do it, but I would love to just like kind of open air seating. They can hear everything. We can hear everything. But at the end of the game, when we shook hands and stuff, they were super, super nice, super, super chill, and I hope they do well for the rest of the tournament. Are they done? Or I forget.
Yeah, and I mean, so I'm not sure if he hasn't played already or not. What is the current record, I believe?
1-0.
Yeah, so 1-0. Okay, so yeah, so next up you'll be playing. Gosh, what What was the other team that the Jackpot played?
Is it?
Why am I blanking on
Why
it?
am I blanking? We just
It
casted
starts with an
them.
S.
I know.
Oh gosh. Oh, Sweat Squad,
Sweat Squad,
Sweat,
yeah.
whatever it was. Yeah, Sweat Squad or whatever. So obviously that will be your other opponent here in the group
Yeah.
here tonight. I'm so sorry I blanked on that. That was a total whatever. But I mean, looking forward to that. You're trying to get that 2-0 going into Sunday. Confidence high for that one, or what you looking at?
Yeah,
that?
I think we're feeling pretty good. I think if we just come in hot, winning pistols, winning conversions, not losing to ecos, not trolling post plants like how we did on Overpass, that was pretty rough. Just every single 2v3, 2v4 post plant, we somehow managed to lose it, but I don't think it'll happen for the most part at this tournament. I'm pretty confident.
Was there maybe a little bit of nervousness during that overpass? Them getting to 10 rounds, starting to get a little close to match point. Was there? I mean, JVW. I mean, gotta give some credit there at 21 kills
Yeah, he played
at
very
10-5. I mean,
Yeah.
What do you think was the kind of turning point for you guys in that overpass? Was it just shutting down JVW and just kind of pushing things your own way?
I think a lot of it comes down to just confidence in our duels. I think we were playing a little bit scared on the post plants, not willing to give up fights, wanting to play too safe. But like the moment we locked in and we're like, oh my gosh, we can just shoot back, like it really unlocked the rest of the game for us and let us close it out pretty easily.
That's awesome. And I think one last question I have is, I'm kind of curious. How are you feeling about the map pool going into tomorrow? Are you feeling like you're going to be able to get away with the same kind of thing? Because I know you mentioned you were very comfortable with the map pool today.
Yeah, we're all pretty experienced. Like I've played probably 5 or 6 seasons of Advanced. Jenny's played Advanced for a while. Gert's played Advanced for a while. Gert's actually has a pro tag in the Prac DM, so we technically have a professional player on our team.
Ooh,
so
got the
if
pro.
you really think about it, yeah, we're just trying to fill in, try to communicate. I think communication's a lot easier on LAN too, just because I can look to my left, look to my right, see what's on this guy's screen. Like one of the rounds on Monster when they monster pop, I just looked to the left and I saw Gert's screen, no one out, so I stayed A. Whereas if we were plugging at home or something, or playing league matches at home, I wouldn't be able to know that information. I just kind of have to guess or hope or pray. But I definitely think being on LAN helps the communication be a lot better.
Awesome, love to hear it. You got any further questions, Expo? I
don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think we've held you here hostage long enough here, Noah. But congratulations on the win today.
Congratulations.
The Sweat Clan or Sweat Squad. I forget the full name, but
Sweat Squad,
for that one. But congratulations
GGs,
on the night.
thank you very much.
And we'll send you all over to a quick break while we get ready for our next match. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Generation Nostalgia Lacey Cup 2. We are joined here today with,
I'm Fuffy.
I'm Cypher.
and we're going to be doing our pick and bans for the next series. It'll be a best of 3 for the round robin group stage. So first things first, we're going to do rock, paper, scissors, and then whoever wins decides who starts.
All right, on shoot.
Yeah, and shoot. We'll do
All
that.
right.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
you can.
I want them to ban first.
Okay.
All right. I'm banning Mirage.
Okay. We are going to ban Dust 2.
Okay. First pick.
We'll pick Ancient.
Opening map, Ancients.
I just got a shrug for my IGL.
That's what I like to see.
I just get a shrug. It's like, okay.
Next pick, you.
You want to do it? Sure. Let's do it. Let's do Inferno.
Inferno for map number 2.
Maps as old as we are.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Ancient and then actually Ancient.
Yep.
So, and then next ban.
Train.
Train.
Okay,
And-
okay. You know what? As much as I really want to play it, I've been given the signal, and I have to trust my callers. So we're gonna ban Overpass and make our final map then be Nuke.
All right. That's a good pool.
It's a good pool. It'll be fun.
Yeah, it will be.
Nuke map 3. Now let's do sides. So,
So
Ancient.
Ancient's their pick. We'll start CT.
Okay, so their T, and then for you, what Inferno?
Oh, on Inferno? Yeah, we'll take CT.
Okay, and so then Puffy's T, and then Nuke will be Knife. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have map number 1, Ancient, and map number 2, Inferno. Map number 3, Decider, will be Nuke.
But
so
we won't need it. We won't need
yeah,
it.
we'll see. Maybe we'll go through
we won't
maps.
need it
Maybe
because
we'll
we're
do
sending these guys home.
Yeah, no, we're too low. All right.
All right, good luck.
Have a good time.
And we'll catch each other on stream very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the bit of a break that we did have, but we are getting underway with our next series of the night. It is Fuffy's Waifus up against In for Blood, a best of 3, and our maps tonight, Ancient, Inferno, and Nuke. As we get into this one, I'm Curtis Sandals, joined here by Expo.
Hello,
and this is the Lacey Cup number 2.
Yep. Already off to a fiery start at A-Site.
Cold start at A-Site.
Oh
my
my
goodness.
God.
Simeon. Woo! Double kill to finish that off. And actually, I believe that was Fuffy actually taking that double kill. So, gotta remember some Zim. Zim maybe? Yeah, Zim was the one that got that double kill right there. And Exoskeletal even getting a double kill on that one. Good first round there for Fuffy's Waifus.
Oh, yeah. You know, I'm going to do my best to not be biased, but it'd be cool to see Fuffy and them win.
We'd never be biased here on the Nostalgia GG broadcast here. No, we'd
Exactly.
never be biased for one of our fellow broadcaster brethren. But it is Cam taking down multiple kills there. Zim and Cam both finding their mark, and even Cam picking up a headshot onto Cypher 64.
Yeah.
Good couple of first rounds.
Some blink and you miss it rounds.
Blink and you miss it, but In for Blood, not a bad spot. First 2 rounds,
Yeah.
shake it off, pick up the AKs, get her going. And then for Fuffy's Waifus, they're going to have to play this much more of as a bonus. MP9s are up, the FAMAS is up. They're going to see what they can get out of it.
Yeah, and I like this Ancient pick for them.
Ancient pick for In for Blood. It's an interesting one. And Ancient, of course, a lot of people call it Green Mirage. It has kind of found an interesting space here in the map pool currently. Let's see how that goes.
Oh.
Hogan 64, good opener there. Hunter Cruiser with the follow-up. And that's In for Blood, already starting things off right here with a double.
Yeah, it's definitely high pressure now. These B players are going to have to shift their setup. Exoskeletal running over to try and provide some resources here.
Ooh,
Target one.
Shy. It's going to be a response from Cypher. Exoskeletal does get one, holding that flash, underhands it onto the site, but that won't be enough to delay the bomb plant. It's up to Zim and Exoskeletal now. Zim playing it from Donut, gets one.
It's a huge pick. Clean 2-on-2 now.
Oh, and Zim even gets another one. It's a 2 versus 1. Hogan's got to try and do it all here in the 2v1.
And a smoke on the
5
bomb.
HP, smoke on the bomb. Diffuse is being stuck, and Zim's going to get it. That's going to be Fuffy's Waifus picking up a 3rd round, and a close one at that. Exoskeletal barely survives.
Yeah, that was a fantastic retake. It worked out great. I can't remember who was it on In for Blood that was looking to fight the donut player there, but had no HP.
I was supposed to say Hogan 64, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. Hogan didn't really have a good chance in that fight with so little HP, especially against MP9.
That does make it a bit of a tough situation. But overall, 3 in a row and on a bonus as well. Certainly going to help things out as we do move into round number 4. But as we're just kind of getting this round underway, we do want to take a moment to thank, you know, the sponsors that we do have here for the Nostalgia Lacey Cup, Hellcase, and Contender Esports. They've been great partners in making this event happen here, and, you know, making us just contributing to just having a great venue, a great prize pool, and everything like that for some of these local players to compete and, you know, play for here.
Yeah,
and
what's all this happen?
Yeah, this wouldn't be happening without their support and without their help, and so you got to give some big props to them. So give them a look here and give them their thanks. Exoskeletal
on some donk energy.
Just bonking out some headshots there. That's a triple kill coming through. And In for Blood in a bit of trouble here. Hogan 64 needs a big round here. Needs a 1 versus 2 clutch.
Yeah, this is an interesting clutch, though. Exoskeletal seems aware of this possibility and is watching for it, but this timing could go wrong. Let's see.
Ooh, that's a good first. 73 health now on a double kill. Hogan needs to be like the Hulk
30 seconds left.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock. Chai playing out towards mid, backing away though towards T spawn. And Hogan still yet to move for that bomb. 20 seconds has to be recovered. Then there's really no other option than to go for the A bomb site here. Hogan.
Absolutely. Chai's holding for it.
Oh my!
What a crazy clutch from Hogan. Great reads.
Yeah, it was a great read, a great peek, and unfortunately there, the kill not going the way of Chai in that one.
Yeah, the patience there worked great. Just killing the noise, walking, cutting all that information.
Cutting information was the biggest piece there for Hogan. You just kind of got to let the CT side sweat sometimes when you're in a clutch like that. You just got to let them just go, hey, let's have these questions. Have you maybe wrapped around to the A main? Are you just kind of sitting where you were before? Every second that you're making them questions, another second that you get a chance, but will they still be able to capitalize off of it? It's a quick 3-for-3 trade. Cypher is low, and Cypher's the last one standing, 1 versus 2. Has the Galil, Molotov, and a bomb down.
Molly's good.
Molotov does do good damage, and look at the damage on a Chai who just runs out and dies. That's a big overstep there coming out there from Fuffy's waifus.
That spam was so close.
Close, though. Will mop it up with the headshot.
Yeah, that was a really intense round. Hunter Cruiser dying, getting stuck on that box was so unfortunate. Just like that slight delay of like even a quarter second.
Yeah, I mean, it's seconds that make a world of difference in moments like this. And Exoskeletal, good just playing it slow. And
Absolutely.
The close-up, especially when that nade got thrown by Cypher, did just give away the position. That meant there was no real doubts about where this was going. It was all just, hey, this is where it's happening. This is where it's going down. Let's counteract it right here and now. But here comes the push out towards mid. 3 players of In for Blood looking to find some kills here. But look at this double push all the way through. Fuffy, Zim, 2 players pushing through A main. Hunter Cruiser's looking for a fight at Jaguar, but will he be allowed to take that victory? It doesn't look like it will come without a price, and that is going to be Zim finding 2 on the M4 to open.
Yeah, really great double, and now, and everything's so messy now. These positions are wild. The T's are split. Bomb making its way towards B, which is undefended, but no help from the team. Is Hogan gonna push and find Kai? That would be crazy.
If Hogan found it, that would be truly something spectacular, but Kai is effectively boxed in, and that's something to kind of keep in mind. Now, the bomb is on the back of Hogan, and John64 has just gone down. It's a 1-for-1, but now they know where Kai is. It's all about finding Zim. Hogan walking around. Zim, steady as she goes with that kill. The M41 rattles off 1, and that's Zim on a triple kill to close it. 10-2 now. And as we just get a quick replay of that double that Zim had, if you're forgetting that after such a short period of time, well, there you go. Zim is at 10-2 after the first few rounds there of play.
Yeah.
And Zim, so far has been a standout here for Fuffy's waifus.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we're having some really fun rounds, really close rounds, down to the wire.
Yeah, we've had definitely some very close moments there, just kind of in the interim, in the opening moments right there. And, I feel like Fuffy's waifus, they have come out on top in a lot of those, but I feel like In for Blood maybe are going in a little bit too gung-ho in some scenarios, right? I feel like maybe some of the team play is just getting a little bit choppy, a little bit messy there, and it's not really allowing them to kind of capitalize and build off of the success that they were looking for.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like things are maybe getting a bit, lost in the chaos.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like the ideas are there with their positions, but it's not quite working out.
Yeah, that can be where things get challenging, right? Is if you have the idea, but then when push comes to shove, it just doesn't quite go your way. And so with that In for Blood, it's a different approach here.
Ooh.
It's going to be a fast play out towards the A bomb site. Zim does get 1, and he's trying to take down the invaders here. Zim, basically a 1v4 for the site. Zim gets 1 more though. Hogan goes down, and those MAC-10s, they just can't quite break through. Hunter Cruz is playing at the back of the site, and Zim and Cam each trying to kill. Zim even dropped the EWP for a Mac 10
to
continue on the rampage. That is nuts.
Yeah, I love that. Just taking the fight to them.
And, you know, taking the fight to them in a big way, especially given the fact that if it wasn't for Zim in that moment, this wouldn't have been as possible for the side of Fuffy's waifus. I mean, you lose 4 players. You put 4 players out on the A-bomb site, and there's only 1 player there opping. You're expecting that's going to be a one-and-done position, and I'm just going to get that AWP and try and keep running from there.
Oh, and look at this.
It's the fact that he just kept going, and Fuffy's waifus keep going, that just continues to help them build this advantage.
Yeah, and they started off with this early stack towards the B site. They seem very confident in their reads right now. Just leaving mid entirely open like this. They're finally going back to re-clear, it looks like.
4v4. Hunter Cruiser peeks around, doesn't quite spot it, but Kai is nearby. Sends a flashbang through. And overall, despite some of the little kind of tidbit duels here and there, we haven't really seen any true bloodshed until now. Kai takes down John64. That's a good opener. Double kill now for Kai in the round. And for Blood, they want to push out for B. Hogan64's got that bomb pushing up through cave, and they at least have the bomb site clear enough to get it down. But can they hold on the retake? Fuffy gets one. It's a quick trade. Kai finds Hunter Cruiser. It's a 1 versus 3 now for Cypher. Cypher playing at the ramp. Kai checks it, smoke down for the bomb. It actually goes a bit wide here, and Cypher does get the first connection. Skeletal is sticking. The Molotov is down. There's no real hope left as Zim finds the kill.
Wow, we've seen a lot of rounds like that so far here today, where it's like, we're just going to smoke the bomb and stick it. Good luck.
Oftentimes, that can just be the recipe for success that you need, right? I mean, you just got to have those moments of just, hey, I'm going for the confidence play. I feel like I'm better than you. Let's 100%. Prove it, right? And that's just going to be a very good way to do it.
This is interesting. I kind of like this playing for the retake right now. Fuffy's waifu, they've committed a lot of their util early to this.
Trades back and forth. That's 2 coming out there from Chase. Cam's pushed deep through B main, though. Chase is going to have to be wary of this. Hunter Cruiser is certainly keeping an eye on it, and Cypher64 is walking up as well, but Cam, through the smoke, still manages the first, but the good 2 for 1 for the trade until Zim gets one back, and now it's a 2 versus 2, but look at it. Chase and Hunter Cruiser, they got 15 HP combined.
Yeah. Zim's also got a molly here to try and deal with the low health players. Oh. Hunter Cruiser narrowly escapes the bullets there.
Gotta be careful around that molly if you're Chase. Don't want to step up into it. You'll just be going down. And 2 versus 2, it's all about timing here. It's all about the aim duels. Can you get the headshot on this AK-47? Smoke down, flash coming out. Zim looking for the angle, but that bomb actually planted the smoke. But Chase, are you kidding me? Ends it in a quad kill after the double opener as well. That is absurd play coming out from Chase. Almost 400 damage in that round alone, and look at that spray transfer to end it. What a way to win it for In for Blood.
Yeah, delivering on the low HP. Love to see it.
Low HP? No problemo there if you are Chase. Up to 7 kills, and now it's 7 rounds still, though, for the side of Fuffy's waifus. And this is not their map pick. This is CT side on Ancient. Their opponent's map pick. If they steal this away, they go into Inferno with a really big potential to try and take it over.
Yeah, I feel like, at least personally, starting T side on Ancient is always pretty brutal. If you don't get your footing right away, I feel like this kind of situation is quite common. Oh, the XM!
Oh my. Cam running it out there with the XM just takes it down. Hunter Cruiser taking some damage as well, and currently for Fuffy's waifus, they haven't had to give up a body just yet. Cam's still alive, barely. Zim has Fuffy.
They got close.
Ooh, Fuffy does take some damage. Some trouble there. Exoskeleton walking it around, and how in the world has he gotten away with that?
I have no idea.
He just decimated Hunter Cruiser in that one. It's finally at least a couple trades coming out there from Cypher and from Chase, but Fuffy out in the open, M4A4 in hand, takes down Chase.
Yeah, and the bomb's alone again. Hogan has to wait for Cypher to get there. The question is if Fuffy's going to try and play ahead of this or just stay alive. That's information. Huge.
Yeah, given the information and the HP that he has, I imagine this is about just staying alive, playing for the aim duels, and just making yourself a difficult kill for them. That flashbang over will continue to just delay things, make things uncomfortable, but it still is a bomb play here for In for Blood. 40 seconds and counting. Here comes Fuffy, runs dry on the ammunition. Kai saves him. Won't be able to save him from Hogan. At least it's a 1-for-1, and that is going to be an 8th round up for the side of Fuffy's waifus.
Yeah, good retake. Just playing together. Fuffy waited for Chai to show up and provide that assistance. Kind of just throw bodies at the problem.
Throw bodies at the problem until eventually something breaks through, right? That's what you got to keep in mind sometimes. And that is, going to be a bit of a quick tech pause while we do just resolve a momentary issue before we jump back in. But overall, it's again, Fuffy's waifus, they find their way back in. I think Fuffy in that round just showed a great example of just making yourself a difficult kill. You take some of the shallow peeks. You aren't going for something wide. You're just confirming information, backing away, and just continuing to, make these little peaks. You want to be able to be a value to your teammates, especially when you have that low HP, and you did a great job of doing so.
Yeah, and I think, for example, it's very easy for a situation like that to spiral. Like, if Fuffy goes down, then they get full control along, full control of short. All they need is the one smoke now to cut off the choke point.
Absolutely, yeah. Because, even then, if you're in for blood, you can still send that smoke down. You can still put that down, at least block off a choke point, and that does make it a, essentially just a one-spot round where hey, we're watching for CT. We have an eye on the smoke, but if they push against the smoke, that's going to be their disadvantage up against us, and that does, just kind of skew at least more in the favor. But unfortunately, their Fuffy just kept them just heads turning each way. Checking towards long, checking towards short. It just made things so much more difficult.
Yeah, and again, I'd have to imagine the communication there was really good. Fuffy seemed like, he was really quick to get the information out. These people are here. I'm not going to take this fight too hard.
Yeah, that is something to kind of consider. Now, I think overall, what we kind of have to think of as we get into this later in the half, it's already 8-2, right? And that's going to be a bit of a kind of difficult situation. If you're in for blood, you need to get some of these next rounds if you really just want to kind of make this work.
Yeah, and I want to say, looking ahead here, not making any assumptions about how Ancient's going to end. We have Inferno on the docket.
Inferno and the Nuke.
Yeah.
Inferno's map 2. Nuke is going to be map 3 if we need it. I have to preface that. If we need it.
Have we seen a nuke today?
I don't think so. I don't think we have yet to really see a nuke. And so I think if we did, that would be quite the sight and quite interesting to just kind of think of as things do move forward. Is like nuke is in there. Nuke's at the end. If we get there, could be cooking up something good. Flip of the skillet, come on.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, seems that this technical pause is taking a little bit longer than we had hoped. So what we are going to do is take things through a bit of a short break, but once we get back underway, we'll be back with more of this action between Fuffy's waifus and M for Blood. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Welcome
back, and we are getting back underway here. It is 8-2 in favor of Fuffy's waifus as we do get this round back underway. In for Blood could close out this half with a bit of momentum. They've shown some spark, but can they really ignite here to close out the half?
Yeah, I mean, I think if they just can get a good grip on these last remaining T rounds, then they're in a solid spot. But Chai's going to get a good opener against Hunter.
Kai is currently beasting it up a little bit on the server, takes the opening kill.
Oh,
and with Hunter Cruiser going down, I mean, oh wait.
They shot at each other.
A little bit of team damage, nothing too crazy, but Kai still does manage to find another one, up to 2 kills now. Can he make it a potential 3-piece, 4-piece? Maybe even the full bucket and get it an ace? Who knows? That's what we're about to find out.
They have a 3-stack on V, and a player is prodding Red Room behind them. There's a chance for this gap to be found.
John's pushed up.
Oh, but John's... Okay. They are going to be...
CT. He's not fully committed yet, and I mean, it makes sense given the fact that it's going to be a B finish. This is about finding whatever positioning, whatever timing. Oh, Kai goes down. That's going to be Cam 2 unless he cannot hit it.
No.
John takes 2. Exoskeleton on 1, though. It's a 2 versus 2 after the trades. Zim and Fuffy up against John and Hogan. Zim rotating in 5-7 in hand. He's just barreling it up for now, but now switches to the AWP, and there's John with the kill. 3-piece there for John.
Yeah, what an impactful lurk.
Fuffy's got a kit.
Yeah, and a smoke, and a smoke.
He's got a smoke.
Wait.
Are you a believer?
Wait a
Are
minute.
you a believer, EXO? Because I think Fuffy
No,
is. He's dropping that smoke, and he's going to
They're
stick
too
right
far
onto
away.
it.
I don't think they can stop this unless
Oh,
the spam.
boy.
They don't. No! How did Fuffy win it?
How in the world has he pulled that off? A ninja defuse late in the round. They just missed the timing for the ramp play, and look at it once again. If you're in for blood, that's a horror movie played right back at you. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. John played that so well, getting a great 3K, but that gap was exploited so perfectly. And it's hard to imagine they have too much momentum left in this map off of that. That's definitely a very frustrating round.
It's you can see that this has kind of been a recurring theme throughout this first half of Ancient, where they get this momentum, they get the sight, they get the control that they want, and then just that last moment is where things go horribly wrong, and it's actually somehow a 3-for-4-for-2 trade after a bit of a team kill there. A bit of some rough math for you. Kai is in a 1 versus 2. He just did good damage onto Chase with the nade. And Chase and Hunter Cruiser, they're not super healthy overall. I mean, Chase has at least got 76, but Hunter Cruiser on 12. That's a bit of a low HP number. And when Kai is flanking around at bottom mid, he could catch this.
I think they're going to make it out in time.
They will.
Just barely.
Timing does favor them for now, but Kai is hot on their heels. He's looking for whatever he can find.
Absolutely, and both of these players are low enough that they can get one-tapped. Okay, this ramp plays pretty fast, looking to replicate Fuffy's success.
Oh, but if Chase goes down, that's a problem. Kai right around the corner. Kai gets it. One versus one up against Hunter Cruiser. Kai's got a Molotov as well. If he mollies the corner. Smoke down. Molotov up. Kai misses it, and Hunter Cruiser with the crouch peek. Nails the headshot on the kill, and that will be a 3rd round desperately needed for In for Blood.
Yeah, and it's exactly the kind of round they need to. It was calm and collected from Hunter at the end there. Not really panicking when it gets into the 1v1, just trusting your instinct, tucking, waiting for that perfect timing.
And something I kind of think about, we're looking at the scoreboard right now and just seeing who's in that top 10. Or, I mean, it's 10 players in the server, right? But who's in that top 5? 4 of those players are from Fuffy's waifus. Exoskeletal, Zim, Cam, Kai. Those 4 players have been doing a phenomenal job. And In for Blood, while they're fighting hard, they just haven't quite had the same success. Now, for Fuffy's waifus, they do like themselves the idea of the B bomb site. But In for Blood, they've got a couple pieces of their own in play. John is there with the P2000. And we've got Hogan holding the cross with the P250. Oh, John, he spotted something. There it is. The head of Zim gone. Looking for at least one more. Kai trying, but the nade. Good damage. Kai and Fuffy both knocked down low. Chase and John finding their kills, but now it's just left to Cam and Kai. They're trying to find what they can. They're chasing it down.
Still alive.
And somehow they're still alive in it for now, but this pistol round slowly looks to be going the way of In for Blood. Oh. Or is it?
Okay.
Chasing a 1v1. Cam. Oh my goodness,
Whoa.
Cam.
What just happened? Cam knew where they were.
Sleep at the wheel maybe on that one.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what was up there. That's definitely one you're going to regret. Winning that pistol would have made this a pretty smooth conversion, most likely, but now In for Blood have a way back in.
Giving ways back in is certainly not going to be the best move overall, and, you know, sure. Cam, I mean, you see the phenomenal job, 3 kills, 276 damage in that round, but it still wasn't enough to take down the side of In for Blood. Just came down that 1v1 and timing. It was just everything in that moment.
Yeah, and they're into the force fight here. 3 UMPs on the CT side is quite interesting.
Fast play, and Cypher does get one. Kai on the trade, though. It's a 4 versus 4. A site taken, and with Hunter Cruiser going down in Temple, that can present some problems. Zim even finds one on the MAC-10 as well. Cypher and John, they've yet to really have their move being made from the donut. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Zim's on 5 health, though. Buffy not doing so well either, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Zim's known, though.
Yeah.
Know exactly where Zim's playing from in CT. Trying to bait out the clock, trying to bait out the time, and he might have just done it. John doesn't have enough time left to win this round, and that's going to be it.
Oh.
10 on the board will be found here for Fuffy's waifus.
I almost wonder if John had got the kit off the teammate's body right there, if that was winnable. It was really close.
Oh. Such a close round.
Yeah.
But they're still just in that situation where they're just stuck trailing. You know, no matter how many kills they get, no matter how close the scenarios, you're looking at Fuffy's waifus. A 2.1 KD there for Zim. Someone who's just refused to die and hasn't died very often throughout. It's going to make things challenging, but Zim does take down Chase on the opener. It's just going to be a clean sweep here for Fuffy's waifus. They're playing up against the pistols.
They're getting relentless.
Despite Cam going down to 3 HP, this just still feels like, you know, this is just writing on the wall here for In for Blood.
Yeah.
And what a clean way to close it up. 11 now for Fuffy's waifus. 1 away from a map point here on their opponent's pick.
Yeah. This is definitely a little bit of a disaster right now for In for Blood. I mean, I think it's still recoverable, but it's a very difficult fight.
Recoverable, but it's a long road ahead. If you're In for Blood, you need to win the next 9 rounds in a row if you want to close out this map in your favor and force the next map over in a 1-map advantage. But as Sim just runs it up mid, takes down 2, and even a 3rd? Oh, no. How has he been allowed to find that? Hunter Cruiser, that's a huge fumble to make at such an important point in this game. And it's left to Cypher and Hogan to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, In for Blood need heroics right now. Cypher or Hogan, one of them or both of them needs to step up here. I don't think this is a round they can afford to lose at this point.
Given the money, it's a must-win. Zim is playing in towards Donut. Watching for CT, checking to mid, and that's going to be Cypher on at least 1 kill.
Okay.
That's something. Nade does come forward. Hogan's walking it up.
They're going to fight into Cypher.
they're
Cypher
definitely
gets
trying
another,
to
though.
fight.
This is exactly what they need.
Oh my goodness. 1 for 1. Kai, Hogan. 1v1 to determine the round, to determine the fates here. Flashbang over the top. It's going to be dodged by Hogan, but it's Kai to peek up first. And that's Puffy's Waifus on 12. Map point here on Ancient.
Yeah, it just feels like, aside from the one slip-up, most of these clutches just keep going the way of Puffy's Waifus. I think, is that the 4th clutch they've had now?
They've had so many. It's been almost too many to count here, I feel like, in this map. And you got to be feeling good if you're Puffy's Waifus just for that, right? I mean, you just continue to win the rounds that you need to. You're sure, even if it does come down to those 1v1s, the X factor is what's going your way. And sure, yeah, Hunter Cruiser, he's going to take one on the headshot, but this is Puffy's Waifus just cementing their map. This is cementing it. Ancient is theirs for the taking. 12-4, 1 away from 13, 2 kills away from that 13th. And Zim will at least go down in the early stages of this retake, but can't imagine it lasts too much longer.
Yeah, with no kit, it's really difficult here, and Cam's got the XM ready to lay down some suppressing fire.
Oh, Chase does get one, but look at this Cam flanking around long range. Puffy gets one. Molotov to the bomb. The time is just gone here. John, do what you might, but that is it. 13-4 in favor of Puffy's Waifus as they take that map number 1 in a convincing fashion.
Yeah, certainly convincing. I mean, other than one small slip up, I'm sure the analyst desk is going to enjoy talking about that.
Yeah, I think they will. But before we do, I mean, you just got to comment about Puffy's Waifus. They never really lost control. Even in some of the rounds like that pistol didn't go their way. It came down to the 1v1. Cam had a mistake. You know, he was looking the wrong way and gets caught by that. It was the resilience there being shown by Puffy's Waifus that ultimately secured them that victory there.
Yeah, I've noticed a commonality with some of these games today that have been these kind of snowball finishes like this. When these teams have this chance to get in off the back of a mistake, these winning teams aren't letting it happen. It's just, we're going to force back right away. We're going to keep the pace. We dictate it. We control the game.
Yeah, and so with that, it's a one-map advantage here for Puffy's Waifus, but we're going to pass this back over to the analyst desk and let them break down what we just saw.
A 13-4 win on Ancient, a very dominant win, not to say the least. Overall, it just felt like it was such a one-sided affair. You're going to hear us, but you won't see us just yet, as just a couple of tech issues. But no worries. As I mentioned, a very dominant 13-4 win for Puffy's Aimers. But let's be honest, the score seems a little bit deceiving because for the most part, I think a lot of those rounds were close for Infrared, and it really depended on 1 or 2 kills going their way in order for them to get a win.
Yeah, something we had noted while we were watching the game. Obviously, we weren't the ones casting that last one, but something that was to note maybe is a lot of these closer rounds really did, like you said, come down to 1 or 2 kills. So. Sorry, excuse me, caught a little bit of spit there. But assuming that they get those 1 or 2 frags at the end of the round, maybe that game goes a completely different way. But something else to keep in mind is it has been at this point several hours since Infrared has last played.
Yeah.
So we have the team here that they played Puffy's Waifus. They have spent the better part of 2 hours actually warming up to go into this match. And while those other games were going on, it looks like Infrared, they might have cooled down a little bit. And so I'm hoping really that after this first map, they go in and they get a little bit more aggressive on the second one.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you could tell, the audio, the sound everywhere, you can hear the energy pretty much being built up in this game. A rivalry, some may say, a very close one, deep to home. So, you can imagine that on the server, if you feel a lot of that energy and it's pretty much going in favor of Puffy's Waifus, they're definitely here to play. And I think that's the most important thing. They haven't really played a game. And the first game that they come in, they're hitting on all cylinders on Ancient. I mean, it pretty much was a one-sided affair when you look at the score line, even though we saw that it was such a close thing. The whole thing is the rounds will determine whether you're the winner or the loser, and they are the winners for that first map. So that said, we're looking at map number 2 coming up soon, and we're going to see if Puffy's Waifus can be able to take it all the way, or if we need a third map. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back from cooking it up in the kitchen here. We're out sizzling like some fajitas as we're getting ready for another hot match of Counter-Strike here. Map number 2 of this best of 3 between Fuffy's Waifus and In for Blood. If you're just joining us now here, it was Fuffy's Waifus stealing away In for Blood's map pick of Ancient 13-5.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal.
No, 13-4. Yeah, it was a brutally one-sided game, and now we're here on map number 2 of Inferno, the pick of Fuffy's wife.
And the flash was great.
Woo! Woo-hoo! The flashes are looking spectacular, but Hogan's looking good too. Fuffy's finding one, Zim's finding one. Who isn't finding kills here? It's like Oprah's handing them out for free like that one. You get a kill, you get a kill, you get a kill, and now it's a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, Cypher and Chase are going to have to find a way to work together here. There is a kit available, so this is definitely a possible retake, but they're all stacked together holding this.
I like the setup. Chase gets one. Let's quickly trade it up by Kai. Left all to Cypher on 33 HP, 1 versus 1. HP does favor Fuffy, though. Gets the reload in, playing behind the box. It's all down to timing, and the kit is right there on the site. Cypher can stick this in that. Should be a pistol round going the way of In for Blood, and it will be.
Nice. Yeah, a really good pistol win, too. Can you believe Fnatic cut this guy?
Can you believe Fnatic cut this guy? Man, we're pulling out some frag deep cuts right there. Goodness gracious. But, I mean, hey, he put down the FaZe graffiti as well.
Right.
Bold move. Listen, FaZe, they got the Magician back, but I don't know if I believe him for the Major. Come on. Let's be real here. Let's be real. But it is going to be a good first round going the way of In for Blood. They get the defuse, but now it's going to be up to Fuffy's wife who's on the 4-spy.
Yeah, we saw this go wrong before.
We've seen many 4-spies go wrong. It's been a long day.
Yeah. Well-timed smoke.
Oh, existential. Or exoskeletal, sorry. Not existential. I'm having the existential crisis here. Not you. Chase is playing from CT. Does have the FAMAS Cypher is with him. John 64 holding for that boilerplate. It's going to be a double peek, and where comes the arch player of Hunter Cruiser? Does get one, trying to chase down more, and does get caught. Cam finds one, though. Here comes the triple push up B, and it's actually working. That's 2 kills down. Cam and Exoskeletal, though, they are low on the HP as that bomb goes down.
Yeah, and it's going to be a double retake from Banana, too, which I think is the right call here, because it looks like Buffy's waifus, they're going to be stacking a little towards Church.
Not mad at the Church stack, but that Molotov in front of New Box, it will kind of clear things out towards Oranges as well. Cam's going to go for the swing. Spots out one blind, but here comes Hogan. Gets the first. Does he get more? It's Sim and Cam both finding their mark, and Hogan gets sprayed through the smoke. Buffy's waifus, despite the HP being low, despite them being their backs against the wall on that site, they fight their way out of it. And you can see it right there in the replay. It is just a blind spray from Zim, nearly even going down too. But it was that last bullet hit that secured it there for Fuffy's waifus on their first round. After a pistol as well, they continue to do well in these anti-ecos.
Yeah, they can do no wrong on the 4-spies, and In for Blood are not going to do the same. They're playing safe here, not taking any chances with their eco, just trying to sort of right the wrong of last round. It's very quick, very clinical.
Like ripping off a Band-Aid. Just got to pull it, just got to grab it. Rip it. Get moving on, but
I wonder if Fuffy's waifus are just going to keep these SMGs. They've got 3.
I don't blame it.
Yeah, they're going to keep every single one.
I mean, the money's not bad, right? I mean, 4,000 for Exoskeletal. Fuffy's at 4,000 too. You know, Zem's on 8,100. 7 kills. He wants to farm as much money as possible. And don't blame it, right? You're playing a bit of a bonus round here. Might as well try and see what you can get out of it with these SMGs. Because even if you lose it and you have to take that $1,400 loss bonus, it's still going to be more than enough to go for the buy.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're going to pop before the smoke phase. It seems like they're waiting it out.
Smart move to wait it out. Has a lot less question marks about it, but overall, the utility, there's no util for this B-bomb set, the defense. These blasters will effectively just be allowed to go in uncontested. Cypher, do what you might, but you're only going to get one. Zim jumping up with the MP9 finds that kill, and it's going to be Cam the follow-up. Hogan and John, their best bet has got to be to save here. And it's a 2 versus 4, and there it is. They're backing away through CT. They're giving up this round, and that's going to be a concession to allow Fluffy's wife, who's a third already now in this map.
Yeah, that was a coordinated exec. In for blood, though, I'm slightly confused why their rotate seemed kind of late there, because it seemed like they had enough map control to have an idea what was going on. I think they had a player push through apps.
It's a bit of a tough call sometimes, right? Especially, you can push through apps, you can take some of the stairs control, and you know that long haul to T apps is going to be clear, but you have no idea about alt mid. You don't know if there's someone waiting deep, and so there are more questions than there are answers. And so for In for Blood, it also came down to the fact that Chase and Cypher, they're holding on that site, but they don't have the utility. Once it streams in, it's essentially instantly, holy moly, we got something coming, and then they're gone. And so by the time those rotations can really come through, the situation's already spiraled too far out of control to really recover. So those 2 rifles being saved by John and Hogan totally makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I do like that they haven't really forced up into this one here in For Blood. They're just kind of trying to take this a bit of a measured approach. Kai, I don't know how he's only taken 38 damage off of that. Fluffy playing it close. But John's heard this. Oh, it's going to be a bold push up lane, and there you go. You got to try and find your damage. Find your impact with the rifles that you have. It's all left to Hogan, though, on the A-bomb site now. He's got 2 rotations coming in, but Fluffy's waifus, they could still just as easily back away and head back for B.
Yeah, it seems like they were waiting out this smoke here over towards bracket, but it made them stall a little too long. They lose Cam, but they're just running away immediately. Exoskeletal has cleared everything out, already pushed into CT, and it looks like probably going to get a free kill at Speedway.
Oh, yeah. Chase nowhere near ready for it, and that is going to be Kai even popping up from Mexico as well. Takes an immediate headshot to Cypher. That's a 3 versus 1, and with Hogan on 62 HP, knows there's a player in CT, but has no idea where he could have gone. It's another round that just feels like it's lost. There's no way back in. There's too many question marks, too many unknown variables, and with the money in a bit of a rough state, you might as well just go for the save. It's been 3 in a row. You're going to go into that max stage loss bonus next. It's going to be plenty of money. Keep the rifle up, save a bit of money, maybe even drop an EWP to the next player.
Yeah, for In for Blood, I mean, they really want somebody to step up here and kind of take charge and start to be a little bit of a star, I think. So hopefully they can get some players activated with some good guns here, good utility. Without that, I think Fluffy's waifu might just keep pulling ahead.
I mean, so far so good for him, right?
Yeah.
You're seeing the money. I mean, $40,000 across the entire team. Compare that to In for Blood, it is pennies. They had $10,000 to start, and now they're down to $4,600, and that is mostly carried by Hogan, saving so much money over. And Hunter Cruiser, I don't even think actually got dropped in EWP. That was a straight-up purchase.
And he got an opener.
Oh my gosh! Wait, Hunter Cruiser did find the opener. You're absolutely right. It's going to be Exoskeleton trying to push for a quick trade. Exoskeletal, and even finds one to chase. That's going to pull more attention here from Cam. Wants to try and push for some kills, and even Kai finds one to John 64. In for Blood, I feel like, after the opener, they're getting caught in some of the wrong places.
Yeah, and now, I mean, In for Blood, they look like they're very unsure what to do here. They need to gamble something, but it looks like the gamble might prove to be wrong here with the lean towards A. And, I mean, I can't help but wonder in advance, if Cypher doesn't pop off here, get a crazy multi, is this just going to be another save? Because In for Blood can't just keep saving. They need to start getting the rounds.
This is Inferno. This is where Game Time was born, and Game Time still hasn't died.
That is true.
It is one of the hardest maps to get retakes through, and Cypher doesn't have utility to really hold on to things. Oh, good attempt there by Hunter Cruiser. Even a close second. Not going to be enough, but Cypher, it's bought enough time to at least get one. Buffy gets the trade, though. Bombs yet to go down. 30 seconds left. It's Hogan and Hunter Cruiser. Spots one, but Hogan immediately goes down to Cam, and now it's Hunter Cruiser. 1v3. Peeking forward from CT. Wants to try and spot something. Doesn't know about the new box player, and that's going to be Cam with the headshot. Buffy's waifus 5 in a row, and they left the op to die there on the ground. They do not pick it up going into this next round.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like they need it right now. They have this very brave pacing in these rounds where they're just taking these sites with full confidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that is kind of to the credit of Buffy's waifus, is that T-side doesn't need an AWP, especially on the map of Inferno. Inferno does not favor oppers for that T-side. It's very difficult. You're having to take a lot of disadvantaged peaks. And so while CT side is an opper's playground, CT side's a very different story. And so for Buffy's waifus, this is all about just winning the close range triangles. Kai, unfortunately, loses that, but kind of can see why, especially given the fact that he was kind of caught jumping, having to move while shooting. Not the best scenario for a fight to be won. But Zim playing over the top of Oranges, that's a much better look.
Yeah, Cypher trying to find anything right now towards Church. Util's good at stalling here, though. Not really giving him for blood anyway into the round, into the bomb site.
Fuffy does get a headshot there to Hogan. Fuffy's waifus just going to be dropping heads there. John going down. Same with Hunter Cruiser. It's all up to Cypher, and it's pistols. That's about what you would expect it. But in for blood. This is going to be their best chance. And there we go. We get a second look at that cop right at the jump. And John, he's walking it up. He's taking a casual stroll up through the apartments. He doesn't have to worry about hitting that shot. He's already prepped for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in for blood, I feel like they just need that little bit of rush of energy. If they can get another opening kill or something like that to give them that slight edge earlier on, I think that would be very important for them.
Cypher wants to get it. It's a double op setup pulled out early. Double op setup on the CT side. That's not something you really pull out unless you are desperate to find some extra control. You want the biggest amount of firepower, and Hogan doesn't even get the chance to fight for long haul. That is Kai taking immediately, getting that headshot down. Now Hunter Cruiser, it's at least one back. And a quick smoke to top mid, but knows that he can't really hold for the boiler play. Gonna have to give this one up, but does allow time for John 64 to rotate in, take that kill, and in for blood. After some time, they finally got themselves in a positive position. 4 versus 2 in the round.
Yeah, I love that. It's felt like a much more confident round. I mean, don't want to speak like the round's over just yet, but I mean, I really like the proactivity from John re-clearing into quad. I think that's exactly what they were missing before, and they're set up for a great hold here now.
I do have a bit of a concern in terms of John being fairly isolated from his teammate Hunter Cruiser, and Hunter Cruiser playing the AWP. One missed shot, and that's effectively the site lost. Unless he can hit the follow-up with a pistol or something like that. John playing in the pit, does get one. That's Cam John, exoskeletal, fighting the labored fight, and it's John just spraying it down, a hail of gunfire to get in for blood their second round. And finally, we're starting to see someone step up here. We're in for blood and starting to really secure that foothold. That's a triple kill coming through from John. And puts himself above Fuffy in that little leaderboard there. But topping the KD, it's been Zim, and Zim, you know, new player here for the nostalgia circuit of Lacey Cup. And, you know, so far, I'm impressed. 11-3 thus far is looking good, even in map number 1. Someone to keep an eye on here throughout this tournament.
Oh, 100%. Cypher kind of trapped at sandbags right now. Oh, the molly.
Oh, boy.
Oh, the molly is devastating.
Bit of a Cypher barbecue right there, and it takes 2 with it. That early barrage of utility coming out from Buffy's waifus, and I think if you're in for blood, you don't even attempt this. Hunter Cruiser, sure, he's having a look at it, but you can see it's a relaxed play. It's not really committed up just yet. But as Hogan and John rotate in, it's starting to look a lot more like a retake attempt.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine it would be too good for morale to go for yet another save here on the CT side.
Molotov out. Will at least buy a little bit of space. Exoskeletal playing from the new box. What a strafe out for one. Zim finds another and Fluffy with the follow-up. It's a kill each on the defense. And Exoskeletal, the one who spearheaded it all, takes down the first, and Cypher just no way out of it, got barbecued into the open, and that is a whole chunk of damage there for him.
Yeah, and it was largely off of the util too. The molly, the nade behind the smoke.
And you got to feel a little bit here for In for Blood. They're in this consistent position where they're on the back foot and the money is just not there for them. And when you compare it over to Puffy's Waifus, I mean, at the start of the round, $40,000 of team money compared to just over $10,000 for the side of In for Blood after the, before they made all of their big purchases. And so you're starting to see they're trying to get whatever they can, but even when they're trying to, switch it up, change the pace, go for a quick play up through Boiler to peek for Bedroom, it's just not quite going their way.
Yeah, and it was a little bit of a crazy timing. So I mean, it's a good conversion for Fluffy to get, and now they have really the option of either site. I'm sure that at this point they're fairly confident in a 2-2 hold to expect that. I don't think we've really seen In for Blood go for a sack yet.
Ooh. Oh, that's a good setup. Good one, too.
Yeah.
But now they know Hunter Cruiser's playing with a scout, not the AWP. That might build some confidence to maybe just, hey, we take this towards the A-bomb site. It's just the scout. Most they can do is 70 damage unless they hit the headshot.
Yeah, and Hunter Cruiser's trying to play ahead a little bit and get some info, and
got one. Oh! Holy what? It's a no-scope on the second Hunter Cruiser. Absolutely
Hogan
shocked.
has to deliver.
And Hogan,
empty-handed.
Oh, he leaves that empty-handed. You're right, and that's going to sting. That was it there for Hunter Cruiser. The round they needed.
Now it's an even retake, 2-on-2.
A player in Big Pit as well. They need a smoke to try and block it up, but all they have is the flashbang. The money does not afford them that opportunity. But Chase gets one. It's a 1-for-1, and Chase doubles down. In for Blood. They get their pound of flesh. They get their third round on the board. But Hunter Cruiser, that no-scope on the follow-up.
Just nasty.
Mwah! Perfection. And a highlight right there.
Yeah, very good to see. And, even though it's a little bit of a risk, I think those are the risks In for Blood need to be taking, that proactivity. It's always so good to see that. Like, it just feels a lot more confident.
Mm-hmm. Confidence is everything, right? You need, and, you saw that in the start of the round, too. John, attempting for that push-up Boiler against Keith. Won it before up against Kai, but Fluffy was more than willing to take that fight once again. And you can see with the op back in the hands of Cypher, he's gone again for that confidence play, and it's about trying to find just those little openings that maybe your opponent's not going to be expecting for. And John trying to pop that smoke, even pushing out a mid as well. Hunter Cruiser finds one to Kai. This is a mounting pressure on to Fluffy's Waifus, and Cam and Zim, two top performers for the squad. They've got to try and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, talk about confidence. That's beautiful. Just blowing the smoke and saying, you know what, I'm going to push down mid. I want this kill. Trying to play together. Seeing if they can find any kind of weakness here.
Ooh, John. Continues the confidence, even on lower HP as well. Still finds that kill. And peeks up. John commits, and it's going to be Hunter Cruiser with the finish. But In for Blood. That's 2 rounds in a row that they desperately needed, and I think it's the first sequential rounds that they've had this entire series thus far.
Yeah, I'm certainly on this map, and you know what? It's beautiful.
It's something that they desperately need. They need to find some little bit of consistency here. And you can see the money. It's finally draining, but it's not. It's a little bit too little too late in terms of that one. So for In for Blood. They've got some lemons, and they need to make lemonade. Or they just got to get mad and just be, I don't want your damn lemons. What are you supposed to do with these? Speaking of some Cave Johnson right there. It's 5v5, though, into the round, and overall, bit of damage traded back and forth. Nothing too crazy. It's pretty smooth damage back and forth early on.
Yeah, both players kind of whiffed a little bit. It's okay. We've all been there.
A little bit of awkward fights, you know. A little bit of scrum. A little bit of a scrum like it's some hockey, but, you know. Just chill out.
Yeah. Reset it. And if they're not careful, they might give one over to the op. The first shot's a miss. Cypher getting kind of run down here.
Oh, boy. Cypher in trouble. Hits a 50 chase, too. Oh, there it is. Cypher even with the MVP. That is a beautiful round coming out from In for Blood. Chase and Cypher combined for all 5. And that is a phenomenal way to get the job done. You thought Cypher was in big trouble after that first kill. And then just the distraction from Chase. It pulled the attention both ways. And it allowed for those kills to just get stacked up. And you can see it a little bit here. Where it was Fuffy's waifus at the start of this game, at the start of this half, they looked fully in control. Zim and Cam going on great runs. But now you're starting to see that diversity in the scoreboard there. Some different players trying to reach for the top there and grab their spot.
Oh, whoa.
Hi. That's a good first shot. Hogan blind finds one.
Oh, no.
Oh, Kai could get caught, and he does. That's Hogan on 2.
Oh, and they're just going to scale this right away.
Yep, for more. They're trying to scale it. But do they have enough to make out of it? Fuffy! Double kill to close. Assisted by Zim and Kai as well. That is a perfect way to close out the round for Fuffy. That headshot on the Moto player gave just enough time for the flick back, and both pistol rounds go the way of Fuffy's waifus.
They do. Yeah, have they won all the pistols this series?
No. They haven't won all of the pistols here. There was one pistol round that did go the way of In for Blood. The second half of Ancient went the way of In for Blood. So the pistol rounds have been somewhat competitive. But right now it's In for Blood. It's Glocks. It's Deagles. What can you expect, especially with the bomb down right there? Cam's going to just try and farm whatever he can. John has got the MP9. He's got the Desert Eagle.
Cam
But he
seems
needs
pretty
a
aware.
1v3.
Wait. There was
Had
a slight
little
moment.
A little bit of hope that he would have found the timing. I thought that could have been interesting, but hey. No harm, no foul. And it is going to be a reinvestment. In for Blood. This will be the full buy here for them. No more Glocks or Deagles. This is the full set of AK-47s. They got the whole sack of potatoes. And for Fuffy's waifus, while they haven't really invested heavy into some extra rifles, Zim has, Fuffy has. The rest of the squad, it's not what they had before, but it's the defuse kits reinvested. Fuffy, Cam, and Kai all have one to try and work with.
Oh, Cam was so blind.
Oh, blind as a bat. And In for Blood are giving the beat down so far. That's 3-for-1 trade. Zim needs to have a step up here. He's had a good moment, gets a couple kills.
Is that going to be enough?
Kai 1 versus 2.
Yeah, and like you pointed out, Kai is going to have a kit here. That's going to be a big difference maker. Definitely going to be a round you're going to go for.
Kai just taking his time. Wants to push up through apartments here. Now, the main problem is that even if he takes down the big pit player in Hogan, he's got to deal with Cypher playing mini pit. Cypher's got full HP. Famas, not the most wieldy of weapons. Kai spots out one. And Kai does get the first, but not ready for the mini pit player. Ooh. Even though Cypher, a little awkward on the spray, still does confirm, and that will be a first round on the board in the half for In for Blood.
Yeah, really good post-plant fundamentals there. Just one of the most solid post-plants you can really pick on that site, going, you know, small pit and big pit. It's really hard to break that setup.
a difficult setup to break indeed. And Fuffy showing off the goods here. He's got the max berries, berries and cherries there. I respect it. And we do see an early double play towards the sandbags as well. Fuffy going to play over the top. And 3 players playing to top banana. Fuffy and Zim going to play this together. Sim does get one. Fuffy does some good damage, but Zim going down leaves Fuffy on an island that Cypher is going to quickly trade out of, and that's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, and Cypher playing really smart to not overcommit there. That would have been very dangerous.
Cam stuck around, and he's stuck towards top banana as well. He knows this isn't a B play. He knows that to communicate this is going to be the A play, and Exoskeletal. He's got the M4. Kai's playing on site with the FAMAS. There's opportunity here.
Just walking together into lane. Wild.
Oh, this is going to be close. Kai drops. Flash in the pit. Comes the push. Kai playing from the double box, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Exoskeletal dropping towards the lane, though. Bomb going to be planted for pit.
That's good.
And a Molotov in the big pit, though, should buy enough space here to allow Cam to go for these fights.
Yeah, need to get one on this apps push. Hunter Cruiser, was that a spray transfer?
Did get the first. I think at least did have enough time for the reset to go over the tap. But, you know, I think overall it was just kind of that momentary distraction. Exoskeletal had perfect positioning up lane, and I felt like didn't really fully commit to that clear and got kind of distracted for a pit play instead. But by the time you started going for it, here comes Hunter Cruiser with the fight. And then by that, you're just going, ah, man, that sucks.
Yep. CS Goad. Well.
CS Goad. CS2. we're hip with the times. What about a skateboard? Are Heelys still in style?
How do you do, fellow kids?
I heard you like croc charms and gibbets.
They're just trying to collect whatever info they can here against the Pistols. Hogan is going to go down, though.
That's one. It's a good kill to start.
Yeah.
This keeps things even, but that rifle not quite recoverable yet. Good peek, but again on already the low HP. It's going to make this a bit of a tall task to win the fight. Chase hears this push and backs away, just goes, I am going to take some freebies. Cypher and Chase both, and I mean, overall for Chase, you're pushed up, you hear them coming, you're just going to go, hey, Cypher, watch this. Magic trick, and then just let them run out. So, overall, solid round for him for Blood, and they're bringing this game close here, Expo.
Yeah, we're into a pivotal
9-8.
round.
And this is a map where you'd almost want to favor the CT side just a little bit. I mean, defending side, it's ultimately oftentimes the easier one to play in a game of Counter-Strike, but what we're seeing here in for Blood, they might have Expo's number, or Fuffy Wife's number. They have your number as well, I mean.
You know, I think they do. Well, Fuffy does.
Well, there you go.
Now, it is kind of interesting to me that both teams don't seem to really care about NOP right now. They're just chilling without the ops.
It's kind of a tough one, too, especially given the Fuffy's waifus. The money's been low, right? So they have to focus on playing rifles for the utility, and they don't really have the funds to really push for the AWP and try and buy it up, because if you're buying up an AWP, you have to sacrifice basically anything else that you would really need in the round. Cam does get one. That's a shot towards top mid on John. And Cypher wants to find any sort of fight towards B, but Exoskeletal doesn't like the idea of pushing out for it. Now that the smokes are down at CT, they are kind of playing for this kind of retake play, and they have boosted Cam up onto the CT angle. But overall, it's a 3 versus 5 for In for Blood, and they're in just a bit of a tough position.
Yeah, I don't think they're quite fast enough here to get the 3-on-2, so it's going to be a 3-on-3 on the A site.
A 3-on-3 on the A site, indeed. Hunter, Cruiser, Chase, Cypher. All going to get ready for this one. That's a nade deep into the pit. Fuffy and Zim find one Hunter Cruiser. 1 versus 4 clutch required. Kai just runs it up while the bomb's getting put down. And that will be double digits there for Fuffy's waifus. They do at least break that little deadlock that they did have. And they're at least kind of just pushing forward a little bit more. Just need 3 more rounds to close the series in a 2-0 here, Expo. They're getting closer.
For some reason,
they're hot on their heels.
I almost wonder if we're due for a pace change.
These pistols and these Mac-10s might agree with you.
Yeah, my gut's telling me they're gonna go for it.
My gut is also telling me prepare for the B rush. Zim, you are on red alert, buddy. And
it's wild.
Good Lord. It's wild. It's going everywhere. It's like a garden hose that's not under control, but it's ultimately going to be Kai to shut it down with 2. And the Mac-10s, they had so much potential. You wanted to believe, Expo. You wanted to believe, but unfortunately, the
paper
flashbang
cut away from death.
I can't believe Zim got away with that one. And the Mac-10s, at least get one. Fuffy gonna clean it up with a 3-piece right there. Mwah, perfection. Mopping up some of the eco frags, and there you go. Fuffy's wife who's on 11, and we'll get a quick look at that one once again. All 3 going his way, not much trouble at all. And now it's a 3-round difference here. Where it was a 1-round difference, now it's 3. But in for blood, they made that choice to go for that little buy so they could have this better buy here. They wanted to have the rifles here instead of trying to force up and play with Galils.
Yeah, maybe a final chance to really get in the driver's seat for this game. Ooh, and an overpeak from Cam. They're going to try and rotate, but they're not going to be here to stop the plan or anything of this. Wait.
That's the bomb.
Fuffy?
Oh my gosh, Fuffy. He's got full control, and now he's just taking a second. Chase.
This is a disaster.
Going down, yeah, and in for blood. This is a really tough one because you've got the ace height control. You have everything that you could possibly want except for one thing, the bomb.
Yeah.
And now it's left to Fuffy, who's taking down 2. He delays the bomb for just enough time, but he could get this kill on John. That's a 3rd now for Fuffy in the round. He's still alive. Exoskeletal gets 1. It's Cypher and Fuffy. A 1 versus 1 to effectively determine the fate of the game. Fuffy walking it up the lane. He's got the M4 in hand. Cypher playing with the AK. Health favors Cypher. The AK favors Cypher. But Fuffy is going to have to try and get the positioning. Oh, missed Molotov though. That makes things awkward. Gonna clear the site though for Cypher. Cypher. It's a plant to the mid site. Smoke on the bomb. It's a tap.
Fuffy gambling a little bit.
Fuffy
wild in the
playing
smoke.
on it. It's going to be an attempt at the knife here. They're both trying to find each other.
Desperate.
Oh, it's a desperate play, but Fuffy still gets it.
I think
he's
there
got
is.
the time. He's going for the defuse, and oh, it's going to come through for Fuffy's waifus. 12-8 now in a match point here, series point.
Whatever
it is a wild round.
Whatever you do, do not let Fuffy get a smoke on the bomb.
Fuffy and smokes on bombs is just a miracle there for him. And it really just came down to the USB spam. That USB spam to just, he spotted the shoulder of Cypher as he's trying to navigate the smoke. The beautiful wonder of Source 2 smokes ultimately helps him to win that round. And Zim takes the opener early. Could that be one of the final nails in the coffin here for In for Blood in this series?
Yeah, and Zim's looking for even more towards second mid, but there's nothing coming that way. Fishing even deeper. Whoa, wait a minute. Interesting play from Zim all the way down mid with another kill.
Goodness. And he's giving us the AWP. He's just grabbed the AK-47.
And wait, there's like a huge gap. A's open, but they don't know.
A's open, but the bomb's still down towards T-Ramp. That means they have to clear Zim out before they can even go for it. And this is just such a weird back and forth here as we keep moving forward. A minute left on the clock. Hogan has got the M4A1.
In for blood. They're going to have to make a hard read here. They need to figure out which site is going to be easier.
Oh, Cam. It's good damage. Look at what it's done, and could that be enough to set up Exoskeletal? He gets one, but goes down. Hunter Cruiser trades, and now it's up to Kai. He's been a hero here for Fuffy's waifus before. He need to do it once again.
If that HE manages to find a kill, could turn into a clean 1v1.
Kai. Yeah, if he places that HE in the balcony, finds the shot to Hogan, that would be the game done and dusted. Kai spots Hogan. Gonna try and go for it. Hunter Cruiser takes it though, and that will be a 9th round for In for Blood. They're not out of this one just yet, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 3-round gap once again, but now it's In for Blood fighting for overtime here on Inferno.
Yeah, fighting for their lives, fighting for everything. You can tell the players are feeling the pressure a little.
Got to give credit as well to Hunter Cruiser. 21-15 so far in this game. He's been a big stand-up for the side of In for Blood, and I mean, you know, In for Blood, they had some struggles there in action. So for Hunter Cruiser to step up, be this kind of leading piece here, as well as Cypher, these two have done an excellent job of making this happen and at least giving a chance over to them in this second half. But you know, when push came to shove here in these later rounds, it felt like Fuffy's waifus, they were just able to find that edge once again that they had, find that X factor, and just continue to push on forward. I mean, we're looking at Zim 23-14, just ahead of Hunter Cruiser. And Zim had a really strong start and then kind of cooled off through the midpoint. But now as we're starting to get into the later rounds, Zim finding that confidence. I mean, we saw a push all the way down that was just miraculously well done. And this is an eco here for the side of Fuffy's wife, was full eco pistols and a Desert Eagle there for Exoskeletal. If they win this, that's going to be insult to injury for In for Blood.
Oh, yeah. It takes true X Factor to win a round like this. Especially considering they're already damaged.
Yeah, Exoskeletal and Kai both damaged. Might as well be effectively a 4 versus 5, given that HP. Hogan looking out of balcony, trying to spot something big pit, but it's going to be Cam on the left. Hogan deals in the first. Exoskeletal does some damage, but not going to convert the kill.
Oh, the Molly's great.
Molly is great, and it's going to be Zim going
They
down.
don't know. Wait.
Oh, wait, Fuffy. Oh, he's tapping it with the USP, gets one. It's quickly traded back to Exoskeletal and Kai now. 2 versus 4. And Kai, playing with the USP, does go down. It's left to Exoskeletal. And it looks like that's just going to be the cat's pajamas of the round.
Yeah, the HP is low.
Should be a 10th up for In
the
for Blood.
odds are lower.
Unless Exoskeletal can pull a miracle 1v4.
That Magic's clip from Nuke.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I saw that. Even the Counter-Strike account reposted
Right?
that. I know someone was commenting, calling it the Nuke Deagle Ace of pain and despair after that screen.
It's got to be one of the best clips of the year for sure.
That is, yeah, it's an absolutely nuts clip. Exoskeletal trying to run and find an exit kill, but yeah, that's going to do it. 10 rounds there for In for Blood, and now 2 more required, Expo, before they can have overtime secured, but they need to get those next 2 rounds up against a
they call a
buy
timeout
of Fuffy's waifus.
Very smart decision to call the timeout because they don't have the full util to work with here. They're going to have to figure out something. And we know they can, whether it's a proactive play, looking for that opener. Fuffy's waifus certainly are great at finding it.
Yeah, we did see Fuffy's waifus. They actually took a tactical timeout, and you can see why. It has been getting a tight-knit race. I mean, you look at the scoreboard there in your top left, ladies and gentlemen, and it is just treating back and forth each way. It is a perfect back-and-forth pattern. That is satisfying as it gets. They are going pound for pound in terms of these gunfights, in terms of this game, and that has got to be just one of the best parts about it, right? You know,
yeah.
This is a show that In for Blood, they are here to play. They are showing that they are evenly matched on this map here, and Inferno is their playground. But can they do it? Can they bring this back from the brink of defeat? Here comes the peek over, and Exoskeletal, despite the jumping and accuracy, still finds the kill on to Chase after the reset.
Yeah, it went perfect. Zim seems very locked in on this angle, ready for this peak.
Hunter Cruiser wants to push up. Zim is looking for it. 23 and 15. Could he make it 24? Fluffy gets one. Hogan trades. That's Zim gone, but there's Exoskeleton! Only good for one, though. John and Cypher, they still have a chance, but there's 2 players on this A-bomb site. It's Fuffy. It's Cam. And Cam has gone an adventure.
Is Cam going to go too
He's
far?
going to find one. He spots the second. He knows the arm is there. And ladies and gentlemen, a 2-0 for Fuffy's waifus as they take that one from In for Blood. In for Blood, though, they gave a good fight on that Inferno. That was a very well-played game from them. And you got to give commiserations, even if that map number 1, their own pick, didn't go quite their way.
Yeah, they gave them a real run for their money on the second map. It was a thrilling map. Yeah, great gameplay.
Yeah, it was. It was a great game. And I mean, you got to give credit to Hunter Cruiser. I think Hunter Cruiser was a big piece as to why In for Blood still had a good chance in that one.
The scout round.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, great games. Great map coming out there on that Inferno. I think it's one of the best we've seen all night here in Lacey. And, we do have an analyst desk coming up in just a second, but before we do, we do want to give one more quick thanks to our sponsors here, Hellcase and Contender Esports, for making this all happen. It's been great, and I mean, we wouldn't have games like this if we didn't have them helping us out here and making this all possible. So thank you to them once again, Hellcase and Contender Esports, for making this happen. But I think it's time we throw this over to our analyst desk, because I'm sure we got plenty to break down after that one, and I'm
a more one-sided game, but the other. Oh. I'm still going.
Are we live?
There we are. From a very one-sided affair in the first map, now a closer affair on the second. It was very tight as one's butt cheeks, I will say. Maybe Fuffy's right here.
I was clenched.
Indeed. But we do have the leader of the waifus here, Fuffy, to join us on the desk for the post-match interview. Now, Fuffy's, I will say, what were the emotions like finally getting that win, especially considering this matchup seemed like it had a lot of meaning behind it.
It felt good. We had to do that one for Cam, okay? He was facing against the Boomer squad, all right? And, sometimes you gotta do something for the older people in your life. It's a kind thing to do, everybody. Call your grandparents.
Shout out the Boomers.
Absolutely. So something we wanted to ask you is, between the 2 maps, obviously the first one was definitely a little bit more convincing towards the side of Fuffy's waifus. Obviously, we're very excited to have you here, the namesake Fuffy's waifus, of course. But do you have anything to say about between the 2 maps? Why the differential?
Honestly, we expected the maps to be exact opposite. We expected them to pick Inferno and us to pick Ancient. And as we looked at it, we were like, Inferno, Ancient, Nuke are the 3 maps that we figured we would play, and so we talked about them a little bit. And so what ended up happening is we were like, well, the order doesn't really matter. They picked Ancient for us, so let's just do Inferno. Let's do the 2 maps that we were expecting in the first place. And I think Ancient is a map that we're strong on, but also, no offense to the older folks, but you're not used to the new Ancient, okay? This is Green Mirage of a new generation.
Absolutely.
I had like a 60 or 70% win rate on Ancient in Premiere because you just learn the instant smokes and then you're better than everybody else.
Yes,
there's something about it, and my team's got a lot of nerds on it.
No, yeah, I feel like especially on Ancient, if you know your util, chances are you're mostly winning the round. Whether it's the mid smokes or even just the util that you throw towards sidewalk, I think that's just purely important. But let's get into that Inferno that you felt that was going to come in, because let's just say sometimes Comfy doesn't really end up that way when you're on the server, and that's pretty much what it looked like, a back and forth. They kind of came back a little bit, but then towards that end, what was kind of the vibe? What was more of the calls being made between you and I know Cam, IGL, and kind of leading the squad? How were you guys able to make that last oomph to the end?
I mean, the vibe was fucked, first of all, but that was simply because we made stupid mistakes. So we didn't play like some of the setups that we should have because we knew better, but we just didn't play it because we're like, oh, we outshot him on map 1. Let's just keep doing that. But obviously, you've got to focus up. You've got to play together, and that's how we got those last few rounds towards the end. I think we just started so hot that we let it slip for a little bit, but it's still a map that we're very comfortable on. We closed it out in the end. Cam closed it out with a multi-kill, so.
Yeah, no, absolutely an exciting match to watch. You know, it's one of the things we were talking about a little earlier is how claustrophobic of a map Inferno can be, and I think we definitely saw that in that match, like you said, when some of those mistakes started coming through. You guys really did end up cleaning it up well, and you closed out the map. So I think you did well there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that said, anything you would like to say to the fans out there currently watching? Because I know there's a plenty of them, especially from the CSC kind of watching in for the Puffy's
we got so
waifus.
many CSC people. Shout out to them. Shout out to everybody who's come to play. Like, this is just so much fun. This is so much fun to have an event like this close by. Everybody just hanging out. I mean, everybody at the Airbnb just hanging out and chilling. And then also shout out to my girlfriend. She is flying back from Japan, but she's probably gonna watch the VOD and then she's gonna clip it. And so I've gotta give a shout out to her. I love you.
Shout out to girls.
You know, thanks everybody who's putting this on. Thanks Tony behind the camera too.
Yeah, shout out Tony. He's the GOAT.
Shout out Tony for
yeah,
sure.
being able to set this up. There's his thumbs up. But yeah, that said, Puffy Waifu's taking the 2-0. It may have been close, but they're feeling good. And I know that you have another game coming up next that we are going to be casting for you. So that said, we are going to be taking that quick break. When we come back, we will have that matchup. It's going to be Puffy's Waifus taking on, I believe it's going to be
Rain Above.
Rain Above. So stay tuned. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Generation Nostalgia Lacey Cup 2. Today, I'm joined by...
DM for Sluggy, Jenny.
Mace up with Sweat Stack.
Awesome, and we're going to get to the pick and bans here for the last best of 3 that's going to be on stream today. So, first off, gentlemen, just do a rock, paper, scissors.
Shoot.
I'll shoot. Let's do it.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. There we go.
There we go. So, do you want them to ban first?
Yeah.
Cool.
We will ban Inferno.
We ban Train.
We will pick Mirage.
CTO Mirage.
Okay.
We pick Nuke.
And we will start CT.
So it's
Your Ben?
Yeah.
So there's what? Ancient.
Ancient, Overpass.
Dust 2.
Just two.
We will ban Ancient.
Bandy 2.
So, mass map is Overpass. Awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to be heading into our last best of 3 on stream. The first map is going to be Mirage. Second map, Nuke, and Decider is going to be Overpass. We're going to be heading into game very shortly. We want to thank everybody so much for supporting the stream thus far. Special shout out to our sponsors, Face It, Hellcase, and I'm forgetting someone important, Contender Esports, of course. They made this event possible and have provided an awesome venue for us. So we'll head into game very shortly, and good luck to the teams.
And welcome back, everyone, to our final showing of the day here at Lacey Cup 2. We have our team Sweatstack versus DMs for Sluggy. A little bit of a mistake there earlier on the analyst desk. We will be starting off here on Mirage. This is Sweatstack's pick, and I am here joined again once again by Regent. How are we feeling about this one, Regent?
Feeling good. I made a big mistake saying that it was going to be Rain Above against Fuffy Waifus, but nonetheless, we do have a great matchup here. Both teams who made good work of the 0-2 in, I believe that was not In for Blood. Who was it?
I do believe that DM for Sluggy and Sweatstack both played against, it was Jackpot, I think.
Jackpot.
And so now this is their deciding match. They're playing against each other, two teams that we know can play at a very high level, and it comes down to a 2v2 here on the pistol round, and it looks like we have Gertz slowly creeping in through the connector position, and his teammate is helping out from the CT side as they slowly start to clear out some of these angles, and Gertz trying to take some stair control. Does he check the player in sandwich? If this goes unchecked, this could be huge for Beast Cat.
Yeah, should be a easy clearance from the CTs. That is a very common position, but they don't do well to clear it actually. So able to stay alive here are the T's. Masep's able to get the kill, and Gertz just having to jump on the bomb, but it doesn't matter. Beast Cat will just spam it through. He'll get the first round. Sweatstack started off early.
Excellent first round there from Sweatstack, winning the pistol. They're going to go into the second round trying to win that conversion, but really good team play already being shown there. They had a beautiful crossfire setup between that Sandwich and that Palace player, and I think that's what ends up winning them the round there.
Absolutely. Now, keep in mind, this is going to be for seeding because both teams currently sitting at 1-0. So whoever wins this game will get the first seed in Group B or Group A, whichever group this is. But essentially, they will be playing the second place of the alternative group. So we have yet to see how this goes. But right now, with just the Eagle on the pistols, it should be easy going for Sweatstack on the T side. They're able to get two. They do, unfortunately, fall with a casualty to NDB. So a little bit of an expensive buy there, but nonetheless, it should be cleanup work here for Sweatstack as they inch closer and closer. I will say pretty spread out, but kind of duoed on different sides of the map. Merced's finally finding one, and now leaves Toasty and Jenny all alone on their pistols.
Yeah, I'd like to keep in mind here that Toasty does have that deagle, and so if he finds a shot on the Rex here, it might bring it down to a 2v3, but at this point, they're really just looking to find any economic damages they can in order to get that extra $50 bonus per kill that you get on that CT side, and W-Dog will end up cleaning them up, and they will get out with just the one kill onto NDB.
Yeah, MAC-10 going to get itself a little bit of a cash injection. After all, SMGs do gather the most of weapon rewards for kills, so that's pretty good on the side of Sweatstack. They'll get a couple pieces of utility that are very vital to make those mid-takes happen, so that's very helpful. But now we do see the gun buy in return coming in for DM for Sluggy. Keep in mind, Mirage is the map pick of Sweatstack, so getting started early here in this series. And as we mentioned, the last series of the day, it's been a phenomenal event so far. Credit to Arrow for being able to host this, and Generation Nostalgia for doing an absolute phenomenal job so far in this event. But let's get back to it. It's the A-side hit coming in quick and fast. Lecto able to take down W-Dog, so this hit coming in a little bit limpy here. Jenny also getting another, so a 5v3 now for the CTs. Jenny low on HP, so is Lect, but with the manpower, they should be able to go at it together and be able to clean house. Hopefully so, unless the T's are ready for it. Trades back and forth. The CT's breaking through, and a bomb plant doesn't even go down. So no cash injection for Sweatstack, and DM for Sluggy get their first round.
Yeah, fantastic retake from them. We've seen earlier today how good this team is at those retake positions. And on Mirage here, obviously, we're going to be seeing quite a few of those situations where the T's are going to have the bomb down, and we're going to maybe be in a 4v4 or 3v4 situation. And on a map like this, you actually see teams go for those retakes a lot more than you might see on like Inferno or Overpass.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that's a big thing that we've been kind of seeing, not only just for these two teams, but just teams in general in this event, is just when those crucial moments come in, those 3v3s, those 4v3s, those 2v3s that come in, it really is who's going to hit their mark when needed most. And so that usually ends up being the victor of these matches, even though they've been so one-sided. As we get started here in the fourth round, we do see aggression coming in towards mid, but the CTs match it really well and do even better. They take down two Rex and W-Dog out of the round within the first 20 seconds elapsed so far, and they're engaging on this one CT that's currently stuck in no man's land all the way towards top mid. He's going to get support in Jenny,
and Noah was able to find a lurk as well. So this is pretty much kind of a done deal for Sweatstack, just falling out of the round. Jenny going to engage and able to get the kill on Maseps, and I thought he spotted the last one, but eventually will. Beastcat with a great shot onto Jenny, off angle for Toasty, but gets called out, and so this is a 1v5 on the cards. We'll upgrade to the AK, better weaponry to use for the clutch, but Noah hitting some nasty shots from the window position makes it happen, tied up at 2.
Noah has no signs of slowing down today with his performances. He has just been on a bender, absolutely shutting down teams in every situation.
Honestly.
Yeah, Pharrell, I think if we have to rank someone, I think Noah is up there as far as that effect. I think some other players we've seen too on this team, as Gertz, he's been someone who we've talked about quite a bit, finding a lot of impact. And so it'll be interesting to see how these players play against Sweatstack here, a team who we haven't seen a lot of yet today, unfortunately, but obviously they did have wins against the same team as DM for Sluggy. So I do think this is an even match, and right now the scoreline is showing that 2v2. Pistol on the T side looks like it's going to be an A-top, and they are just getting shredded by these rifles. Jenny does well to find 2. Noah and Lek chiming in as well with 1 of their own each, and it'll just be Beastcat, and he's spotted out in Tetris, and it looks like he's going to get taken down by Lekt.
Using the Deagle indeed to finish off the job. They get themselves the lead now here on the CT side, but as you can see, just mowing down all the Mikos, making sure to eat here when you can. So good job on that. Gunby will come back for the T's to try to combat this defense, but so far so good for DM for Sluggy, keeping things at bay where they started off last time. And keep in mind, it's been a while since they played as well. Both these teams actually kind of taking the same amount of time in terms of breaks of when their next matchup is. They had a lot of time, especially with the matches kind of happening concurrently. So now getting back into the thick of things, looking to see if they can warm up into this game. As you can see, top mid fight, and they're actually pinching towards mid. I don't think W-Dog spotted it, but they know now of Noah because, like we've been saying, especially during that first game of Mirage that we cast for DM for Sluggy, it's Noah getting on the board once again and opening things up.
Yeah, especially with that op in hand, we know exactly how deadly he can be with that tool. And so giving him the big green again, it's only going to get worse and worse for the side of Sweatstack unless they can shut that down. And now in a 5v4 situation, it's looking not so much bleak yet as they still have plenty of time on the clock, but it definitely is a disadvantaged situation as I believe DM for Sluggy has yet to drop a buy round. But Toasty,
this is the timing.
Yeah, he might.
They don't know about each other. I'm actually surprised that he didn't even go for the full clear, but either way, the engagement coming into B, and Noah once again on the scene when needed, and he might be able to save this round. Gets a good flick on a Beastcat, and once again, we just say Noah all the time, and magic just happens out of nowhere. And just like that, with a 4K on the round, they get their 4th.
Well, it looks like DM for Sluggy know a guy who can close out these rounds. So really excellent from him. I think he found 3 that round. And so just, again, more and more impact every single time he picks up that op.
Oh, look at that board, man. 10-2 already. This guy is something, man. Let all the advanced teams know this guy's got some potential. This guy's got some talent. Straight out of Washington. Ooh, tried to go for the flick. Missed just by a small margin. Jenny, though, able to get on the board, but an instant trade back coming in from W-Dog leaves it to a 4v4, getting aggressive early into the round, and you're going to see a lot of responsive util coming in. Toasty, though, with a double found. Beastcat, though, punishes Gertz, trying to aggress further, and is able to get to the B side, but the bomb is all the way towards top mid. Not noted it yet, so Maseps could get away with a big kill, but only on the Tech 9 is the worry. They're going to push himself further, and ooh, I don't think Lekt is knowing of this, so if they can play the timing there. Oh, no! It's the Tech 9. Sometimes it does well, sometimes it betrays you like a Latina ex-girlfriend, and, you know, that's really when it hurts the most, but for DM for Sluggy, they get themselves 5.
Yeah, Maseps maybe feeling a little bit insecure on that Tech 9 play there, and doesn't quite find the kill, and actually does end up getting
Looking
killed.
limp, I will say.
Yeah, maybe a little soft on that one. So another round to the way of DM for Sluggy as they just continue to take this space, especially in mid. A lot of mid activity happening so far in this Mirage game. Obviously, that is a spot you see these teams fight for really frequently, but DM for Sluggy has just been coming out on top of all these mid engagements, and they've been really running away with it. So it'll be interesting to see how Sweatstack is going to try and respond to that on their T side here as we sort of see what looks to be an A-take.
Yeah, indeed. And it's going to come with one person pretty much lurking the entire time. That's Masev. So it's going to come a little bit unenforced but it will be a big hit nonetheless, especially with Beast Cat coming in from the Palace position. Kenny made magic happen. You see there's one playing towards Firebox.
One
who
player
can
mid-site here,
fall
too.
at the position. Toasty pushing forward, continuing the reign of terror. Beast Cat, though, able to find 2, but that's when Jenny pops up and lets him know that, hey, I'm a ninja, and I will clean this up for you. DM for Sluggy on 6. And right now, there's no stopping them.
Yeah, what we are seeing right now is a lot of really interesting plays happening from the DM for Sluggy side. Obviously, they have been really, really aggressive on their CT side so far, and we're not just seeing that in mid anymore. Obviously, that one player going mid-side A in the middle of that take, it's a really, really risky move, but it pays off big for him as he gets a double kill there, and that, I think, is probably what ends up netting them the round, because if he continues to play from Stair or Connector, he's completely smoked off, and they get the site. But now Noah, again, finding impact. He does get that op kill through smoke, and he will take down Maseps, and
Do we expect anything else from the man, the myth, the Noah? Especially with the op holding it out, but nonetheless, we will see the B hit coming in. Noah is here on the scene, but having a little tough time with the rambunctious Tech 9s running around, making a mess. But kills coming the way. Toasty actually able to get the advantage back in favor of DM for Sluggy for what looked chaotic to start off that round. Has now started to gain back control for Sluggy. Now it's just the low HP NDB, but he does have the weapon of choice in this position, but it's all a matter if he can find the kills. Oh, the timing betrays. But Lect stays alive, trying to see if he can find his last player. He's going to spot him, but not finding the shots. Still staying alive. I'm surprised NDB has lived this long, but you would imagine with that lurk coming in from Jenny. However, okay, that's a big pickup, but still doesn't have the bomb. He could have picked it up when he was on bench, but didn't do so. And so Jenny's going to play from this position, and it's a perfect position. He'll make sure to take care of things. Nothing is the problem. Crisis averted. DM gets 7.
Unfortunately, NDB not able to clean it up there for Sweatstack. He actually has the chance for an ace in that round, and off of the 2 kills from the Tech 9 and taking down a big name like Noah. And you can see there how sort of uncomfortable that gets for the side of DM for Sluggy once they lose Noah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think from what we've been seeing in the very beginning, Noah has been hitting on all marks. Obviously, that one was a little bit of an outlier considering how you just have Tech 9s running at you. Chances are you normally see the op just kind of
seems
fails.
like a little bit of an overzealous play to jump out the market window there for sure, but you can't really blame him because he's been hitting his shots.
He's got to be the hero at some point. And, I mean, he's been the hero of this game so far for DM for Sluggy. So as long as he can continue that form, he will continue being the hero. But sometimes the hero's got to get, pummeled sometimes.
Absolutely, and I think what we are going to really want to see here is just how Sweatstack can respond. I mean, at this point, we've seen a lot of different tries at different takes, and they've all been sort of shut down just by the really fantastic calling on the side of DM for Sluggy. And so, obviously, Noah being a big component in that, getting these early picks and finding those kills on the rotations, I think it's just going to be really, really difficult for Sweatstack to try and find an opening here.
Yeah, let me just say, I will tell you this from experience, especially me being in IGL for some 8 years, I want to say. The opper getting openings and just making it easier for you, especially on the defense, is just like, as an IGL, you just kind of sit back. And it's not even a bad thing. It's just more like, if the guy is pretty much caring for your team and killing the offense, then the offense becomes weak, and all you have to do is just do your part, get your ones, and you pretty much win the round easily. Especially on a map like Mirage, you could tell that a lot of the time when they lose these advantages, it's easy for them. And this time, it's a little different because Lect has his first engagement, loses out to NDB on that one, so an advantage in favor of Sweatstack, and they finally take out the on-fire Noah early, but Jenny, from the default position, able to get 1, but that's all he can get. So it's going to have to be the rest of the CTs. Actually, it's going to have to be up to Toasty to save the day. 1v3 on the cards with only 30 HP. This surely should be a round for Sweatstack, sneaking through the smoke, but Maseps is vigilant about the possibility, and Sweatstack finally get around.
I think if Sweatstack can bring this to a 5-7.5, I think we're going to have a game on our hands here.
Yeah.
We've obviously seen a few blowouts here on Mirage so far today, and I would like to see maybe a little bit more of a competitive game.
All of them. I think it was a 13-3, 13-5, and a 13-2.
Yeah, so I think Sweatstack here, they have an opportunity to go far, especially because, like we talked about, CT side is generally going to be the preferred side. Obviously, this being the pick of Sweatstack, you can see that DM for Sluggy goes for the CT side early here, and they've won 7 rounds off the back of that. But what you see in pro play a lot is that these halves really just flip on their head as soon as those sides swap.
They're opening.
And they, found opening by Jenny this time, actually, instead of Noah. So a little bit different here, start to this round. But we do have 4 of those T players on this B site, and it looks like it is suspected.
Gertz wanting to go for more, especially with the pop flash coming in. Gonna aggress, but gets punished immediately. Beastcat able to find that, so it's gonna have to be up to Toasty, who's alone on the site. There is support from Noah, but Noah not holding the line, already able to get across, and just like that, Noah, though, still gonna get another chance. Takes out Rex with the up flick. Great position, and Nades is going to be able to take out Beastcat. Bomb is still down, though, so still an extra teammate, but Noah continues to kill on the server. 3 kills found, doesn't clear his corners, but that's why he's got Jenny, because Jenny can complete the triple-double there. It's a full house from DM for Sluggy as they find 8.
Yeah, Noah and Jenny combining in that round to make it absolutely impossible for Sweatstack to find anything. Obviously, they do get out on the B site and they get that bomb down, but once they're there in that 3v3 situation, look at the health on Sweatstack. All of their players are at 50 or below. That means that those M4s have a chance to one-shot headshot, and Noah obviously just always has the chance to one-shot you with that op. So you have to be careful in that situation, and you can see those nades coming in, taking down those players, and making it a more advantageous for DM for Sluggy. Just really excellently played. And again, more of these retakes coming through for them. Just really fantastic team play on these retakes.
Ooh,
good
big play
utility.
here. Rex wanting to go for something, but Toasty has got the double op on deck, and he gets the first kill there. Noah misses out this time, so able to make another chance out of it, but it's going to have to haul ass out of there and play a different position, and I like the mobility of it. As we mentioned, mobility on the op in CS2 is vital. And look at that. Lect is going to have his opening there. A double found on this underback position. Gertz able to find the lurk, and it leaves it to Beastcat in the 1v5. And now noted up as he tries to shoot a jumping. I want to say that was Jenny, but Lect will jump in and finish the 3K. Solid stuff from DM for Sluggy as they clean house there. You see a little bit of what Noah has been doing as of lately, and then Lek just getting on the board real easily. 9-3 here, and DM for Sluggy really doing so well so far.
Yeah, I think the second half is going to be really, really interesting to see how the Sweatstack plays this CT side. Obviously, going to a 9-3 deficit is not ideal. Typically, you want to see, especially on a map like Mirage, a little bit of a closer half deficit, but we have seen teams come back from this before, and I think it's possible here for Sweatstack. I know that they have a lot of good talent on their team. I just think they need to start showing some of that individual prowess that they have. And so, very quick start here. Some early contact from Toasty out A main, and he's going to try and get out to Sandwich, but he gets found out by Rex, and the rest of his team is waiting in that Palace position.
Ooh, gotta be careful here when the Palace pop is gonna come in. Jenny able to take down Rex, so it's 1-for-1 now, and they fight towards that CT side. It's only W-Dog to hold ground, but he goes down with the ship, so great positioning right here for DM for Sluggy. They can inch into this one CT player. Holding jungle is going to be Lect in this position, a power position in many cases for the A retake. Gertz gets on the board. Noah finds one, leaving it to Beastcat in the 1v4, and pretty much I would imagine this is called done, and they're going to start peeking him. They're going to finish off the job, and DM for Sluggy will find that double digit.
Really excellent pistol round again from DM for Sluggy. We see them just walk away with it after getting that initial pistol round taken away from them. They are now coming back after that incredible CT side of the half and winning the T side pistol. This is just becoming worse and worse for Sweatstack.
Yeah. By the way, big shout out to Hellcase for sponsoring this event. They've been doing a phenomenal job with Generation Nostalgia to help us provide events like this. It's been an honor to have them involved in this event, and we couldn't have thanked them much enough for their participation and their contribution to the Lacey Cup. It's been a blast so far, so appreciate it, Hellcase, for your support. Now let's get on with the show, as it will be this Force Buy actually coming in from the CT side. 5.7s, armors as well, and a scout. And it looks like the T's are just going to aggress into this very whittled down defense and already taking down Beastcat. It's all to Rex to try to keep things alive. Is able to find one, but with the kills coming from the other side, however, the CT starting to find answers here. Lect stuck in no man's land towards his stairs position, and they're going to clear him. NDB able to get that kill, but there you go. The Palace Lurk coming in. Gertz able to take that out, and they take down NDB before he can cause more damage. Already 2 kills on the board, but now they leave it to Rex, who already found one in this. Can he find the last 2? AK upgrade is going to help out a lot for this clutch, but it's got to hurry up. No kit on his body, so hopefully he can find these kills early. But Noah, it doesn't matter whether it's the op or it's the AK. this man finds kills.
Noah is an absolute machine, and he will just not stop. DM for Sluggy's engine. He is the heart. He is the brain. He is just making everything continue running, and it's just been lights out from him. And yeah, like you said, it's anything you give to him. You see players like Noah only show up every so often, and I would almost right now put him at the same level that we see other players, like, if you want to compare to someone, he's like Armonesi right now. He's able to run and gun with that AK, but also it's the guy you want with the op at the end of the day.
Some may say show up on land, and he's currently showed up so far. Lect getting on the board already, but it is just pistol, so it should be easy. Great flick from Toasty, able to double up now, able to eat on some of these ecos. Beastcat able to find one towards that B site, and Rex trying to sneak through the back line, trying to see if he can catch someone off guard. Toasty finally able to take out that B player, leaving it to the Soul Rex to salvage things, but with a P250, you would only imagine his time has come, and it does so in the hands of Lect. And match point now found for DM for Sluggy. It looks like it's going to be another fast Mirage.
Yeah, unfortunately, we were hoping for maybe a slightly more competitive game here, and thus far we haven't seen that. Obviously, you can't count Sweatstack out of it yet because they do have, plenty of opportunities to bring this one back, but they can't give up any more rounds or else it's going to be first map over, and this is, again, their map pick of Mirage. So after this, we are going to be going to Nuke, which is DM for Sluggy's pick, and I don't believe you and me have sat down and seen a Nuke game today.
We have not seen a Nuke game. We have barely seen an Overpass game, and I think we didn't sit for Ancient, but I heard that one was a blast on the side with Fluffy's waifus and In for Blood. That one was a really solid one. We have not gotten a train. We have not gotten a train.
Very true. I am a little upset that we haven't seen Train yet today. One of my personal favorite maps in the pool
just
right
classic.
now. It is just classic, especially with some of the changes that they made for CS2. I think it's become a lot more competitive. It's really fantastic.
I agree. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see it. Maybe tomorrow. Keep in mind, we are going to be live broadcasting the semifinals and the finals tomorrow, so be sure to tune in for that as well. Pretty much same time, 11 a.m. here at Lacey, Washington. But in the meantime, we do have this engagement coming in towards the A site. Already a man down. Word DM for Sluggy and NDB.
He's at 4 for the round. This could be the ace.
It could be the ace indeed, but W-Dog might just take it away, and he will. Takes down Noah, and a bit of a lifeline here for Sweatstack. They're able to find a round, but it's going to have to be 9 in order for them to stay alive.
Yeah, that dog just W's right into connector and steals that ace away from NDB. Just absolutely the anchor here on the A site. Finding 3 quick kills. It's just incredible weapon control.
Let's see if DM can finally get it on the next go. After all, this is their full investment here. No money left in the tank. They have a Deagle and a MAC-10 out, so that's kind of showing how frivolous this attack's going to be. But Toasty toasting up Rex for dinner. Jenny able to trade back in onto NDB. Masep's trying to keep things alive, but Jenny will be able to get another trade in. A multi-kill for the MAC-10. Now upgrades for the M4 as a reward. W-Dog, though, sticking around for the A-main. Finds the kill, but an easy trade back. Gert's able to clean up, and surely, when Noah's alive with the op, you know he's good for 1, maybe 2, but he just needs the 1 to close things out. 13-4, DM for Sluggy, cleaning house here on Mirage.
Absolutely. Leave it up to Noah there on the 12th and final round on match point. Once he gets that op, it is just lights out, and they take home Mirage. And now, I think today, between you and me, haven't seen the most exciting of things on Mirage yet. Obviously, there have been some really great individual play. Noah has been showing some absolute clinic with the op in mid and all over the map. He's just finding impact here at A, over at mid. Now he's at B. He's just a machine. And I'm really excited to see how that's going to translate to Nuke, a map that I think a lot of people really anticipate those long sight lines. You think of outside, you think of holding Zywoo. You even see things like Rops playing op and ramp. And so I think there's a lot of positions for him to take advantage of here, and I think it's going to be really exciting.
No, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, let's be honest, let's also give credit to the rest of the team, because usually we do see a lot of those performances where the op carries, but then usually you see a lot of these rifles kind of fall at the seams, and it's only the opper. And especially in CS2, the opper not having a lot of impact, it's good to see that your rifles are also putting up a lot of work in that. So you do see a lot of that team place. Whether you do have a star in Noah, you still have a team that's able to kind of pick their pace up. So it's really solid to see that. And for the side of I'm already blanking at the pick because
Sweat
all
stack.
I'm thinking about is the way Noah was just getting highlight left, right, and center every single time. But it's going to have to be a big comeback coming in on Nuke. We pretty much said that in the majority of our blowouts for that first map, is that when you already lose your map pick, then it's all now or never. If anything, you're just going to lose a lot of that momentum. So we will see if Nuke has something else to deliver, whether we do need that third map or not. But we're going to take that quick break. When we come right back, we will be with Nuke. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everyone, to the second map of our final series tonight here at the Lacey Cup 2. Thank you again for joining us here. And again, thank you to our sponsor, Hellcase. And also, thank you to Contender Esports here in Lacey for providing the facility, the PCs, and for just all around being fantastic. As we kick off this nuke map here, this is DMs for Sluggy's map pick, and they start on the T side as we do a slow ramp creep into the first engagement of the map.
And
what are we thinking?
I'm thinking that exactly. They threw themselves into heaven and took that fight, and they won that out with the P250. Already a 5v4. The T side getting started where they left off here on Mirage, looking to continue further. Toasty, but gets taken out by Beastcat. And Beastcat with the 90-degree turn, able to take out Noah. Jenny though catches NDB with the pants down and looking to continue forward. But Maseps keeping things clean. Lek though able to get one. Is just back and forth from both sides. 1-for-1s pretty much on either position.
Shadow advantage, helping out Rex there.
And that's the bomb down as well, so Lek is going to have to haul ass to get this bomb back. There's a lot of time, but doesn't matter when he gets the kills. 3K found for Lek on the pistol and DM for Sluggy. Get it started.
Lek doing his best Zywoo impression there with the P250, just finding head after head after head, opening up that round. I believe that he actually maybe stole that from Toasty. And so really excellent for him to be able to do that and clean it up, especially on T-side nuke here. Something we've mentioned before, obviously, is T-side nuke is very, very difficult. One of the worst.
All right.
Just getting information now that we've been horribly mispronouncing Masep's name. It is actually Maseps.
All right. Maseps.
So we will go ahead and correct that moving forward.
Yeah,
so
indeed.
We apologize, Maseps, for mispronouncing your name.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll get it right this time. Maseps. I'm kidding. We love you. All right. W-Dog, actually, though, getting it started early. Jenny, though, able to get one of his own towards NDB. So it's a 4v4 now. But the T's have been able to break through to the B site. However, there is still a defender here. It's Beastcat playing from this upward position, which is a really strong position. We've seen it many times in clutches. And Beastcat able to take down Jenny, looking to fight further. Gets another kill on the MP9, swinging for the fences and cleaning house with this MP9. It's going to be not only a cash injection, but a confidence boost here as Noah looking to save things. Of course, what I would say is the MVP of this tournament, but having a little hard time finding the kill on the W-Dog, and it's going to allow for a lot of the CTs to now get better position as the fight coming in from Maseps. Able to pinch in, and they're going to pinch right into this T player. They're able to take him out from a single. It's clean work there, playing together. Sweat stack, get early on the board.
Yeah, excellent force round from them, and W-Dog doing really well there to get a kill and then upgrade to that Galil to find more and more impact. Beastcat obviously getting his double there with the MP9, and just really exactly what you want to see there coming in from the CTs. And now, generally on a force round, you might see them push into lobby or something to try and sort of force that engagement, but I think they played that very, very well and sort of let the T's fall into their own hands, and so they were playing more based off of how the T's were wanting that round to go, and I think that's really what sort of helped them get that advantage early on.
Yeah, now what's worse is that when you win the pistol, the worst thing you could do is lose the second round, and you can see why, because now the T side feeling a little bit cheap in terms of the weapon economy. However, they're able to get a bomb plant. I think they went for
a Glock at that distance should never happen.
They went for an instant vent, and they actually were able to get the bomb plant, so that's going to be a cash injection, but the sole person who planted the bomb was left to try to defend the B site, gets taken out immediately. Diffuse being stuck, and W-Dog would just make it sure that Sweatstack get their second.
Absolutely. Like you were mentioning, too, I like that you mentioned the second round loss, obviously immediately throwing all those T players onto pistols, and even now their economy isn't looking super great, so maybe you'll see some upgraded pistols going into the fourth round here. But Sweatstack, they have an opportunity to start walking away with some rounds, and that's something we absolutely want to see happen on their CT side nuke here, because they want to have as many chances once they get over to T side in order to close out this game, and I think they have the talent to do it. They just needed to warm up a little bit after that first game on Mirage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the biggest thing you need, especially like when you take that moment to just step back and say, look, I know we got the things wrong, but we need to start hitting shots. We need to start getting online. Otherwise, I mean, to be fair, they won't be out of the tournament, but
being second, like take first and have a little bit of an easier opposition into that final Sunday. So, you know, you want to have that ability and really have that opportunity to make things easier for you, but you're going to make it a lot harder, especially if you don't get this dub. And there's only one more map potentially if you can't close it out here on Nuke. So we will see, and it's just pistols here. So CT should make clean work of it, and it will come in the way. Rex and W-Dog able to get on the board here with the AWP and M4 respectively, and Beastcat currently fighting his own demon in Gertz, and Gertz still fighting amok, still able to get a lot of damage on the Beastcat. Support coming in, but it doesn't matter. Beastcat able to take down Gertz. Noah slinking himself all the way to Mini, and a really rough spray there from W-Dog, but able to finish it off. They know of Toasty, and so they should easily clear this Deagle, and they will do so, and 3 will be for Sweatstack.
Yeah, I really like that you bring up the fact that this is, again, just for placement, right? So both of these teams will be going into those finals tomorrow, and this is just determining their placement and who they'll have to play against.
Yeah.
Now, what I would like to mention is CS is very much a mental game, and so I think Sweatstack, they have an opportunity here, even if they don't run away with it and get the better seeding. If they get one map off of the M for Sluggy, if they ever, you know, maybe go into finals against them, they're going to have that map in the back of their mind. They're going to be thinking, these guys can beat us, and I think that's something, that's the seed you really want to plan, especially if you know that you have the chance to play against this team again.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when these teams are really putting in their homework as to how these people play, what are they dealing with, and, you know, like we saw in the previous one, we saw that Fuffy Aimers playing against In for Blood, pretty much rivals, playing in other competitions as well, so you can see that a lot of the very like close connections between each other, trying to see how each play style is. That's kind of what we've been seeing, and so you would imagine a lot of homework is going to be done, especially from this tournament, how the matches have gone. I would imagine that a lot of these teams look to try to come prepared for Sunday, but as we get the round started, the gunby will come in for DM for Sluggy, and Noah getting on the board to start off this attack. We'll go down to 11. Probably took a dink to the M4A1S, but he lives as he has the AK, takes the headshot. Fight coming in towards that radio. Mayset's trying to keep things at bay for the time being, but it's just a Galil to try to make magic happen, but only the one and done does a lot of damage on Toasty, now sitting at 8, but the bomb will go down. Rex will be able to find Jenny, so even advantage on both sides is the 3v3 retake.
Yeah, and now obviously the health advantage here on the side of the CTs, Toasty on just that 8 HP after getting dinked by that Galil of Maceps. And so this is actually sort of a winnable situation for the CTs as they slowly start creeping in. 3 players on that ramp side, so a deep ramp stack. The T side players are all in those B halls. They're trying to stay hidden and keep that bomb from getting diffused here. And so all 3 of these CT players swarming the site. They are taking space. One player is holding the bomb.
Double. Oh, double trying to beat and clear out the defender, but not able to do so. The trade comes in, and it's another trade back in. W-Dog able to do it, and just before that, the defuse was stuck. Plenty of time. They had the kit, so they pretty much make clean work. It's a 4-1 start for Sweatstack.
Sweatstack really wanting to show up on this CT half of their Nuke game. I think they've done well so far. They haven't really faltered, especially in the retake yet. And so I think if we can continue to see this sort of aggression, this sort of momentum coming from the side of Sweatstack, we might actually move on to the 3rd map of Overpass, which I think would be a really excellent decider for these 2 teams.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't even matter if it was even a decider. Overpass, period.
Yeah, Overpass is always an exciting map to watch.
It's just absolute cinema. And, of course, in the 3rd maps, they look good. Right now, I just want to highlight W-Dog currently at 8-1, leading the way for the Sweatstack. And looking to see if they can sweat themselves to victory further as W-Dog getting more on the board. Double there found. And it's just clean up on aisle 4 as DM for Sluggy. Blood splattered over the walls, and Sweatstack continued this streak.
Yeah, W-Dog the only one going down there, and just very nice spray from him. He gets the 2, almost gets the 3rd, and his teammates just help clean up as those T's try and take that A site. Obviously, not a great buy from them there. We have to consider those were some ecos. Now we're going into that gun round, and we see Noah with that big green. Do you think it's going to be enough to turn the tide of this half so far?
I don't know, really, because what we've been seeing with Noah, it's pretty interesting, and I will say this. Noah hasn't really been getting activated to the most part on the T side. It's mainly on the CT side where he makes the impact. And once again, like I was about to say that, Mayseps burns him out of the round. Even gets another as well onto Gertz. So already a 5v3 to start. That op has no impact, and that's pretty much a big green wasted in the economy. And now it's just DM for Sluggy hoping for the best.
CTs, they haven't quite taken space inside lobby yet, so maybe a chance for the T's to go back and try and recover that if they can, but Rex just takes out Jenny. W-Dog finding Lect, and it's now just down to Toasty. He's the remaining player outside, and they know where he's at. He is getting crunched on. Nades are coming in, and W-Dog takes him down. And that is going to be the 6th round.
Deja vu, essentially. I feel
Absolutely.
like it's Toasty, always at red, just fighting a 1vx, and obviously you can't do much, especially when they know your position. You're just kind of getting hounded by this sweat stack. And now the timeout is going to have to come out for DM for Sluggy, as they need to talk things out, because right now nothing has been working on this T side. Whether it's been the A pops, whether it's been a creep towards lower from Secret, whether it's been a random pop onto B ramp, everything has just come with a brick wall standing in front of them and just keeping them at bay.
Yeah, and I think Sweat Stack, they've done a really fantastic job. They've held their ground. I think individually we're seeing more of the performance we've needed to see out of some of these players in order to keep it competitive. And I think obviously Nuke is sort of a unique map in the way that I think it leans the heaviest as far as being CT-sided. So obviously DM for Sluggy, we've seen them post an impressive comeback. Obviously when they were playing against Jackpot earlier on Overpass, they did move over to that CT side and just absolutely brought it back.
Don't remind me, man. It was 10-5 at one point, and they went 8 straight to take that. And it wasn't even just Noah. It was also Gertz, who was also providing his contribution on Monster.
Absolutely. I believe he had 3 or 4 multi-kills on that second half.
So things can change in an instant. But right now, we're just kind of seeing a moral of the story just being Sweat Stack, taking care of the things that are necessary when needed most. And these are the rounds that you should not be losing. And W-Dog will make it certain we'll get driven by a Toasty. A good old Porsche 911 right there on that swing, and now able to upgrade onto the AK, but with barely any chance and all the rotations coming in from the defense, it should be a done deal. They're just going to go for the plan, try to see if they can get something.
Nate doesn't find the smoke, and the bomb actually goes down. This is sort of a nice position for DM for Sluggy to be in. Obviously, you don't want to count him out of this. It is a 2v4, so not likely, but we do know that these players can pull it off, and now with the bomb down, it becomes the CT's game to win.
There we go.
Rex does well to find Jenny there behind the silo. Toasty does find the first one onto NDB, and he'll be holding from this single position. This is sort of a one-and-done spot, so he has to go huge here in order to find this round for his team. He's going to try his best. He finds Maceps through the smoke, and now Beastcat's going to try and stick it, and he is held. No way!
Wait!
Ooh.
Oh, is
Does
there
he have
enough time? Oh my gosh, did he get away with a big one? No, unfortunately not.
Goodness.
There was plenty of time for the final defuse to come in from Rex, able to save things for the side of Sweat Stack, but if he lived a little bit longer, there was potential there, but oh man, it's Germany's favorite scoreline here, 7-1, ladies and gentlemen.
Unfortunately, you are correct, and yeah, just really excellent job from the CTs there, not letting that round slip away from them. Obviously, going down to 1 player remaining isn't ideal in that situation, but they have to keep in mind who they're playing against. The team that just 12-3'd them on Mirage. And Rex.
That was an up flick from Garage, pretty much trying to do a little bit of a spot jump, but ends up paying the price heavily on that one. Another 5v4, make it a 5v3, and it just looks like the CT side has never lost tempo to start off this game. Every single time they're finding the openings necessary. They're making clean work of this T side, and this is something that's just, you know, for us, it's pretty unfamiliar to watch DM for Sluggy getting swiped left, right, and center all over the T side.
No, you're absolutely right, and I would like to point out just the discipline on the side of Sweat Stack right now. They get those outside picks, and then they just pull all of their players inside.
Yeah.
They know that at this point, it's going to be the T's at the huge disadvantage with 2 players down, and they're going to have to fight onto these sites that you now just hold your players at. And so they pretty much have no choice but to slowly try and find, okay, are they going to be taking lobby control? Are they going to be taking control into Squeaky maybe, or control into Secret, right? And so now this really slows down for DM for Sluggy in this disadvantaged situation, and they do have 1 player who has started to sneak down into Secret. He's actually towards the double doors right now.
Good old Noah.
Yeah.
Noah with the op. How
he
much
might be able to find someone off guard here as they get to the final 25 seconds of the round.
No one's here, though. No one's on B. They're not even biting at the potential. They're just sticking their guns here towards his position. Wait, what's number 2? Is number 2 towards outside as well?
I'm trying to figure that out. I think he's in ramp, isn't he, on the red box?
But either way, the engagement will come in towards the A side, and the CT just makes good work of it. It just continues to be a Sweat Stack domination here on this defense.
No, absolutely. 8-1 for the CT side here. Even in regulation, you have to be just super, super thrilled with that score line. Even if you drop the next 3, you are at such a great advantage going into that T side. And we have seen teams earlier today. Obviously, we weren't on those streams, but we did see teams on their T side on Nuke start to get sort of a lead against whoever they were playing against. And I think that if anyone can do it, hopefully it'll be Sweatstack, right? Especially in this situation, if you're going to have already a winning half in your hands. So I think it just all depends on how DM for Sluggy plays their CT side Nuke. Maybe that's what they're leaning on with this map pick. But so far, it's looked like the Sweatstack show and Beast Cat again finding that opening.
They cannot do no wrong. Every single engagement, every single fight, every single aggression has come with the correct answer in these rounds. It's another 5v4 found for Sweatstack. And the stats kind of say it, that Sweatstack just win these rounds easily when they're up on the advantage. Will they continue it? As Toasty was able to sneak over towards that B side, he's going to catch Beast Cat off guard, but Mayseps able to get on the board, takes down the hard-hitting Noah, and it's a 4v3 now. Now spotted, though. Gertz trying to play a sneaky position in the hut, is going to make note of Mayseps, but Mayseps able to dodge the molly and play a different position, sitting on 6 HP. But Jenny gets the kill from the upper hand, but NDB providing some coverage from the top rope over at Mustang, and it's Toasty once again in another 1vx. I think we know what the script will be.
For sure. Well, maybe not, because Toasty finds the toes of NDB, and he is getting ran down. It gets awkward, but W-Dog does end up closing it out. But you are absolutely correct when you say that it seems like Sweatstack can do no wrong right now. And I think what's really helping them out is they're keeping it fresh every round. Obviously, they're holding some players at the A site and at the B site because it's kind of what you need to do. It's Counter-Strike, right? But they're putting that aggression in different spots of the map, which I'd like to point out. They've started off by putting some aggression outside. That's really helped them. They found a lot of early picks doing that. And then in that round, they put 2 players in the ramp and they start taking that early aggression again. And so you find that one player bending. It becomes an awkward situation for the T's to try and clean up now. And you already have those CT players in a very advantageous position. It just really cuts off a lot of your options as a T-side player.
Yeah, some may say NDB is playing the proper game because NDB standing for nothing done badly. And right now, that's kind of the moral of the story for Sweatstack because they can do no wrong. Another find from Rex, the Opper. He just continues to find these openings over and over again on this op. It's just the opening that he really gets, and then from there, everyone just does the rest, especially W-Dog, who's currently sitting at a 17-3 scoreline. And as for the other side, their hard-hitting man, Noah, 3-10. He's not having a game right now, but of course, like we said, it's never the T side that he shows the impact. It's always the CT side that we see a lot more, so we will see if that changes. But in the meantime, Rex able to spot them aggressing towards that B ramp area, but with the molly, going to keep them at bay, but this is already great positioning so far from DM for Sluggy. They can maneuver around, see what they can work with. Jenny, though, playing from the vent. He's looking to try to crawl up and see if they can hit this ace side. Will this potentially be a second for DM, or will Sweatstack just continue?
Yeah, they have a nice crossfire set up here on the ace site, the CTs, and Jenny will get caught out from the vent position as the remaining players run out from Squeaky, but W-Dog from easy end, he'll find 2. Gertz does take him out, and it is now a 1v3. Gertz at 21 HP as these CT players slowly start to creep in. There's only 20 seconds left, and it is not looking good for Gertz.
Someone call an ambulance, but not for Sweatstack, because Gertz is probably going to be put out on the stretcher right now once they swing his behind here. He's going to go try to force the plan, try to see if he can get a cash injection, but with his info known, Rex would just wreck him instead. And so 10-1, double digits
in the first half.
In the first half already. Now, again, we would like to reiterate all the time because we know what Nuke is like. CT-sided powerhouse, of course. This is nothing out of the ordinary. But in CS2, I feel like the T-side has a little bit more maneuverability. So it's pretty interesting to say that with this 10-round start already in the first half, this is pretty much looking like a done deal with the last round of the first half. DM for Sluggy, they don't even have a lot of utility. They got Galils, they're pretty much out for grabs right now in Pennytown at this point.
Absolutely, and I think it's just, you know, they're trying to scrape together absolutely everything they can here. If they can get that second round this half, that's going to be huge for them moving into CT side. Just anything you can get in order to make this easier.
Mayseps!
Mayseps finds
Holy!
2 as they push through the smoke. Gertz does finally take him out in that garage position, and it looks like it's going to be down to a 4v3 favoring the CT side here. And Beastcat, he's...
he wanted to
he
go
wants
for that.
To. He's going for it.
Now he will.
There he goes.
Yeah. Play the team play. Play it back and forth. Pull them like a fiddle. And right now, I'm making sure Mayseps is pronounced correctly because he's been a big piece so far in this defense. 11-6. Obviously, the bigger of the pieces. W-Dog, however, out for the round. Lect able to find him. So 2v2 here, but the health advantage is sitting towards that CT side, and they play it safe. Surprisingly enough, that bomb is all the way towards the back of Marshmallow. So they're going to have to make a trek for this. With only 40 seconds left on the clock, they can't be wasting any time here. And come to note, Beastcat all the way towards lower, so...
Yeah, I was going to say, a bit of an awkward situation here, just kind of for both sides, obviously. The T's need to go back for the bomb, but Beastcat kind of feels out of position at this point, especially in this 2v2. I would maybe like to see him get it with his teammate and just sort of double up. I think
they're
that's
still
sort of
worried
the best
that someone's
play here.
watching it too.
Yeah, and it's just, okay, so it's 15 seconds left. The T's have the bomb.
They gotta run.
They just have to go top site, but there's no one here. They only have the one player, Rex, going into heaven.
And Heaven and Ben's going to sprawl. They know that they have to stick this, so there's literally no other choice. Here comes a leak out. Miss shot! Okay, got to be careful with that one, but the what? No way! Getting away with a fat one there is DM for Sluggy. The missed shot from Rex. He's been hitting a lot of the openers, but when it came to the clutch, that's when things got to worry. He even takes a lot of damage for that, and that headshot will land. DM for Sluggy will get a second. Now, of course, it's some bit of positive at least, but right now the positive has just been Sweatstack leading the way.
Absolutely. Right now on the side of Sweatstack, it almost feels like you have every opportunity in the world just to gamble all your rounds, and you will likely just win 3 of those. I think that's sort of the situation they're in. Obviously, we're going to see a little bit better decision making coming from the side of Sweatstack here, but from such a high deficit, I mean, it's just going to be so brutal for the CT side to try and fight back. But Noah making quick work with that USP, finding the head of NDB,
and look, they run away.
And they're running away. They know.
However, they do find the kills necessary on the A side, but the rotation is here just in time. It's Noah and Jenny playing together, and they're going to provide coverage. And Noah
wasting no
on
time.
the CT side, he's a demon. He continues to find kills, and the CT side now 1v1. It's up to Jenny to try to clutch things out against Mayseps. And Mayseps has been looking stellar on the CT side, but can he provide the same impact on the T side is the question as they play mind games with each other. The bomb is down over towards that A side, so Jenny having the upper hand, and some may say big brain moves, but actually push it forward, and like that, Jenny will find the head top and will find the pistol. 3 found for DM.
Jenny executing Mayseps there in the final moments of the round.
Had to put a little circle on it too, just to make sure it was centered.
Yeah, red circle with some arrows, you know, some blaring air horns just to make sure you don't miss it.
We can edit it in post if we want to.
Absolutely, it'll look fantastic on the VOD once we rewatch this. But yeah, actually good for DM for Sluggy here, finding that pistol round, and hopefully they get the second round conversion. And I think if they make it to that 5th round after the gun round, I think this becomes a game that they can potentially come back on. We saw it once on Overpass. I think we have a chance to see it here again on Nuke.
Ooh, but this one will be a bigger one, obviously. It was a 10-5 last
Just
time, but
mowing
this
them
time,
down. Oh my
holy.
goodness, that's going to be a huge boost into their economy. That's
Oh my God! Wait,
$2,400.
okay, what the heck? All right, Mayseps going for a bit of a, I would say, ambitious play with the knife there, but
a little bit cheeky. But
Yeah,
can you
very
really
cheeky.
blame
Look at
him?
him, look at him in
I
the
mean,
X-ray.
He
Just-
almost gets it right. It's that close.
Oh, he missed the keybind. I think he went down a little
I
bit
was
too
gonna
early.
say, I think he somehow let go of the ladder there. Maybe just the wrong input on the movement keys, and it makes him fall off and unfortunately miss it. But at this high of a round advantage, you can't really blame him for going
Yeah,
for
I mean, it's NA Counter-Strike, baby. At the most part, we do have a lot of these goofy moments, and that's okay because this is what entertainment is. And so either way, it will be that 4th for DM for Sluggy, but this time the gun comes out, and one gun in particular I want to highlight because it's always been good on the CT side. That's Noah's op coming out, and he will be playing towards that hell position, watching as support for Toasty here. As Toasty wants to engage a little further. Pop Flash coming in as well. They will get themselves info onto radio, but right now just sticking their guns here is going to be Sweatstack over towards the lobby, not trying to push anything yet, but with that smoke, they'll look elsewhere, and that elsewhere is towards B. But this is a
You know who else is elsewhere? It's Noah with the big green, and he is going to be holding this. He has Toasty there for support with the utility. He hit him with the smoke. They know. That's a sound cue.
Oh, man.
This is going to be falling apart for the side of Sweat Stack.
Now, how do you play this? You don't want to go into another push, especially when Mesa's watching that. Instead, they'll go a different direction. They'll head over towards A, but Lect, we saw NDB do this on the CT side. Now it's Lect's turn. NDB, though, now gets on the board. 1 down, 3 to go, actually. Toasty aggressing over towards lobby, but will pay the price with that aggression. Leaves it in the 1v2, 33 HP. Keep in mind, it's going to be a rough clutch. Smoke coming out, though, and a pop flash. Misses the mark, but will go for the vent drop. Having a hard time trying to find it, though, and so it's going to leak out towards A and find his demise in the hands of Lect there. So DM for Sluggy, they're getting to that 10-5 scoreline like you mentioned.
Absolutely. That's the first gun round down, and now look at the economy on the side of Sweat Stack. They're going to have to go into this one with some upgraded pistols, maybe getting some armor. It's going to look really, really good here if you're DM for Sluggy. It's almost like a guaranteed 6th round. Obviously, you don't want to overextend. You don't want to try and make any mistakes that allows these pistols to get in there and find space or get any impact. But this is actually sort of a decent position from that 10-2 scoreline. And so Sweat Stack, they're going to be down to what they can't have on this round as they move towards the ramp position. It looks like it's going to be fast. They're going to hit it hard. That nade.
Ooh.
That finds
pretty
about
solid.
100 damage between 3 players there. I wouldn't complain, especially with the M4s. They are going to be finding one-shot headshots anyway without the head armor, but it's going to make it a little easier for those body shots.
Ooh. Noah going to have to be the man for the job, but once again, the Tech Knights do its magic when needed most. They take down the Yacht. Beast Cat as well, able to take down Toasty, the lone defender of the B site. And there is a potential to go B, but Lect has arrived just in time to provide defense here over towards single. Jenny able to catch out Rex looking the wrong way. Leaves it to a 3v3. Only one upgraded weapon for the T side here in this eco. Having a hard time trying to find where the site is to go. They're still combating this one sole defender of the hell position. That's Jenny trying to keep things at bay. Misses the flick. Takes more damage, unfortunately. But Gertz aggressing here past radio and looking to try to find some answers, but will find a T looking towards him and takes majority of the damage there. 29 HP sitting on Gertz, and that's info as well on 2 of the 3 CTs. The only one they don't know about is Lect, who's currently sitting at 100, and he resides over towards that B side as well.
But look at the time. They're going to have to start moving here. The teams.
Yeah.
It is a 3v3, obviously, the health advantage actually looking towards the D side, but maybe 2 players spotted here on B. I think they know, so they're going to be moving towards A with the remaining 15 seconds. And it's down to Jenny with the AWP. Missing the first couple of shots. It's awkward. Hits the no-scope out of nowhere. Only 1 player remaining in NDB on the A site with the Deagle, and it is looking unlikely as Jenny takes him out with the USP. What an amazing hold from him.
That was ballsy. That was ambitious of a no-scope, but hits it when needed. And what a big pickup there. Jenny will finish the last 2 as well. So 6 now found for DM for Sluggy.
So
oh
sick.
my lord. Just pristine aiming without using the scope there, and looking good for it. And now looking to get themselves a momentous shift here in this game on their defense. It's already 3 rounds or 4 rounds in a row so far for DM for Sluggy, looking to continue further, but the guns will come out once again for Sweat Stack, looking to combat this defense and see if they could find themselves an avenue back into this game.
I think you're going to be sweating a little bit if you're on the side of Sweat Stack here. Obviously not ideal losing the first 4 rounds on the T side, but yeah, now with guns up, it looks like we have some pretty decent utility. There are a lot of options for these Ts as they sit here in lobby. It looks like they are just waiting. They're biding their time, trying to buy any overextensions from the CTs, maybe make them waste their utility a bit, really defaulting it out. But Lect, oh my gosh, drive-by, finds the first, finds the second. Does finally get shut down by W-Dog as the Ts. It looks like they are going to try and regroup here. But look at this flank.
Lect has slowly reinvigorated himself back into this game, leading the way at 16-13, a positive KD so far. And looking to continue further. Jenny, though, back flank, catching out Beast Cat, looking to play trigger discipline, wants to see if there's more info, but Rex already took out their best player in Noah. So Jenny is going to have to activate at some point. W-Dog now pushing for this plant. Nobody's going to be able to combat this yet. So just coming late over towards double. That's a lot of info for W-Dog to try to clear things up. Or no, Rex, but not able to do so. So W-Dog needing to step up to the plate. He's been great on the CT side, but now he's going to need to do his impact on the T side. But looking the wrong way, and Gertz will punish. So DM for Sluggy continue the streak here in the second half. It is flawless so far.
Do you think we get to see Overpass anymore?
Oh my God, I don't know, honestly. I think, and the crazy thing about this is that Noah hasn't really activated. He hasn't really hit his stride yet, but it's everybody else. And that was the thing that I mentioned on that Mirage, was that the important thing for Noah was not that he was doing amazing, but that his team were also picking up their slack when needed most. So if now that's when they need him, when he can't perform at this moment, this is pretty much an outlier for Noah's performance. So now seeing that there's other players on the board for DM for Sluggy starting to pick it up, we might be seeing it. We might be seeing a comeback here.
No, you're absolutely right, and I think obviously we've seen it before. It can happen again. It's really scary when it happens, and so if you're on the side of Sweatstack, you just got to kind of find the mental clarity that you need in order to get through the remainder of this half, and hopefully you can close it out and make it to that third map.
Sounds good. Well, right now it seems that we do have a tech. It seemed that based on what we saw, Noah was out of the server, so it seems like we're having a little bit of an issue, and we might take a little bit of time to be able to resolve that issue. But as it stands, we're currently sitting at 10-6. Once again, I just kind of want to take a moment to shout out Arrow and Generation for Nostalgia for hosting such an amazing event, and obviously there's still more to come tomorrow with semifinals and grand finals played tomorrow, so something to look forward to. But in the meantime, it looks like we're actually heading back. The tech pause resolved, and we will be seeing this map move forward 10-7, correction, ladies and gentlemen. But let's see if DM for Sluggy can continue this streak forward as they have been. Right now, so far, 5 rounds in a row. Would need another 6 to close it out here on Nuke and send Sweatstack into that second place in the group seeding, which, of course, will be a very big confidence boost for yourself, especially from a big comeback.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting how this is likely the least impactful match of the day, but this has been one of the most competitive ones here, especially for the side of Sweatstack, posting an absolutely incredible 10 rounds on that CT half, obviously being brought back now by DM for Sluggy. But the first pick will actually go the way of DM for Sluggy here, something we've seen for the last few rounds now. Lect cleaning up in lobby with help from Gertz. Rex does find Gertz, but it is Lect. He is an issue. He has been a problem. He has been the star for DM for Sluggy on their nuke, and it looks like he has plans just to keep going, especially with support from his teammates from Ramp. Jenny closing it out on Maceps.
Destroyed on that one. They find 8 here, and you could just tell there is a shift here in the way that this game has gone, and now DM for Sluggy starting to take control. They're now within 2, and we've seen this story before. It went completely the other way for DM for Sluggy as they took down Jackpot on that overpass. We might be saying the exact same hymn for this nuke here if Sweatstack can't pick it up. It's going to be Tech 9s coming in for the T side. Likely going to be a 9 for DM for Sluggy.
I think it's something to consider as well, that if they do bring it back, that's got to be incredibly scary for any other team in this tournament here who has to play against them. Because if you are, doing your homework on them, you're going to know they were down in the deficit, right? We can find ourselves down in the deficit against this team, and they can just come right back. But Noah finally finding some impact with the op, finds his first onto W-Dog.
Okay, well, I wouldn't say that combating the op will be the smartest decision when he's currently going 7-15. Maybe feed a little bit more of the hot hand already, because the last thing you need is the op starting to hit shots. So that said, they will combat a different rifle. It's going to be Jenny getting most of those kills, and they will clear the last. So DM for Sluggy now finding themselves within 1 round's touching distance in this matchup. And I mean, if you look at the board, now people are starting to come back. Lect already at 18-13. He's been pretty much their leading man for the side of DM for Sluggy. Jenny now getting onto the positive mark for that side as well. They still got a couple stragglers, especially Noah currently having a hard time in this map. Not even just that T side, but just the map in general. But either way, he's still putting impact when needed most. An opening found there on the eco, but let's see if something could change here. It is going to be the gun buy coming out for Sweatstack, and right now you got to wake up, Sweatstack, because right now they're putting you to bed.
Absolutely. I think Noah himself is taking a little bit of a nap on this map, but I think it's well deserved for his performances earlier today. And the rest of his team clearly at this point starting to pick it up around him. You had mentioned earlier, obviously on their T half, they just weren't putting up the numbers we were used to seeing for DM for Sluggy, but now on the CT side, they are starting to find that groove again. I think that this is going to be a very CT dominant team. Obviously, I think that's just sort of what they've shown us so far. That's sort of what their plays and what their playbook really sort of exacerbates from all these players, and I think they've done a great job so far of keeping control in every single aspect of the map. W-Dog does well to find Jenny, though, off the awkward smoke angle into garage, and W-Dog finding Gertz from Mustang. That is absolutely insane. The A-site players will fall as the rotates finally start to come in from heaven. Toasty remaining in a 1v4 situation, only a flash and a Molotov to his name, but he does have the AK-47. One-shot headshot potential in a 1v4 bomb down. It is unlikely, but you can't count him out of it.
Toasty. I feel like we've just been saying the same story every single time. It's a Toasty 1vx, and I mean, this one is pretty much a done deal, I would imagine. They know of his position. They're already bombarding him. You see number 8, that's Rex, who's going to hit him from the side, and he will do so accordingly. So finally, after what was 7 rounds in a row from DM for Sluggy on this CT side, Sweatstack finally find their first, and they call a timeout here, I would imagine, because they're going to be like, you know what did work? Because everything that didn't work, they didn't work, but now we had one that worked. What was it that did it? I mean, but it had to come from heroics coming in from W-Dog.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely incredible that he finds not only the opening pick onto garage, but then finds the flash kill onto the player holding Mustang. It means the rest of his team can just run out Hut for free. They take that site, they get the bomb down, and the round just goes to them. Obviously, Toasty going down in a 1v4 situation, but that just goes to show how dominant that Sweatstack can be if they get those opening picks and they can capitalize off of it. And now I think DM for Sluggy, they have to sort of make a decision here. Are we going to continue to go with the plays we've been making, or are we going to try and switch it up?
Yeah, I think they should just stick to it, though. This is just a one-off where W-Dog needed a triple kill to get that round. And if you could just stick to your guns, stick to your protocols, I think they can clean house, especially on the CT side. We've pretty much seen that throughout the entirety of this tournament, that TM for Sluggy on the CT side. I'll say it. 2021, 2022 Gambit Cloud9, where they would only get CT sides. They were just dominant on CT side. Axile being absolutely marvelous only on CT side. I think we might just be seeing a little bit of that from DM for Sluggy if they continue to be like this. And Rex now getting himself into a very sneaky position. Will Lect overextend into the angle is the question. Very diligent about it, and you do see that extension, but Lect will get the kill either way. And like we've been saying, Lect has been that guy for DM for Sluggy since the very beginning of Nuke. Looks to continue to be so. A 5v4 now found for the CT side, and the T's are going to have to find a different answer.
Yeah, Lect absolutely posting a 20 kill rating right now is huge for the side of DM for Sluggy, especially when your big hitter like Noah hasn't really woken up in this game. You do see some other players like Jenny trying to join him up there with 15 kills on the board, but they're still at a 2-round deficit here, so we have to keep in mind that
Noah looking. Noah's searching.
He wants to find him.
Yeah, he wants to. I mean, can you blame him? This guy needs to get activated at some point, and it would be a great time to do it now when you're at the very pinnacle end of this map, whether it goes for the 2-0 win or the 1-1.
Timing on Maceps.
Oh yeah. Wait, will he catch him off? Oh, he might! Oh,
that's
back,
beautiful.
But either way, Macep's able to clean out, but having a little tough time with the ladder, but this pinch will come in. Gert's able to keep things at bay for the time being. Lect able to also trade back in. Beastcat trying to make sure to open that side up for good. Has a Lect who dropped in, but W-Dog providing coverage with just enough time. 1 second left on the clock, then we get the plant down. Now it's Toasty in the 1v2. This time a more doable clutch compared to the 5 or 6 1vx positions he's been in, and they need him big in this one. Right now, knows of one, but doesn't know about the other. Wait, what? I thought he knew of it. Either way, Beastcat will punish, and Sweatstack will find 12.
I do think that was absolutely a situation there where Toasty knew the player was behind the silos. He was just trying to make a move, try and take that space, maybe try and catch the second player off guard with a quick peek, and it just doesn't work out for him. But it goes 12 rounds to Sweatstack. We might actually end up seeing overpass.
We might actually do. I'm a little concerned with that because the bomb was planted on site towards heaven, and he did see the player towards left. I mean, maybe thought that there was a bit of a mistiming there, but I'm questioning. I'm just questioning. But maybe the nerves starting to hit. After all, a lot of these teams, it's their first time on LAN, and a lot of these tense situations, this is what builds better teams. If you can get through that hump, you can get through that little mental hurdle that puts you over the line and then gets you the win, and that's the thing that needed most. But sometimes there's those teams that when they get to that point, it's a bit of a fear, where you just can't break that. And so sometimes you just need to be put in these positions, but it's a position that's going to hurt a lot for DM for Sluggy if that's the case, because right now they find themselves at the back end of a match point for Sweatstack with 3 opportunities to go to overpass.
Absolutely, and to that point, it's just absolutely demoralizing to fight all the way back up to being a 1 round away from tying it up and not only missing that tied round, but then losing the next 2.
And this is a big play here. They're sending 4 straight towards Secret. There is a rotator in Lect, and Lect has been doing magic every single time. Can he get away with more, though, is the question. Util being thrown at his feet on all fronts. Able to get 1, but that is all he can get away with. So
he shouldn't have even gotten away with 1 there.
Honestly, yeah, he should have been burned out alive if you will be so kind. Noah, though, opens it up onto Beastcat, trying to lurk towards that B, but is he ready for a close position from Rex is the question. Rex getting through the back line, and Noah getting caught with his pants down once again. Toasty going to get caught by surprise, and it's only a matter of time till he has to activate on this defense. But now noted up, single opens, but a great flick there, able to keep things at bay for the time being, and it's going to have to be Rex try to filter him out enough so that way they can get things open here. Good molly coming in, and the swing coming in from Toasty. And so when it's not Lect, it's Toasty this time. When he's not in a 1vx, he can clean things up. Mayseps in the 1v3 is going to have to fight for this one in order to keep things alive. That's 1 down, 2 more to go. But with such high HP on both ends, it's going to be a tough fight. Going to need some headshots, some crispy ones, if you will, to try to salvage things here. Nade's going to blow open the smoke and let it be visible for the time being, but sticking the plan here. So a bit of a cash disbursement, but can the clutch land? I don't think so. Gertz will make it so as he does catch it from the side. DM for Sluggy keep things alive.
Yeah, I think Toasty, even outside of that 1vx situation, still feeling a bit of that pressure being the sole B defender, but he does well finding 2 there and holding off that bomb plant for as long as he absolutely can, letting his teammates come in and clean up that retake, and now they get their 10th round. Obviously, they can't give up anything else if they want the chance to close this out now. They need to take it to overtime. They don't have any other choice if they want to get this 2-0.
Yeah, I would imagine that he would have watched that position. There's not really much you can watch from that position. You're just kind of staring at the wall. You got to watch any of the angles that they could potentially be, and especially with that much time being wasted, you went for the fake plant. It ends up hurting them a little bit more. So,
and not to mention the 1 kill that Lect got too from the vent position that should not have happened. Yeah. Absolutely ridiculous, jumping out into the Molotov.
You saw fire on your left. You saw fire on your right. You also saw a grenade land in your face. You're like, bro, how am I still alive? How did I even get a kill? But hey, that's what he's been doing. He's been the kill getter for this DM for Sluggy's side, trying to keep things alive here as they find 10. They need 2 more rounds to send it to overtime, or once again, if Sweatstack do find that, and that 1 round needed, we will be going to overpass on that 3rd map at the decider to determine who will receive the first seed in this group. And I mean, it's getting fiery. It's getting toasty, if you will. And we will see who comes out on the winning end. It will be a gun buy coming back in for Sweatstack and DM for Sluggy. So equipped are both teams to try to see if they can close things out or keep things going.
Pace right now from Sweatstack, actually. Mayseps already creeping up into Mini.
Oh, a bit of a Canada, if you will. This time the Washington version. Jenny, though, punishes W-Dog. Able to trade back, but W-Dog's going to push the pace further. We've seen him on Mini do wondrous things. Oh, the missed spray, but able to switch to the USB. Get it. But once again, it's the story that has been told many, 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 many times. It's a toasty 1vx to save the day. But this one might be too much of a tall task to ask. I think Beastcat spotted it. Oh, unless NDB not looking the right way. A free kill there. But now the 1v1. But now it becomes a mind game here. Beastcat playing around, trying to see if he can find an opening, but looking the wrong way. It's the 1 tap to land from Beastcat. It's Sweatstack taking 13. And we are going to need overpass to decide who wins this series.
Absolutely. I think it is just so out of character to see such a blowout happen on your own map pick. You lose it, and then you go to your opponent's map pick, and it's a bit of a tough fight, but you end up taking it off them, and we get to move to a 3rd map, and that's going to be Overpass, and I'm very excited to see what those teams bring to Overpass.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to give the credit especially to the biggest contributor there for that side. I mean, you pretty much saw a different animal compared to what Mirage had to provide. They were pretty much hitting on all cylinders. I feel like the entire team was really providing on all accounts. I mean, we saw a lot of movement on that CT side. NDB playing a lot of protection from the Mustang position, B-Ramp pretty much being out of business and then taking care of things. I mean, it was, I think, 10-1 in that first half before they got their second, but you can tell that there was a different vibe, there was a different energy for this sweat stack to be able to clean things out. And so we're going to be setting ourselves to Overpass, the decider of all. One fun, one indeed.
Absolutely. It's fitting that the final series of the day here would go to that third map, and I think we are going to briefly hop over to the analyst desk before we move over to that third map of this series, but I think it's one that we are all excited and looking forward to.
So let's send it over to the analyst desk to talk things over before we set ourselves to that map 3. We'll be right back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, got ourselves a bit of a post game after that one. I mean, goodness, I think it's the first that we've seen tonight that's gone to a full 3 maps in
I believe so.
Expo. I mean, man. To talk about it again, we were just sitting there watching it, on the stream, and I mean, 13-10.
It was spectacular.
In that map number 2, I mean, what a return! What a return there.
I mean, I think I'm going to go ahead and just say it. I think this is the most cinema series we've had today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think, you kind of figured the DM for Sluggy and everything like that, and, after they took that map 1, you're thinking, oh, wow, this is just kind of going to be their series. And Sweatstack, I mean, answering back with a map of their own. I mean, full 3 maps. We're going to that map 3. I mean, what's not to like?
Yeah, the almost comeback that happened as well. They won, I think it was 8 rounds in a row, maybe even 9.
Yeah, I mean, 8 or 9 rounds in a row. I mean, there was a really good one there. You were starting to think, oh, maybe this does go just end in 2. DM versus Lucky. They won the first round of the first half. They won the last round of the first half. You're thinking, there's no way they get back into this. And then they just go on that streak. It's so good. But, when we were seeing there, the turning point, that A-site hit, W-Dog just kind of running it out, getting those kills, made a world of difference.
Yeah, W-Dog definitely a standout name from that match. He had, I think by the end, was it 25 or 26 kills?
It was an impressive
a lot.
amount of kills. Yeah, lots going on there in favor of the side of both teams. I mean, there was a lot to like from both squads, and it really just it went to show that this was going to be a good one. And I think there's the only way to figure out if this is going to be good is once we see that map number 3.
Yep.
And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw things to a break while we get ready for that map number 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we are back.
Yes, indeed. It is late. It is late. But nonetheless, we are back as Goober has just noted, we are back with our last map of the day. This is for sure the last map of the day because we are now at the end of the line between these two to determine who comes out on top of the group, and already getting it started early. Jenny getting the first frag, 5v4 found for DM for Sluggy as they start off this T side right. You would only imagine that because of the knife round having to come on the third map, usually the winner ends up picking the side, and given that overpass is OP on the CT side, Sweatstack who won the knife, but it looks like this attack's starting to come quick and fast for DM Sluggy, trying to fight this defense. Mayseps able to stick around for the time being, but bullets and mollies falling towards him. He was able to get another one, but a 3v2, and surely the bomb plant coming in. There was a bit of a drop, but eventually will. It's a 3v1 now. NDB trying to save things here for Sweatstack.
Definitely looking like a successful T round from DM for Sluggy, something we don't actually often see from them. I think it's been the T side where they've been getting into these really deep round differentials, so hopefully on this third map of Overpass, we've already seen them win, they get to walk away with it, and they start really well by getting that first round.
Yeah, absolutely. But last map of the day, it's been a solid event pretty much from start to finish for this Saturday. It's been a solid one here in Lacey, Washington. Again, courtesy to where it's due to Generation Nostalgia for setting up an amazing event, to Hellcase for being able to sponsor and contribute and support this event as well, and of course to Contender Esports for providing the venue where all these players can come together and battle it out. Keep in mind, we're all fighting for a $5,000 prize pool set in stone, and of course the biggest thing of all, I mean, who cares about the cash when you could be the champions of Lacey Cup 2?
Absolutely. The bragging rights are always the most important part of any competition. You get to walk away the victor, you get the trophy, you get the check, and you get to tell everyone that you were the best. And so walking away from that, it is going to be a great feeling. I can't wait to hash it out tomorrow in the finals. But it's moving on to the second round here. Gertz does find his opening onto the B site. It actually looks like he is walking into a stack right now. These CTs are just going to fight him one by one. He's finds 3 kills. There's still one player toxic and one player in graffiti. Does he check it here? I think he's just going to hold and see if anyone tries to overextend while his teammates, they're flooding the rest of the map. There's one person already coming down through bank. I think they kind of know what's going on here. And yeah, just excellent second round coming out from DM for Sluggy. Finally finds the toxic player.
Get an ace.
Little,
wait.
little
Okay, no,
awkward.
there's a reason. There's a reason. Toasty. Oh, there we go. The ace will be hit. Of course, it was an eco. But there was an ace regardless. We can note that on the board, and I would imagine that Gertz is going to have a nice time showing that off to his friends, saying that, hey, I just aced that land. I mean, I've done it myself, and it's a good feeling. But that said, an ace for Gertz here in this second round. 2-0 so far to start, but the guns are going to come out right after.
That is a good point. I didn't catch that he was on for the ace there, so definitely a noble sacrifice from his teammate in order for him to get the 5th and final kill there. Absolutely fantastic. We love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but again, that's going to be a little bit of a confidence boost, even if it's just the ecos. But let's see if the gun buy for Sweatstack pays off here. They're on the CT side, and we've seen many times that Overpass CT side is a demon to deal with. So let's see if it continues to be that way, as Gertz, though, with the boost, having a hard time finding the kill onto Beast Cap, but we'll find it nonetheless. But this aggression coming in from Mayseps, however, Toasty providing Overwatch in the connector position now guarantees him 2. A nade going to be eaten by the W dog. And getting caught with nades out as well. NDB trying to salvage things, but Toasty with a trade. And just like that, is just Rex in the 1v4. Out of position and out of the round. The bomb will be planted, and surely enough, it should be a third for DM.
Yeah, Rex probably not looking to go into this one. It's very early on in this match. You might just want to stay with this M4A1S into the next round, and it looks like that's going to be the case, holding firm here in connector, just waiting for any of those T players to maybe show a little bit of skin so he can try and walk away with an extra pick, an extra $50 in the pocket for himself and his teammates, and maybe even upgrading to an AK. We can see that is on Lect right now. I'm sure he's going to do well to try and keep that out of the hands of any saving CTs, and I think DM for Sluggy is starting to show us that they can actually show up and win some of these T-sided rounds.
Yeah, whenever you can get these T-sided rounds, especially on a map like Overpass, it is rewarding. And in many cases, it could benefit not only in the short term of how much you build a streak here, but in terms of the long term, a lot of T-side rounds is really great. Gertz will actually go down to the bomb, and he was pretty far from it, but will go down nonetheless. So going to have to be a reinvestment there. But 3 rounds now for DM for Sluggy. And only 1 gun buy to save, and the economy is not in the best state. You likely will just see maybe an upgraded pistol here and there, and that's all they can muster for this one before they can go into another round for a gun buy.
Yeah, kind of an awkward buy, now that you mention it too. Just like the upgraded pistols with some armor and then the 1 M4, so we're going to be seeing a hero rifle coming out from Rex. He didn't really invest anything into this round as far as utility is concerned. I believe he just had the 1 smoke or flashbang that he threw out, but it looks like there's going to be a boost happening here on the B site. Do they fall off of that?
The creep coming in,
no,
though.
It looks like he's still holding strong.
Gertz
He will
might
finally
just
get up there, but they miss the T players as they already start coming out from Monster. That's really awkward, but it is a good B-side stack. It was the right call, and so this rifle and this pistol, Rex finding Jenny.
The rifle here in this position to try to defend as much as possible.
Wow.
But the M4 A1S runs out of bullets, and they will punish it accordingly. DM for Sluggy now find 4. It's starting to get a little bit more of what we expected, especially with the way that the economy was hitting. But now the second gun buy comes out. Let's see if Sweatstack can finally find a grip. Otherwise, T-side, 4 rounds on overpass. That's already a plus.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think back to when I was playing Overpass in CSC, and, we'd talk about wanting just to get 4 rounds. That's all we need in order to make this a competitive game once we get over to CT side. And DM for Sluggy is there. And so for a lot of people, that's already a fairly winning T side. That's really the best you can ask for, and they plan on getting more here. Something interesting I'd like to point out is Sweatstack. They've gone for that boost 2 rounds in a row, and it looks like they're still having a lot of presence over that wall there in order to peek into water. They did miss the timing last round, but it looks like they're being a little bit more proactive about making sure they don't see any of those T players trying to slip past them into connector. I think that's honestly what fell apart, is they just were so slow on getting that boost up there that the players got past. But now we finally see some damage being traded out. Now Gertz and Beastcat down to 35 and 38 HP respectively.
Pretty much even on both sides at this point. They're pretty much in the same boat. It's just a matter of who's going to row their way over to the promised land. Maycep starts it off with a kill. NDB finds one as well. Finds a double, actually, on that peak. Info spotted from W-Dog. Going to try to spam out Gertz, but no bullets found onto the body of Gertz. And pretty much this T-side dies down for the first time so far in this first half. Sweatstack getting closer and closer to that first, but you need to find these last 2 kills. Gertz still trying to be proactive and find an opening here into this round, but Noah still sticking here, sticking to his guns with the bomb in hand. Currently sitting at 5-1. We said that the T side last time wasn't as impactful on Nuke, but this time starting off really well, although continuing to do so. We'll find Mayceps, and no one is really here to combat a bomb plant just yet. But NDB now swings into position. We'll take the kill on Noah. It's only Gertz. They know of him, but from the shadow, and Sweatstack find the first.
Absolutely critical for them to get the first round there, because if you just keep letting those T's walk away with it, there's no saying how far they're going to go. And now that you've shut them down, you finally get that round on the board, they're like, okay, now we maybe have to rethink about how we're playing this, because you start to give them a lot of confidence. They think that they're going to out-aim you. They think they're going to out-util you. They're going to out-timing you. You can't let them get into that mindset, because then they will. And I think Sweatstack does really well that round. They sort of bolster up the players where they need to be. 2 A players, NDB finding 2 there, obviously being helped by his teammates, and ultimately excellent round. Rex starting us off with a beautiful opener, known to be great at finding those opening op picks, but Gertz does find 2. Oh my goodness. And Rex and Noah now trading back op shots. Rex does find Noah. That is a big head to take down, making sure to shut down that op fast. But he does finally get taken out by Gertz, who finds his 3rd of the round. And now it is just down to NDB, the sole B player, and he is just waiting for this this fight to come to him.
The damage done from Gertz usually was seen on the CT side when we were in Overpass the last time. This time putting his impact on the T side and doing well at so. 9-3 currently on the scoreboard, leading the way. Right behind him is the trusty Noah, the opera of the squad, leading the way and looking to find this 5th. However, they're going to run themselves over this 1 sole defender. However, rotating over, actually, NDB suspecting that they're going to go to A, but he's going to make the incorrect call for this one unless he can send himself to heaven and look back at B. But slowly, you feel for that, but it looks like they're going to creep themselves onto B, see nothing, position themselves well, and NDB can only do his best to save this AK.
for the CT side. It should be that 5th for DM for Sluggy, but let's just also remind ourselves, we did see an overpass from DM for Sluggy, and it was one of the best because they were down 10-5. And they brought it back 13-10. It took down Jackpot. So that said, we're kind of seeing that momentum from that map now carry over to the Sweat Stack.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you have to think how dominant Sweat Stack was on that nuke game in the first half. I mean, bringing him down to 10-1 before DM for Sluggy finally gets that second round, and then they not only bring it back to a competitive scoreline, but they bring it up to 1 round away from tying it up before they do eventually sort of lose their grip on that comeback.
Yeah.
And so I think it's really great that they've sort of rallied and they've kind of brought back that mental game, and now they're up 5-1 on T side of Overpass, and we saw them come back earlier on the CT side. So I think this is a great way for them to set themselves up later into this game. But as it is right now, there's just some damage being traded. Players spotted out at long, and there are a few Ts actually looking to fight their way up to Fountain in order to maybe garner some more A space. But as of right now, the Ts are not in very aggressive positions.
Arguably the slowest round I've seen so far in this matchup. Every single time we kept watching Overpass or even any other map, the fights will come in within the first 30 seconds. This is one of those longer, dreadful rounds that you just have to take space slowly and surely, use the utility appropriately, and go from there. And I mean, I kind of just feel like, and here's one thing that I wanted to note as well. Sweat Stack, one of their players, I believe it was Mayseps, who came back in after that nuke, like we were mentioning, that attempted comeback for DM, but just not able to get to the hope. So they were very confident to say, look, good job on that second map. This is just a BO1. Let's focus up. Let's get this going. But now what do you say when there's a punch thrown straight into the forehead of your squad, having a hard time to get a grip right now on this CT side, this more preferred side, and it continues to be perilous for the CTs. However, W-Dog looking to keep things even, but a good pick off from Toasty, able to find 2 there. It's Rex alone on the site, able to find the bomb planter. Little time, and the flick comes in perfectly. Rex gets the 1v2. I don't even think he knew about it until that very moment, but big pickup there on the 1v2. Sweat Stack find 2.
Yeah, absolutely stellar. Denying the bomb plant and then just holding and waiting for the second player to come in. He knew that he had the time advantage on his side. But I want to talk about W-Dog finding those 2 kills. If he doesn't get those 2 kills there, I think the T's just absolutely swarm the B site and they take it over, and there's just no chance for Sweat Stack. But they do really well to find their second round there, and they try and keep the momentum away from the T's.
Yeah, let's see if that can finally give a little bit more hope in the side of Sweat Stack here, finding another round. It's going to allow for Rex to get a little bit more free here with that op and able to find their first pickup, but Jenny punishes it immediately with the MAC-10. W-Dog's going to have contention coming in from the front bathroom position, finds 1, but here comes the Cavalry wanting to avenge his teammate. They do so successfully, leaving it to a 3v3. Toasty takes a lot more of the damage there, sitting at 9 HP, pretty much out of the round, but the man count still stands even.
Yeah, W-Dog doing his best to leave his mark on this T side here, but almost leaving with 2 kills and a lot of great information. They're going to know that there was a lot of players towards that A bathrooms, A short area, and now Beast Cat is going to take that first swing and finds the head of Toasty and spots out the other player with his with the bomb. And so now it gets a little bit awkward because you know that you're spotted. You don't know where these players are going to be coming from. You have a lot of ideas in your head that they might be flanking you, but they keep it cool. Like, actually, he's going to be going down into connector. His teammates already taken a lot of space on the B side. This is a great play, but I don't think he's going to check it. Yeah, gets caught out by NDV there. Really unfortunate, but I think that's going to sell where you're going, especially now with the utility coming in a 1v3, and it's just not meant to be.
Unfortunate there. Lect pretty much had the best of the Sweat Stack, or of the DM for Sluggy's side for that nuke, trying to keep things positive there, but right now just having a hard time on the scoreboard at the bottom for DM for Sluggy. Not able to clutch it out, but I would imagine he's got a team that's pretty much up for the task. Toasty, Noah, and Gertz at least 8+ on the kill department, really leading the way. Only a bit of a deterrent right there from that winning round, but I mean, like we said, 5 rounds rounds on this T side. You cannot say anything more positive on Overpass than that.
Yeah, it's certainly nothing to scoff at, and I think they're kind of in a unique position here where they won those first 5 rounds right out the gate. And so now you've put Sweatstack in a really bad position where they have to kind of fight back to make it seem like they are going to have at least a competitive enough Overpass to make you continue to want to try and change your play around. You know what I mean? You want them to consider all of the different options that you have as CTs on Overpass here, and so far Sweatstack has done a great job with these buys in order to shut down that T side, and even now we're seeing a bit of a different play with these 2 players up long trying to get some early aggression against some of these pistols.
A lot of noise being made from the pistols, and they're going to bombard this double setup here towards long, trying to see if they can make it expensive on the CT side. A kill from the back line, though. NDB taken down with the Deagle. Noah also able to get on the board, but running out of bullets. Looking for a gun and the knife. The knife will land from Rex. It's a 4K from Rex on that, and Sweatstack find 4.
Wow. Just incredible to go for that jumping, flying around the corner knife. It does obviously get a little awkward here with Noah just trying to pick up any gun he can after he runs out of bullets. And yeah, I think that goes back to more of that chaos we saw earlier on Overpass. Definitely a little bit more of an exciting round there with those engagements, but it is finally back to more of a regular buy for the side of DM for Sluggy. A little bit lacking on the utility and absolutely no op in the hands of Noah as of yet. Oh, wow. But I do hope to see that here soon, because I think that has been shown in prior games to be a great tool on their CT and T sides.
Let's see if they can find this opening towards A. They're really pushing for this A side with util heavily here, pretty much pushing the op back all the way towards Flower Pot and really putting him at bay for the time being. But Rex, not comfortable with the potential of them being able to sneak closer and closer through Banana and try to see if they can catch out this op. So he's going to have a bit of help coming in from Mayseps here. And they're actually going to go for a full gamble rotate, actually. Op also down there as well. So something, maybe some sort of read that Sweatstack currently has. It's going to leave Rex on an island here with the op. Will it pay off, though, is the question. But right now, they're kind of spread out.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting stack here for the T's. They have 3 players towards the short position right now, and you actually have the bomb creeping up towards A. They will finally start to back off. It looks like they will try and regroup for a take on the B side. Does the boost pan out? It gets awkward. He doesn't quite get it, but Beast Cat is going to be hurt from that engagement, down to 8 HP. And now the CTs, they are expecting it. It's 30 seconds left on the clock. DM for Sluggy, they are running out of options. But
look at the back turn. Noah is the one that actually has the bomb, and they're creating a lot of noise here over towards this B site, and they're actually posing themselves for A, sneaking slowly but surely.
Sweatstack isn't buying it. They actually have a player rotating up right now in order to deal with it.
Oh, a trade back and forth now. Noah able to find one. The T's able to break through. They're going to get the bomb plant. NDB trying to be a hero, but ends up being the villain in this round, and W-Dog can only do so much in that position. It's DM for Sluggy finally getting themselves back on running terms.
Yeah, Toasty doing really well there to find 3 kills in just a really unfortunate position for the T's to be in. The CTs, they don't take the bait. They don't take the fake. They were actively rotating one of their players up to that A site for that take, and you start off with a pick from the CTs, but the fact that you're able to get in there and then turn that initial pick into 3 back-to-back trades in order to open up that site with less than 20 seconds left in the round, just absolutely incredible individual play coming out from DM for Sluggy there. And now we see Sweatstack. They don't have much in the bank as far as their economy is concerned, and they've elected to go for some pistols here. And hopefully, I think the idea is you do this now, and so you can buy into the next round instead of going for a double save.
Yeah, they're able to find 1 pick off there with the Deagle, and that's something that we've been seeing so often. Rex now finding 2 on the Deagle, and now the T's are getting sporadic in terms of where they gotta watch. They gotta watch for every single angle. Toasty, though, able to get 1 back, gonna swing over to this upgraded AK with no armor. The aim punch hurts more, and so 3v3 here. W-Dog, though, wants to push the aggression even further, sees potential for a flank here.
Oh, good timing.
Oh, the timing was there, but Gersh just had the better weapon, and he's able to clean up W-Dog down. And I mean, W-Dog was 16 HP, and that's going to force the eyes back over for DM for Sluggy to get to B. There's only 1 person here to provide coverage, and that's Beast Cat trying to defend alone, no armor, and a Deagle.
Yeah, the Deagles, we have seen them get some really fantastic impact in some of these rounds, and as the T's start to flood the site, that information will get called out to NDB as he finally starts to rotate in. It looks like he's going to try and be supporting from the walkway position.
They're really close.
They are very close. This is actually kind of a great play because they're going to be expecting Heaven or Graffiti. I don't think they expect these two players to be slowly creeping up from the pit position. This is going to be just about timing. If they can catch Jenny off guard here while these other two players are rotating, Gertz, is he going to get the... Yes, he does finally get the information. He spots out both of those players, and it will activate Jenny finally to peek into that site and clean up the final two CTs. DM for Sluggy, making sure not to let the CTs run away with a string of rounds here.
Imagine telling yourself that you're going to be holding the lead in the second half from your T side, and that now you're going to be going to the more favorable side with the lead, and you could even put yourselves up 4 in this case, as we are in the last round of the first half here. DM for Sluggy, their T side has been looking phenomenal, and I mean, it's been in part of everybody. The only person really falling at the seams has been Lect, 1-6, but it doesn't matter because guess what? Toasty can do twofold on that, and he's currently sitting at 14-5, leading the way. Gertz right behind with also a 2.0 KD at 12-6. Now Lect getting back on the board, trying to see if he can get himself back in motion and get some kills on the board here. But trade back in, NDB able to find Gertz in no man's land. Leaves it to a 4v4, but right now the biggest worry is that there's only a sole defender on that A site. Rex, though, able to find a kill, and it's on the bomb, which is the most important bit. He's going to throw a smoke and simulate that he's backed up, but instead he sticks around. He wants to keep fighting with this, and I will back it because, I mean, sometimes you need that heroic moment, but Lek punishes it accordingly. Lek continues further to get a second onto NDB, but there is another defender here that they're not ready for. That's going to be W-Dog, who inches himself closer into the kill. Noah able to trade back, though, but they're going to need to plan eventually. Beast Cat playing the smoke, expecting that it's a fake, but now creeps through, and Noah.
What a read.
He's too smart for this. You cannot play him like that. He will be ready for any single occasion just like that. And 4-round lead for the side of DM for Sluggy as they go to the better side. This could end really quickly.
Absolutely. I think it's something to be mentioned, too. This is the longest series we've had today. These players have already played other matches as well.
Yeah.
They've been here for a long time. At this point, I think we're starting to see a little bit of fatigue on some of these players, maybe, and so I think that's going to affect your gameplay. We see a lot of those players who, on the Sweatstack side last game, were sort of our star players. We look at players like W-Dog or Maceps, like you said, towards the end of that nuke game, really waking up. But now the scoreline is completely different. You see those players on DM for Sluggy side who weren't maybe showing up on the nuke game, like Noah, like Gertz, and Lect, you know, who was our star, not showing up here, but Noah with the dual Berettas finds a dual kills, maybe 3, will find it with help from his teammate Gertz. Absolutely beautiful, and it will just be down to Maceps with the P250, the gun that we have seen find a lot of success for Tees on the pistol, but it looks highly unlikely here in this 1v3 situation as he just tries to get space and run away.
They're chasing. They want this booty. And they'll take it. The dualies will do it itself. 4K found for Noah. The pistol will land for DM Sluggy. But, I mean, you mentioned it best that W-Dog and Maces were kind of the highlights during that nuke. You look at what they're doing right now. 4 kills apiece for both. Currently sitting at the bottom of the board alongside Beast Cat. It's been a tough go right now in Overpass for Sweatstack.
Absolutely, and it's not really what you want to see, especially once you start on the more favorable CT side, and now giving away that pistol. It's just highly unlikely that they, I think, mount a defense against this, or at least an attack, excuse me, because now they are on the T side.
Yep.
And so it will be interesting to see how they react to being at such a large deficit on this map at this point. This was the map that we saw DM for Sluggy take back against Jackpot earlier, and they don't plan on letting that happen to themselves as they get the first couple of kills with their SMGs and trying to build up a little bit of that economy. But they don't need too much because they don't need that many rounds. Toasty and Jenny now chipping in as well. Jenny is on for maybe 3 kills here if he does find the last on NDB. Not quite. The Glock can never count out the Glock.
Days look away. The Glocks are doing the damage here.
Not a coach, not a manager, but definitely a Glock.
But either way, it will be the SMGs cleaning things up. A double-double from Toasty and Jenny there, and they're able to clean things up. A little bit rough on that part, but double digits now found for DM for Sluggy, and on the better side, things might be closing out. There is a gun buy now coming back from Sweatstack, but the economy wasn't in the best state. The best example there is Beast Cat, currently sitting on an 8K and only 1 smoke. So that's kind of just the moral of the story of how things are going to go with such a frivolous buy. They will have the weaponry for it, but they're going to have to fight for this one.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that we get to see a little bit more protection out of the Rex as well. If they can somehow manage to get the big green on him on this T side, I think he's a player who we've definitely seen a lot of impact on getting kills with the AWP, especially on Duke. That last game we saw, I think he played a pivotal role in making that go to the way of Sweatstack. But even here, we see him with a 16-10 scoreline, just maybe not being supported as well by his other teammates this time around. And so that, I think, is what brings us down to this 10-4. But hopefully he can find some more impact later into this T side. But W-Dog finally starting to find some impact, getting a multi-kill. And now a third from Beast Cat chipping in. And it looks like we're going to be just stomping away up short here towards the single sole A player on the CT side. Is that going?
Noah.
Noah.
Oh, but that's it. Just only going to get the one, and it's done there. Lek now trying to see if he can cause something, but W-Dog, W-Dog misses the timing. Might allow Lek to pass through, and someone's going to get caught with their pants down. The only question is who, as they do fall back over towards his bathroom position. Maysep's diligent about this and swings over towards Lek. So as much as W-Dog let one pass, it doesn't matter because Mayseps is very cautious about the approach. They find themselves another round here.
Absolutely. W-Dog locking in to get that double kill, actually bringing him up to 6 frags in the first 15 rounds of regulation here. And so definitely a more quiet game from him, but hopefully he starts to find more impact on this T side. It is definitely needed at this point. They need to mount 7 rounds to bring it to 12 for a potential tie, to bring it to overtime. DM for Sluggy is only at 10 right now, but it is hard to say that they won't find those 2 on this CT side of Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, it's important too as well. It's one of those things I mentioned when Noah was having a great game and everyone else was doing great on that Mirage. I basically said it. Noah can be happy that his team is also providing. This is the thing that I was worried about when it comes to offers popping off. Rex currently having a really great game, but his team is pretty much falling at the bits at this very moment, and it's going to have to be a really big, invigorating comeback needed in order for Sweatstack to stay alive here, or well, they still will be alive in the tournament, but stay alive in this map here, as it's pretty much getting to the dying embers of Sweatstack, trying to keep things at bay, and their economy is still not in the best state either. They even have one player completely bankrupt at this very point. However, Mayseps able to open up another one. We did mention about W-Dog getting back into it with a multi-kill from the last round. This time, Mayseps gets it started. Let's see if the party can keep going, but one person to always highlight playing defense here for DM for Sluggy is Noah on this op. However, they go away from him, actually. They head into that B side where Lect and Gertz are trying to hold things. Toasty trying to do something, but can't get away with anything, and Rex is just there to take over, and he'll get himself that op. Sweatstack find themselves back-to-back.
Yeah, definitely not the way I had expected this second half to go, especially with the performance we saw from their CT side. It wasn't as convincing as you would hope it to be, but definitely now I think they've sort of figured out what they need to do in order to find rounds on this T side. The last couple of rounds they've avoided where Noah was. He obviously didn't have the op in the round prior to the one we just watched, but finding him late in the round after you've already gotten 3 picks across the map elsewhere, he's singled out there and he has to take a disadvantaged fight, and you steal the op. It's just fantastic for Sweatstack. And look at, I was going to say, almost on the peak there, not quite going to see any players. But yeah, just going up against the pistol, Sweatstack is not making any mistakes. They are taking their time clearing these corners. I think they kind of expect that they are going up against at least an eco or some type of half-buy.
High-low setup right here, but Jenny's going to swing for it.
The
Actually,
5-7
finds 2 on that. We've seen the 5-7 do marvelous things, I mean, for an OP weapon, and this time does get away with a big one. 2 kills there, but the weapon disparity is still huge in favor of Sweatstack, and they're going to continue forward with these AKs and cause havoc. Already now a 4v3 as they push themselves towards that A site. They saw that high-low setup. They know that there's a big stack towards that connector position, so at least just be diligent of the surroundings. Great kill onto Maceps from long range, able to take down Noah, and now it's even advantage, the weapon advantage way in favor of Sweatstack. Surely they should be getting the bomb down soon. They'll get it over towards Truck. Rotations will be coming in, and they're here early, so there is potential for DM for Sluggy to try to make something happen here.
Yeah, I think you kind of wait for the contact from Gertz to see what happens, see if you can get any information on these players as your other two AK rifles do start to creep up. And Maceps and it looks like, was that Rex down there in Bank? I think he's going to get caught out. Sorry, NDB down there in Bank is going to get called out as these two players finally creep up to the site. They are starting to hold some of these angles. It is planted for them. Actually, that smoke going down is going to obscure their vision. They aren't going to see him, but finally they will get shut down through the smoke. That is a situation we saw in Overpass more than once go in favor of the CTs.
Oh, yeah, but I think Jenny in that point, he couldn't even find the bomb, so kind of made it a lot tougher for them to try to get the defuse in. So Sweatstack continuing the streak of rounds right now on the T side, which we saw plenty for DM for Sluggy. This time Sweatstack doing the exact same thing and getting themselves closer and closer. It's a 3-round game here towards the later end of this map. It's getting a lot more tense and a lot more stressful here, not only for the players but for us as well as we watch this get really close and tight. We got to be really worrisome as to whether people are going to fall at the bits or someone just takes over. I mean, we have a lot of heavy hitters on both sides to really do so. Rex currently boasting an 18-10. Noah on the other side, 17-10. And so it's all a matter of who's going to make the mistake here.
Absolutely. I think it's all about just which side starts to show those cracks first. I think right now Sweatstack, they're starting to find a rhythm. They're starting to find the momentum that they need in order to get a comeback going on this T side. And now they are in a 5v5 situation still with a minute left on the board. Nothing quite gained for them yet. They do seem to be regrouping towards this fountain area, maybe trying to take some bathroom space and open up the rest of the map. But I think at this point we've kind of been missing some of that early on aggression that we were seeing earlier in Overpass, and that's made a lot of these rounds go really, really intense late round situations that comes down to just seconds and split moment decisions, bomb planters being denied, and I think it's really great. It's kind of what you expect from an Overpass game, but also it's just a really stressful position for these players to be in.
Yeah, once again, going to be hitting towards this A site. It's a pinch maneuver towards Long and Banana. NDB getting it started on the T side. W-Dog able to find one of his own as well. And once again, the T side finding more and more answers. Jenny, though, going to catch out the op, misses the shot. But with the low HP, you got to be very careful about how you approach this. Getting encroached by NDB, and surely NDB will take his kill. Gertz able to trade back, though. And so now it's a 3v2 in favor of Sweatstack as they get the bomb planted. They're pretty far from this rotation here. No kits found on either side as well, so you kind of question whether you really want to go for this. I think that's all they wanted. They just wanted to grab the op for Noah and just haul out of there. So it looks like 8 will be coming for Sweatstack. And you can kind of see, I mean, it's kind of like what you mentioned, especially with the amount of time these rounds have been taking. It kind of reminds me of boxers when they get to like round 8 or round 9 out of 12 and they start just hugging each other. But that's because of how tired they are for the amount of stamina they need to use during this long series. And we're getting to a point where you're going to need all the gas you have left in the tank to try to get out of this one.
Absolutely. I look back on Sweatstack getting absolutely mowed over on their map pick of Mirage. I mean, you can't really describe it as anything else. It was just not a showing that I think we wanted to see from them, and I think they wanted to see from themselves, but they fought very hard on that nuke game in order to make sure that they were able to bring it to this third map here on Overpass, and now it just seems like both sides are not willing to budge. Both sides are trying their hardest to make this go in their favor. Right now, DM for Sluggy is a little bit on the back foot as they start to drop some of these rounds. They are still in the lead, but it does start to get a little bit more tense as you see that scoreline tick up and up and up. And so I hope that they're able to lock it in and try and find a little bit of focus going into these final few rounds of regulation. But it would be interesting to see if we maybe go to a final overtime.
Change of pace here. They want to go heavy into B, and they're going to send 4 out towards Monster. Able to get out there in time is Beastcat. A couple kills going the way of the T's, and once again, the T's just finding answers every single time on these hits. They continue to do so. Lecto sticking his guns where needed. and he will find W-Dog. Will he be able to get more, though? He will find NDB trying to creep through that smoke. Punishes him for it. Now a 3v3 on the cards. Creeping it slowly. They still got Noah on Overwatch towards heaven as Jenny sneaks through. Smoke's able to provide coverage.
Interesting position.
And sneaks through all the way. White Swing with the MP9. Beastcat will be able to punish on the next White Swing. Beastcat keeping things at bay. Noah able to trade back. Now the 1v1 between Naceps and Noah. But Noah's sticking. Noah's sticking. He gets the kill. And with plenty of time with the defuse kit, DM for Sluggy finally find a round. They get 11.
Who else but Noah, the one we've been talking about, it seems like all day long, for him to come through and find that clutch round, and DM for Sluggy finally finds their 11th round here. It seems like we have been waiting and fighting forever, and they finally get it on a retake there. And now if you're Sweat Stack, that's got to feel kind of similar to how DM for Sluggy felt on that nuke game, right? You get so close to finally getting to that tied scoreline just for them to finally get that round that they've been looking for. And now that might shift the momentum a bit in their direction. It'll all depend on how this next round plays out, I think. And we start that off by sending 4 of our T-side players to the B-side area, one already
doing
in
the
short.
same thing again. They're actually sending the exact same thing. They place one into the cubby over towards short, and they send all 4 here for B, and they want to fight towards it. But now they have a bigger problem, especially with Gertz getting the early kill. Someone who has been stellar in the monster position from when we last saw him on Overpass against Jackpot, able to get the first one before getting traded out by Beastcat. But it's going to put this Sweat Stack at bay here on this B main position, and they're going to look elsewhere. But here's the biggest issue. With giving up that much map space, you don't know what's on the other side. There could be someone in Park. There could be someone in Playground. There could be someone in Long Tree. Like that. This is where you waste a lot of the time. This is where the long strung rounds is, not because you're tired, but because you have to clear this.
Absolutely, and you know, it's not uncommon for CT players on Overpass to just take really early fountain control. We've seen those smokes come out already on the side of DM for Sluggy, so they should be more than expecting it from their or excuse me. Yes, sorry, DM for Sluggy has been known to do that, so it's smart for Sweat Stack to notice, but Noah almost finding 2 there, actually, on the T players who are just finally running in from long. I think, yeah, they're going to stack up 2 here now. There's not time left. It's going to fall into the hands of the 2A defenders. Noah.
They gotta go. They gotta go now.
He
And they're gonna
finally
push
gets
for
smoked
it.
off.
Util lands on the head top of Beastcat, and the kills are just gonna come much easier for DM for Sluggy. Rex might be able to get away with one from the back. Misses the shot, but Lex will come in to finish things up. 12 found for DM for Sluggy. 4 chances to secure first seed in this group.
Super thrilling for DM for Sluggy. They finally get those 2 rounds. They bring it to match point, and they get themselves 4 opportunities, maybe a little bit less than what they were originally looking for, but absolutely going to be happy with that. They finally put themselves in that position to shut out this series. And yeah, just take a look at this shot here from Noah. Look how close that is.
Maybe a millisecond late, and that would, and if it was a little bit earlier, collateral, and good God, we would have been jumping out of our seats. But let's see if DM for Sluggy will be jumping out of their seats in a moment's time here if they can secure this round. Aggression coming in towards Connector, but nothing being found yet. No one trying to give their life off. No one's trying to pay the mistake, but look who you're walking into. You do not want to walk into the op of this guy. He will miss a shot, so he's going to back up completely, but Jenny still sticking over towards bathroom. He's going to get noted now. Gets the kill early. Tries to regress for more, but NDB will punish there on the 1-for-1. Now it's a 4v4. Noah's still sticking around, and that's the last thing you want to combat is an op that's currently online 20-11. You do not want to fight this madman, and they might just combat him head on. But when you hit the bull, you better not mess with the horns. But it's Toasty trying to keep things at bay as W-Dog able to clear both out, leaving it to the 2v3. Low HP, though, between NDB and W-Dog, a combined 60.
But look at that deep long flank. This is something we haven't seen yet, I think, from either
team. But Maceps covering it. Oh, but Maceps needed to be the hero there. Instead, Gertz able to close him out, and it's just low HP on the T's to save things, continue things forward. They need 4 for overtime, but they got to focus on this one. 1 down, 1 to go, and they're going to go and clear it, and Lect will do the double. He will finish it off, and DM for Sluggy will secure first seed in this group. A brawl, a grueling brawl, needed to go a long ways deep to finish this series, but a 13-8 on Overpass, and man, what a series this was.
Absolutely. I'm super thrilled that we were able to make it an exciting series for the last one we get to see here today, going to that third map on Overpass, and then Overpass being a competitive match. Really fantastic for the side of DMs for Sluggy. They do get to move on with the higher seed placement, but I think we still saw an excellent performance coming out from Sweatstack. They definitely put up a fight, winning the map pick of DM for Sluggy, and definitely putting up a good T side on Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much were here to fight. You could tell that, especially both teams, they beat Jackpot, and they made it very convincing. This time they face off against each other, and it was kind of like a battle of titans. I feel like both of them kind of matched up pretty evenly, and in many cases, both were able to do duplicates. Like we said, Nuke was pretty much the same story as Overpass, just for different teams, and basically the comeback coming in. But now the other team finally finds the answer they needed after so long. And, you know, sometimes you just need that little oomph to try to get yourselves over, but not able to do so is Sweatstack. They will go down. DM for Sluggy will take the dub there. And it was a convincing first half, especially on the T side. Like we always said, if you can get as many rounds as possible on the T side, you usually end up being the victor, and that was the case for this one.
Absolutely. Maybe not as convincing as they would have originally liked, but I think they do well to close it out there and to find the second map in the series going 2-1, securing themselves that higher place in the seeding, and I think we are going to move over to the analyst desk to do a quick player interview.
Yeah, so that said, thank you guys for tuning in. This is going to be your caster signing off for the day. It's been a pleasure. Once again, shout out Generation Nostalgia. But let's head over to the analyst desk.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the analyst desk here. And for one final time, at least tonight, we have got ourselves a post-game interview here, joined by elect of the squad of DM for Sluggy, joining after what was a tight 2-1 victory there over the side of Sweatstack. So, I mean, obviously, elect, welcome. How are you feeling after tonight's win, my man?
Feeling amazing. Really glad that we could beat them there. Yeah, our emotions were a little down after map 2, but glad we could close it out there.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about this series overall. I mean, we got a good 3-map whole series. You know, went the whole distance. We saw Nuke, we saw Overpass, and everything all in between there. And I mean, what was when you're looking at this kind of veto overall, what do you think were some of is there anything you would change, or do you feel like this is kind of where you wanted to go?
Yeah, I mean, not really. So far, both of our matches, we've had other picks that we wanted to do that have gotten banned, so not exactly where we wanted to go, especially with map 2. But, I think the other 2 maps were great for us, and I think it worked out. So far, so good. A lot of warming up as we're just kind of all getting used to each other.
Yeah, of course.
You were talking about it a little bit a second ago. I'm curious, how did you kind of mentally come back from that really rough second map?
Yeah, I think really important to just remind ourselves that we were down 10-2 and we were able to bring it back and almost close that out. I know for myself, I was thinking about, I think I was playing pretty well. Map 1 and map 2, and we were just trying to figure out what was working and what wasn't working. And I think also going into map 3, Toasty mentioned hey, if we feel like we're going down on the T side again, let's just regroup, take attack pause if we need it. And he said if Lect has some calls, let him call. And so we kind of just started organizing things a little bit better, and I think our T side was a lot cleaner going into map 3. So.
Yeah, I mean, kind of speaking on that T side on Overpass, felt like it was a little bit closer, I believe 7-5, if I'm not mistaken myself there. Things did get a little bit tight there, kind of in the midpoint. Was there any concerns kind of creeping in your mind that this would kind of go the same way as Nuke, and you'd have to take that 1-1 record?
I mean, it was definitely a little antsy. I think halfway through that first half, as they started to come back, we kind of felt like we didn't have many ideas there, but I think we were able to, everyone on the team was able to come up with different ideas, and Noah was able to really pull through and bring us some rounds there. And I don't think we were too nervous, especially with Gertz calling some good pistols.
I mean, phenomenal pistols coming out from you guys.
This is not exactly a question for you, but something I feel like we should just throw in is I think chat deserves an honorable mention. Lots of people supporting both teams in this series.
Thank you, chat.
There was a lot of great support coming out for chat here. Although, I do want to kind of touch base on here with you because, this is something where you have taken some time away, like we were saying before we came on here. You've been away for about 6 months, kind of, and now you're just kind of coming back in. You were at Frag recently, now you're here, at a Lacey Cup and everything like that. And how do you feel like you're kind of getting back into the groove of things, just coming back to competition and LAN?
Yeah, I think with Counter-Strike, it's one of those unique things where you can always take a break, but you can never leave,
Oh, absolutely.
And so leaving the game, not playing, the moment I got to play again with my teammates, I'm like instantly thinking about trying to join a new team and trying to get back into it. I love calling and just all of the muscle memory is all there. So it is really great. I'm still kind of warming up and getting back into it, but it feels really good to be playing again.
And so obviously, winning here tonight, it does put you in the 2-0 seed, going into the playoffs tomorrow. So you'll be, kind of going on the opposite side of Rain Above, in terms of that, and potentially that could be set up for a DM versus Sluggy Rain Above final. Is that your ideal grand final here coming Sunday?
I would say that's definitely what we're hoping for, and I'm really glad we were able to get that 2-0 today. Some of the Rain Above players, they're good friends of ours, and they're kind of rooting on our downfall, I think. But I'm excited to go play against them, and hopefully that can be the case tomorrow. It will be a really good match, if so.
Awesome. Love to hear it. It's going to be super exciting. Expo and I are just going to be, looking forward to a ton. You got anything else you want to say at all? Or?
Congratulations and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, good
Thank
luck
you.
tomorrow, Lact. It's been good. Thanks for stopping in, give us a bit of an interview. But I think for us on the analyst desk and for us on the stream, I think it's time to say goodbye, at least for tonight. We're going to be back, of course, tomorrow, 11 a.m. kind of ish is when we maybe playing against, or maybe a little later, depending on when we all get in. But hey, that's going to do it for day one. We'll see you all on day two for those semifinals and that grand final. Have a good night. We'll see you all then. Peace out.